Hegel and the Hermetic Tradition. Glenn Alexander Magee. Glenn Alexander Magee's controversial book argues that Hegel was decisively influenced by the Hermetic tradition, a body of thought with roots in Greco-Roman Egypt. In the Middle Ages and modern period, the Hermetic tradition became entwined with such mystical strands of thought as alchemy, Kabbalism, millenarianism, Rosicrucianism, and Theosophy. Recent scholarship has drawn connections between the Hermetic counter-tradition and many modern thinkers, including Leibniz and Newton. Magee contends that Hegel accepted the central Hermetic teaching that God is complete only when he becomes known by the Hermetic adept. Magee traces the influence on Hegel of such Hermetic thinkers as Bader, Bohm, Bruno, and Paracelsus, and shows that Hegel shared their entire range of interests, including a fascination with occult and paranormal phenomena. Hegel and the Hermetic edition covers Hegel's complete philosophical corpus, showing that his engagement with Hermeticism lasted throughout his career and intensified during his final years in Berlin. Viewing Hegel as a Hermetic thinker has implications for a more complete understanding of the modern philosophical tradition and German idealism in particular. See, God is God only so far as he knows himself, his self further, a self-consciousness in man and man's knowledge of one. Hegel as Hermetic thinker. Hegel is not a philosopher. He is no lover or seeker of wisdom, he believes he has found it. Hegel writes in the preface to Phenomenology of Spirit, to help bring philosophy closer to the form of science, to the goal where it can lay aside the title of love of knowing and be actual knowledge. That is what I have set before me. Miller, 3, pg. 3. By the end of the Phenomenal Love, Hegel claims to have arrived at absolute knowledge, which he identifies with wisdom. Hegel's claim to have attained wisdom is completely contrary to the original Greek conception of philosophy as the love of wisdom, that is, the ongoing pursuit rather than the final possession of wisdom. His claim is, however, fully consistent with the ambitions of the Hermetic tradition, a current of thought that derives its name from the so-called Hermetica, or Corpus Hermeticum, a collection of Greek and Latin treatises and dialogues written in the 1st or 2nd centuries AD and probably containing ideas that are far older. The legendary author of these works is Hermes Trismegistus, thrice greatest Hermes. Hermeticism denotes a broad tradition of thought that grew out of the writings of Hermes and was expanded and developed through the infiltration of various other traditions. Thus, alchemy, Kabbalism, Lullism, and the mysticism of Eckhart and Cusa, to name just a few examples, became intertwined with the Hermetic doctrines. Indeed, Hermeticism is used by some authors simply to mean alchemy. Hermeticism is also sometimes called Theosophy, or esotericism. Less precisely, it is often characterized as mysticism, or occultism. It is the thesis of this book that Hegel is a Hermetic thinker. I shall show that there are striking correspondences between Hegelian philosophy and Hermetic theosophy, and that these correspondences are not accidental. Hegel was actively interested in Hermeticism. He was influent en faveur, Access to Western Esotericism, Vol. Albany, State University of New York Press, 1994, copyrighted materials. Introduction inst by its exponents from boyhood on, and he allied himself with Hermetic movements and thinkers throughout his life. I do not argue merely that we can understand Hegel as a Hermetic thinker, just as we can understand him as a German or a Swabian or an idealist thinker. Instead, I argue that we must understand Hegel as a Hermetic thinker, if we are to truly understand him at all. Hegel's life and works offer ample evidence for this thesis. There are references throughout published and unpublished writings to many of the leading figures and movements of the Hermetic tradition. These references are in large measure approving. This is particularly the case with Hegel's treatment of Eckhart, Bruno, Paracelsus, and Bohm. Bohm is the most striking case. Hegel accords him considerable space in his lectures on the history of philosophy, more space, in fact, than he devotes to many significant mainstream thinkers in the philosophic tradition. There are, furthermore, numerous Hermetic elements in Hegel's writings. These include, in broad strokes, a Masonic subtext of initiation Runisticism in the Phenomenology of Spirit, a Bauman subtext to the phenomenologist's famous preface, an influence on the logic, alchemical Paracelsian elements in the philosophy of nature, an influence of Kabbalistic and Joachimite millennialism on Hegel's doctrine of objective spirit and theory of world history, alchemical and Rosicrucian images in the philosophy of right, an influence of the Hermetic tradition of Pansopia on the system as a whole, an endorsement of the Hermetic belief in Philosophia perennis, and the use of perennial Hermetic symbolic forms, such as the triangle, the circle, and the square, as structural, architectonic devices. Hegel's library included Hermetic writings by Agrippa, Bohm, Bruno, and Paracelsus. He read widely on mesmerism, psychic phenomena, dowsing, precognition, and sorcery. He publicly associated himself with known occultists, like Franz von Bader. He structured his philosophy in a manner identical to the Hermetic use of correspondences. He relied on histories of thought that discussed Hermes Trismegistus, Pico della Mirandola, Robert Fludd, and Nor von Rosenroth alongside Plato, Galileo, Descartes, and Newton. He stated in his lectures more than once that the term speculative means the same thing as mystical. He believed in an earth spirit and corresponded with colleagues about the nature of magic. He aligned himself, informally, with Hermetic societies such as the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians. Even Hegeli doodles were Hermetic, as we shall see in Chapter 3 when I discuss the mysterious triangle diagram. There are 4 major periods in Hegel's life during which he seems to have been strongly under the influence of Hermeticism, or to have actively pursued an interest in it. First, there is his boyhood in Stuttgart, from 1770 to 1788. As I shall discuss in detail in Chapter 2, during this period Württemberg was a major center of Hermetic interest, with much of the Pietist movement influenced by Baumanism and Rosicrucianism. Württemberg was the spiritual center of the Rosicrucian copyrighted material Introduction 3 movement. The leading exponents of Pietism, J. A. Bengel and, in particular, F. C. Ettinger were strongly influenced by German mysticism, Bauman theosophy, and Kabbalism. Most Hegel scholars have not thought it necessary to consider the intellectual milieu of his boyhood. Hegel is almost universally understood simply within the context of the German philosophical tradition as responding to Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. Needless to say, the influence of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling was important, but it was not the only influence on Hegel. Part of the reason other sources of influence are missed or ignored is that few scholars are familiar with the complexities of religious life in Germany. Those who are familiar are almost always disciplines other than philosophy, and almost always German. The study of German Pietism is almost exclusively the province of German-speaking scholars. The religious and intellectual life of Württemberg is, however, the obvious place begin to understand own intellectual origins, characteristic ideas, and aims. Hegel has to be understood in terms of the theosophical pietist tradition of Württemberg. He cannot be seen simply as a critic of Kant. Indeed, Hegel, as I will argue, was always a critic of Kant and never a wholehearted admirer, precisely because he was imprinted early on by the tradition of Pansopia, which was very much alive in Württemberg, and by Ettinger's ideal of the truth as the whole, see Chapter 2. He could not accept Kant's scepticism, nor could Schelling, and for identical reasons. Yet they both recognized the power of Kant's thought and labored hard to move from his premises to their own conclusions, to circumvent his scepticism at all costs, in the name of the speculative ideal of their youth. From 1793 to 1801 Hegel worked as a private tutor, first at Bern, then at Frankfurt. As I shall discuss in Chapter 3, Hegel's biographer Karl Rosenkrantz referred to this period as a theosophical phase in Hegel's development. During this time, Hegel appears to have become conversant with the works of Bohm, as well as Eckhart and Johannes Tauler. Also during this period Hegel became involved in Masonic circles. In Jena, 1817, Hegel's interest in theosophy continued. He lectured at length, and approvingly, on Bohm and Bruno. He composed several pieces, which have only come down to us in fragmentary form, employing Hermetic language and symbolism, see Chapters 3 and 4. His lectures on the philosophy of nature during this time reflect an ongoing interest in alchemy. It is likely that Schelling, who had come to Jena some time earlier, introduced Hegel to his circle of friends, which included a number of romantics who were heavily interested in Hermeticism. Schelling himself was an avid reader of Bohm and Edinger, and likely encouraged Hegel's interest. The final Hermetic period of Hegeli life is his time in Berlin, from 1818 until his death on November 14, 1831. This is contrary to what one might expect. It might be assumed that Hegel's Hermeticism was merely an aberration of youth, which the arch-rationalist moved away copyrighted material for introduction from as he matured. Surprisingly, precisely the reverse seems to be the case. In Berlin, Hegel developed a friendship with Franz von Baader, the premier occultist and mystic of the day. Together they studied Meister Eckhart. The preface to Hegeli 1827 edition of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences in outline makes prominent mention of Bohm and Baader. His revised 1832 edition of the Science of Logic corrects a passage so as to include a reference to Bohm. His preface to the 1821 Philosophy of Right includes alchemical and Rosicrucian imagery. His 1831 lectures on the philosophy of religion show the influence of the mystic Joachim of Fiore, as well as certain structural correspondences to the thought of Bohm. In sum, all the evidence indicates that in the last period of his life, Hegel's interest in the mystical and Hermetic traditions intensified, and that he became more bold about publicly aligning himself with Hermetic thinkers and movements. The divisions of Hegel philosophy follow a pattern that is typical of many forms of mystical and Hermetic philosophy. The phenomenology represents an initial stage of purification, of raising the mind above the level of the sensory and the mundane, a preparation for the reception of wisdom. The logic is equivalent to the Hermetic ascent to the level of pure Fortun, of the eternal, of universal mind, absolute idea. The philosophia of nature describes an emanation or othering of universal mind in the form of the spano-temporal world. Its categories accomplish a transfiguration of the natural, we come to see the world as a reflection of universal mind. The philosophy of spirit accomplishes a return of created nature to the divine by means of man, who can rise above the merely natural and actualize God in the world through concrete forms of life, example the state and religion, and through speculative philosophy. 2. Scholarship on Hegel and the Hermetic tradition. It is important to note that these claims would not have been particularly controversial in the decades after Hegel's death. In the 1840s, Schelling publicly accused Hegel of having simply borrowed much of his philosophy from Jacob Bohm. One of Hegel's disciples, Friedrich Theodor Vischer, once asked, "Have you forgotten that the new philosophy came forth from the school of the old mystics, especially from Jacob Bohm?" Another Hegelian, Hans Martensen, author of one of the first scholarly studies of Meister Eckhart, remarked that German mysticism is the first form in which German philosophy revealed itself in the history of thought. Philosophy for Hegelians generally means philosophy. Wilhelm Dilthey noted the same continuity between German mysticism and speculative philosophy. Perhaps the most famous 19th-century study of Hermetic Z. C. Ernst Benz, The Mystical Sources of German Romantic Philosophy, trans. Blair R. Reynolds and Eunice M. Paul, Allison Park, P.A., Pickwick Publications, 1983, 2. Ibid. 2. 4. Ibid. 2. Copyrighted material. Introduction. 5 aspects in Hegel was Ferdinand Christian Bauer's Die Christliche Gnosis, 1835. Bauer was one of the first works to attempt to define Gnosticism and to distinguish between its different forms. The term Gnostic is used very loosely even in our own time, and very often what would more properly be termed Hermetic is labeled Gnostic instead. I will discuss the between the two in the next section. After a lengthy discussion of Gnosticism in antiquity, Bauer argues that Jacob Bohm was a modern Gnostic, and that Schelling and Hegel can be seen as Bohm intellectual heirs, and thus as Gnostics themselves. Die Kreis-like Gnosis is about the closest thing to a book on Hegel and the Hermetic tradition that has yet been published, though, as I have said, Bauer's focus is on Gnosticism, not Hermeticism. In 1853, Ludwig Noack published a 2-volume work, Die Kreis-like Mystik nach Beramgeschichtlichen Entwicklungsgänge im Mittelalter und in der Neuenzeit dargestellt, in which he dealt with the idealists as modern representatives of mysticism. Later discussions of Hegel's connection to Hermeticism are often coupled with similar discussions of Schelling. This is the case with Ernst Benny's Mystical Sources of German Romantic Philosophy, a brief but indispensable text by the leading scholar in this highly specialized field. In 1938, a German scholar named Robert Schneider published Spellings und Hegels Geistesebenen in Würzburg. Most of the copies of Schneider's book were destroyed during the Allied firebombing of Würzburg on March 16, 1945. Schneider was destroyed along with them. His book is a valuable study of the theosophical pietism prevalent in Württemberg during Hegel and Schelling's youth. Other works by German scholars dealing with the relationship of mysticism or Hermeticism to German idealism and Hegel include Joseph Meister Eckhart der Vater der Spekulation. Ein Beitrag zu einer Geschichte der Theologie und Philosophie der Mittleren Zeit, 1864, Gottfried Fischer's Geschichte der Entdeckung der Mystiker, Eckhart, Toter Usius im 19. Jahrhundert, 1931, Emanuel Hirsch's Die Idealistische Philosophie und das Christentum, 1926, Fritz Liest's Philosophie und Theologie im Spätidealismus, Forskungen zgr Auseinandersetzung von Christentum und idealistischer Philosophie im Jahrhundert, 1919, and von Jacob Bob Mesius Spelling. Zur Metaphysik des Gottesproblems, 1927, Wilhelm Lutgert's Die Religion des Idealismus und ihr End, 1923, and Heinrich Die Anfang der Philosophie des Idealismus, 1930. There has also been a fair amount of Dutch literature on the topic, including G.J.P.J. Bollens Schelling, Hegel. Fechner and de Nieuwe Theosophie, 1910, J.D. Alnes de Beroers het Mystieke 5. The bibliography contains full information on all the works mentioned in this introduction. Generally I have mentioned only books here. Both books and articles are listed in the bibliography. 6 mm. Cottier refers to philosophy no ch in his L'épisme du Jonc Marx, ses Origine b Hegelians, Paris, Vrin, 1969, 2030. Eric Voegelin has also argued, critically. For as a Gnostic thinker, for instance in science, politics, and Gnosticism Washington, D.C., Regnery Gateway, 1968, 4044, 6780. Copyrighted material 6 Introduction Character van Hegel's Logica, and H. W. Muck's Hegelians Siebtheosophie Obstelen, 1913. In French, Jacques Dehon's Hegel's Secret, 1968, is an extremely important study of Hegel's relationship to Hermetic secret societies such as the Masons, Illuminati, and Rosicrucians. There is also an important body of English-language literature on Hegel and mysticism, beginning with George Plimpton Adams's T.B. Mystical Element in Hegel's Early Theological Writings, 1910. Frederick Copleston authored a useful article, Hegel and the Rationalization of Mysticism in 1971. Perhaps the most widely read English-speaking interpreter of Hegel, J. N. Findlay was himself a theosophist, and his interpretation of Hegel is attuned to its mystic Hermetic aspects. In Findlay's Hegel, a re-examination, 1958, he suggests tantalizingly that Hegel was a 19th-century representative of some Philosophia Germanica perennis 7. H. S. Harris's 2-volume intellectual biography of Hegel, Hegel's Development, 1972-1983, contains asides regarding Hegel's relationship to Eckhart, Bohm, Bader, and alchemy. Recently, Cyril Oregon has published a massive and groundbreaking study of the mystical roots of Hegel's philosophy of religion, The Heterodox Hegel, 1994. Account of thus far, however, The most influential English-language Hegel's Hermeticism is Eric Voegelin. In his essay, Response to Professor Altizer's A New History and a New but Ancient God, Voegelin admits that for a long time I studiously avoided any serious criticism of Hegel in my published work, because I simply could not understand him. The turning point came with Voegelin's study of Gnosticism, and the discovery that, by his contemporaries, Hegel was considered a Gnostic thinker. Voegelin goes on to claim that Hegel's thought belongs to the continuous history of modern Hermeticism since the 15th century. Voegelin's principal statement on Hegel's Hermeticism is a savagely polemical essay, On Hegel, a Study in Sorcery, referring to the phenomenon 010 of spirit as a grimoire which must be recognized as a work of magic. Indeed, it is one of the great magic performances. Claims are unique in that he does not simply claim that Hegel was influenced by the Hermetic tradition. He claims that Hegel was part of the Hermetic tradition and cannot be adequately understood apart from it. Unfortunately, however, Voegelin never adequately developed his thesis. He never spelled out, in detail, how Hegel is a Hermetic thinker. Voegelin has, however, encouraged other scholars to develop his thesis more systematically, and more soberly. David Walsh, for instance, 7. J. N. Findlay, Hegel, A Re-Examination, New York, Oxford University Press, 1958, 49. 8. Eric Voegelin, Response to Professor Altizer's New History and a New but Ancient God in Collected Works Volume 12, Puisbed Essays, 1966-1985, ed. Elisandos, Baton Louisiana State University Press, 1990, 297. 9. Eric Voegelin, On Hegel, A in Sorcery, Published Essays, 1966-1985, 222, cf. Voegeli Science, Politics, Gnosticism, 68-69, and His Order and His Cory, Volume 5, In Search of Order, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1987, 5470, Copyrighted Material. Introduction. 7 has written an important doctoral dissertation entitled The Esoteric Origins of Modern Ideological Thought, Boehme and Hegel, 1978, in which he makes strong claims about Hegel's indebtedness to Boehme. And Gerald Hanratty has also published an extensive two-part essay, entitled Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition, 1984-87. Yet for all this scholarly activity, there has never been a systematic, book-length study of Hegel as Hermetic thinker that takes into account not only his intellectual development but also the entirety of his mature system until the present book. And I consider this work not only a continuation of the tradition of scholarship I have sketched out above but also as a contribution to an ongoing project in the history of ideas pioneered by such writers as Voegelin, Francis Yates, Antoine Favre, Richard Popkin, Alan D. Buss, Betty Jo Teeter Dobbs, Paul Oscar Christaller, D. P. Walker, Stephen McKnight, and Alison Coudert. See bibliography. These scholars argue that Hermeticism has influenced such mainstream rationalist thinkers as Bacon, Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, and Newton and has played a hitherto unappreciated role in the formation of the central ideas and ambitions of modern philosophy and science, particularly the modern project of the progressive scientific investigation and technological mastery of nature. It is surely one of the great ironies of history that the Hermetic ideal of man as magus, achieving total knowledge and wielding godlike powers to bring the world to perfection, was the prototype of the modern scientist. Yet, as Gerald Hanratty writes, the widespread recourse to 10. See David Walsh, N.E. Esoteric Origins of Modern Ideological Bugged, Boehme T. Ikesville, University Influence on Hegel, in Eist's System, Hegel's Philosophy of History, ed. Robert L. Perkins, Albany, University of New York Press, 1984, 28, and A Mythology of Reason, The Persistence of Pseudoscience in the Modern World, in Science, Pseudoscience, and Utopianism in Early Modern N. In addition to published readings, The primary sources I have relied on include letters, manuscripts, lecture notes, student notes, and reports by contemporaries of remarks made by Hegel. Remarks culled from student notes have been published as the Zusätze to the Encyclopedia of TB Philosophical Sciences, and the published editions of Hegeli lectures on the history of philosophy, art, religion, and world history are also largely made up of student in addition to Baconian use of Rosicrucian images, Descartes' search for the Rosicrucians, Spinoza's debts to Kabbalism, Leibniz's fascination with Rosicrucianism, Kabbalah, and alchemy, and Newtonian fascination with millennialism and alchemy. There is also evidence that Kant was interested in the visions of Emanuel Swedenborg, Schelling was interested in Bohm, Swedenborg, and Mesmer, Schopenhauer was interested in Bohm, Swedenborg, and Lavater, William James was interested in Swedenborg, Fechner, Spiritualism, and ESP, C.S. Peirce was interested in Swedenborg and Bohm, C.D. Broad was interested in ESP, and Toda Michael Dummett is interested in tarot cards. Michael Dummett, Tarot Cards, New York, G. Brasler, 19861. Copyrighted material 8 Introduction. Magical and alchemical techniques inspired a new confidence in man's operational powers. In contrast with the passive and contemplative attitudes which antinarrowly prevailed during earlier centuries, Renaissance alchemists magi asserted their dominio over all levels of being. Hermeticism replaces the love of wisdom with the lust for power. As we shall see, system is the ultimate expression of this pursuit of three. What is Hermeticism? Whether or not Hegel can be understood as Hermetic depends on how Hermeticism is defined. In truth, Hermeticism is difficult to define rigorously. Its adherents all tend to share certain interests often classed as occult or are held together merely by silly resemblances. In part, my argument for Hegel's Hermeticism depends on demonstrating that Hegel's interests coincide with the curious mixture of interests typical of Hermeticists. These include alchemy, Kabbalism, mesmerism, extrasensory perception, spiritualism, dowsing, eschatology, psychotheology, philosophia perennis, lullism, paracelsusm, Joachimism, Rosicrucianism, Masonry, Eckhartian mysticism, correspondences, secret systems of symbolism, vitalism, and cosmic sympathies. There is, however, one essential feature that I shall take as definitive of Hermeticism. Ernest Lee Tubson, in his The Avatars of Thrice Greatest Hermes, an approach to Romanticism suggests that Hermeticism constitutes a middle position between pantheism and the Judeo-Christian conception of God. According to traditional Judeo-Christian thought, God utterly transcends and is infinitely distant from creation. Furthermore, God is entirely self-sufficient and therefore did not have to create the world, and would have lost nothing if he had not created it. Thus the act of creation is essentially gratuitous and unmotivated. God creates out of sheer abundance, not out of need. This doctrine has proved dissatisfying and even disturbing to many, for it makes creation seem 13. Gerald and the Gnostic Tradition, 11, Philosophical Studies, Ireland, 31, 1986-87 301-308. Walsh writes that the empirical investio of nature received its impetus from the conviction of Neoplatonic Uxtism that reality is a hierarchy of occult or hidden essing the whole and ultimately emanating from the Divine One, Mythology of Reason, 146. 14. Antoine Favre writes that Hermeticism has come to be used to designate attitude of mind underlying a variety of traditions and /ornate the currents alchemy, such as Hermetism, the religion of the corpus hermeticum, astrology, Kabbalah, Christian theosophy, and philosopha occulta or magia, in the sense these two words acquired in the Renaissance, that is, of a magical vision of nature understood as a living being replete with and correspondences which could be deciphered and interpreted. See Renaissance Hermeticism and Western Esotericism * in Gnosis and Hermetism. Ed. Reloff van den Broek and Wouter J. Heingraf, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1998, ITO. Favre distinguishes between Hermeticism and Hermetism, the latter term designating the corpus hermeticum and its intellectual milieu. Copyrighted material. Introduction. 9. Arbitrary and absurd. Pantheism, by contrast, so thoroughly involves the divine in the world that everything becomes God, even mud, hair, and dirt, which drains the divine of its exaltedness and sublimity. Thus, pantheism is equally dissatisfying. Hermeticism is a middle position because it affirms both God's transcendence of the world and his involvement in it. God is metaphysically distinct from the world, yet God needs the world to complete himself. Thus the act of creation is not arbitrary or gratuitous, but necessary and rational. Consider these lines from the Discourse of Hermes to Tat, the mixing bowl or the monad, Corpus Hermeticum. 4. If you force me to say something still more daring, it is, Godi, essence to be pregnant with all things and to make them. As it is impossible for anything to be produced without a maker, so also is it impossible for this maker, not, to exist always unless he is always making everything. He is himself the things that are and those that are not. Consider also Corpus Hermeticum. 10. Godi activity is will, and his essence is to will all things to be. Finally, consider Corpus Hermeticum. 14. For the two are all there is, what comes to be and what makes it, and it is impossible to separate the one from the other. No maker can exist without something that comes to be. Thus, according to Hermeticism, God requires creation in order to be God. This Hermetic account of creation is central to Hegel thought as well. But there is more. Hermeticists not only hold that God requires creation, they make a specific creature, man, play a crucial role in Godi self-actualization. Hermeticism holds that man can know God, and that Mani knowledge of God is necessary for Godi own completion. Consider the words of Corpus Hermeticum. 10, for God does not ignore mankind, on the contrary, he recognizes him fully and wishes to be recognized. For mankind this is the only deliverance, the knowledge of God. It is ascent to Olympus. Corpus Hermeticum asks, who is more visible than God? This is why he made all things, so that through them all you might 100k on him. As Garth Fowden notes, what God gains from creation is recognition. Man's contemplation of God is in some sense a two-way process. Not only does man wish to know God, but God too desires to be known by the most glorious of his creations, man, and in short, it is man's end to achieve knowledge of God, or the wisdom of 15. Hermetica, trans. Brian Copenhaver, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press 1992, 20. 16 Ibid Yo. 17. Ibid 56. 18. Tubson, however, goes too far in identifying this position with Hermeticism, rejecting other aspects such as interest in alchem and correspond not truly Hermetic. Ernest Wiley Tubson, The Avatar's Thrice Great Hermes, An Approach to Romanticism, Lewisburg, PA, University Press, 1982, 1516, 34. 9. Copenhaver, 20. Ibid 42. 21. Garth Egyptian Hermes, A Historical to the Late Mind, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1986, 104. Copyrighted material. 10. Introduction. God, Theosophy. In so doing, man realizes God's own need to be recognized. Man knowledge of God becomes Godi knowledge of himself. Thus the need for which the cosmos is created is the need for self-knowledge, attained through recognition. Variations on this doctrine are to be found throughout the Hermetic tradition. It is important to understand the significance of this doctrine in the history of ideas. On the standard Judeo-Christian account of creation, the creation of the world and command that mankind seek to know and love him seem arbitrary, because there is no reason why a perfect being should want or need an youth nor why the great advantage of the desire to know God exist in the first place. This Hermetic doctrine of the circular relationship between God and creation and the necessity of man for the completion of God is utterly original. It is not to be found in earlier philosophy. but it recurs again and again in the thought of Hermeticists, and it is the chief doctrinal identity between Hermeticism and Hegelian thought. Hegel is often described as a mystic. Indeed, even he describes himself as one, see chapter 4. But mysticism is a broad concept that subsumes many radically different ideas. All forms of mysticism aim at some kind of knowledge of, experience of, or unity with the divine. If we ask what kind of mystic Hegel is, the answer is that he is a Hermeticist. Hermeticism is often confused with another form of mysticism, Gnosticism. Particularly in recent Hegel, Gnosticism and Hermeticism both believe that a divine spark is implanted in man, and that man can come to know God. However, Gnosticism involves an absolutely negative account of creation. It does not regard creation as a part of God's being, or as completing God. Nor does Gnosticism hold that God somehow needs man to know him. Hermeticism is also very often confixed with Neoplatonism. Like the Hermeticists, Plotinus holds that the cosmos is a circular process of emanation from and return to the One. Unlike the Hermeticists, Plotinus does not hold that the One is completed by contemplation of it. Centuries later, however, the Neoplatonism of Proclus and of the Renaissance was influenced by Hermeticism. Another parallel between Hermeticism and Hegel concerns the initiation process through which the intuitive portion of the intellect is trained to see the reason inherent in the world. As Fowden notes, Hermetic initiation seems to fall into two parts, one dealing with self. 22. See for example Gerald Hanratty W. Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition, Lbilaso and Eichel Studies, Ireland, 30, 1984 2348, Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition I, Philosophical Studies, Ireland, 31, 1986 87 301 25, Jeff Mitscherling, The Identity of the Human and the Divine in the Logic of Speculative Philosophy in Hegel and the Tradition, Essays in Honor of H. S. Harris, ed. Michael Bauer and John Russin, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1997, 14361. Mitscherling's understanding of Gnosticism derives from the Messina Colloquium on the Origins of Gnosticism. As Reloff van den Broek, however, the Messina Colloquium defines Gnosticism so it loses all concrete substance. See Broek. Gnosticism and Hermetism in Antiquity in Gnosis and Hermetis Idolaram, 4. Copyrighted material. Introduction. Il Knowledge, the other with knowledge of God. It can easily be shown, simply on a theoretical level, that these two are intimately wedded. To really know oneself is to be able to give a complete speech about the conditions of one's being, and this involves speaking about God and his entire cosmos. As Pico della Mirandola puts it, he who knows himself knows all things. In the Near East it was typical to portray God as hovering strangely between transcendence and immanence. The attainment of enlightenment involved somehow seeing the divine in oneself, indeed becoming divine. We do not really know anything about the Hermes cult that may have employed the Hermetic texts as its sacred writings. We know little or nothing of their rites of initiation or how they lived. We can, however, say that Hermetic initiation differed from initiation into, for example, the Eleusinian mysteries in classical Greece. We also happen to know quite little about what happened at Eleusis, but it does seem to be the case that illumination there consisted in the participation in some kind of arresting experience which was intended to change the initiate permanently. We do not know what that experience was, but we do know that it could be had by young and old, rich and poor, educated and uneducated. This is not the case with Hermetic initiation. Salvation for the Hermeticists was, as we have seen, through gnosis. This could be attained only through heart, through understand work, and then it can be attained only by some. Hermes is quoted in Corpus Hermeticum 16 as stating that his teaching keeps the meaning of its words concealed, hidden from the discernment of the unworthy. However, it would be a mistake to treat the Hermetic initiation as purely intellectual. Enlightenment does not occur simply by learning a set of doctrines. One must not only know doctrine, but have the real-life experience of the truth of the doctrine. One must be led up to illumination carefully, one must actually explore the blind alleys that promise illumination but do not deliver. Only in this way will the true doctrine mean anything, only in this way will the initiate's life actually change. Fowden writes that Hermetic initiation is envisaged as a real experience, stretching all the capacities of those who embark upon it, and he quotes Corpus Hermeticum 4, stating that it is an extremely tortuous way, to abandon what one is used to and possesses now, and to retrace one's steps towards the old primordial. We will see in chapter 4 that Hegel preserves both the intellectual and emotional moments of this Hermetic conception of initiation. Enlightenment, for the authors of the Hermetica and for Hegel, is not just an intellectual event, it is expected to change the life of the enlightened. 23. Fowden. The Egyptian Hermes, 106. 24. Giovanni Pico Delta Mirandota, Oration on the of Man, trans. A. Robert Caponigri, Chicago, Regnery Gatwa 1956-28. 25. Joseph Campbell, Transformations of Mytb Hrug-RTNE, New York, Harper & Row, 1990, 189 ff 26. Fowden, Hermes, 106. Copyrighted material Introduction End 1. Philosophy, for Hegel, is about living. In brief, the man who achieves Selbstbewusstsein is the man who becomes selbstbewusst, confident, self-actualized, no longer an ordinary human being. Klaus von Dung writes that the Hermeticist does not need to escape from the world in order to save himself, he wants to gain knowledge of the world in order to expand his own self, and utilize this knowledge to penetrate into the self of God. Hermeticism is a positive gnosis, as it were, devoted to the world. To know everything is to in some sense have control over everything. This is what I term the ideal of man as magus, and it is unique to the Hermetica. See, for example, Corpus Hermeticum 4. All those who heeded the proclamation and immersed themselves in mind participated in knowledge and became perfect, or complete, teleoi, people because they received mind. But those who missed the point of the proclamation are people of reason, or speech, logibanje, because they did not receive, the gif of, mind as well and do not know the purpose or the agents of their coming to be. Z9. In other words, the men of complete self-understanding who know even the purpose or the agents of their coming to be are perfect human beings. If Hegel did not believe that man literally become God, he certainly believed that the wise man is daimonic, a more than merely human participant in the divine life. In the Corpus Hermeticum we find a kind of bridge position between Egyptian occultism and the modern Hermeticism of Hegel and others. Instead of conceiving words as carrying literal occult power, words come to be seen as carrying a kind of existential empowerment. The ideal of Hermetic theosophy becomes the formulation of a complete speech, teleis logos, perfect discourse or perhaps encyclopedic discourse, which means, of course, circular discourse. When acquired, the complete speech, which concerns the whole of reality, will radically transform and empower the life of the enlightened one. So Hegel writes in a fragment preserved by Rosenkrantz, every individual is a blind link in the chain of absolute necessity, along which the world develops. Every individual can raise himself to domination over a great length of this chain only if he realizes the goal of this great necessity and, by virtue of this knowledge, learns to speak the magic words which evoke its shape. Knowledge of how to simultaneously absorb and elevate oneself beyond the total energy of suffering and antithesis that has dominated the world and all forms of its development for thousands of years. This knowledge can be gathered from philosophy alone. 27 H. S. Harris, Hegel's Development, Volume 2, Neidnugds, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1983, 291 ff 28. Von Dung, Hermeticism and the Search for a Universal Science. In Science, Pseudoscience, and Utopianism in Early Modern Ed. Stephen McKnight, Columbia, University of Missouri Press, 1992, 29. Copenhagen, 16-17, emphasis added. 30. Karl Rosenkranz. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel's Leben, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftlich Buchgesellschaft, 1969, 141. The fragment is referred to by Harris and Knox as the supposed conclusion of the system of ethical life. Chs. Harris and T. M. Knox, SCV Ethical Life GND First Philosoph Press, 1979, 178. Bevy of Spirit, Albany, State University of Copyrighted Material Introduction 13. Another parallel between Hermeticism and Hegel is the analysis of the divine into a set of modes or moments. Hermeticists do not rest content with the idea of an unknowable God. Instead, they seek to penetrate the divine mystery. They hold that it is possible to know God in a piecemeal fashion, by coming to understand the different aspects of the divine. The best example is Kabbalism, both in its Jewish and Christian forms. Lull, Bruno, Paracelsus, Bohm, Ettinger, and many others in the Hermetic tradition hold this belief. Another parallel between Hermeticism and Hegel is the doctrine of internal relations. For the Hermeticists, the cosmos is not a loosely connected, or to use Hegelian language, externally related set of particulars. Rather, everything in the cosmos is internally related, bound up with everything else. Even though the cosmos may be hierarchically arranged, there are forces that cut across and unify all the levels. Divine powers understood variously as energy or light pervade the whole. This principle is most clearly expressed in the so-called Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, which begins with the famous lines "as above, so below." This maxim became the central tenet of Western occultism, for it laid the basis for a doctrine of the unity of the cosmos through sympathies and correspondences between its various levels. The most important implication of this doctrine is the idea that man is the microcosm, in which the whole of the macrocosm is reflected. Self-knowledge, therefore, leads necessarily to knowledge of the whole. To summarize, the doctrines of the Hermetica that became enduring features of the Hermetic tradition can be enumerated as follows. 1. God requires creation in order to be God. 2. God is in some sense completed or has a need fulfilled through contemplation of Him. 3. Illumination involves capturing the whole of reality in a complete, encyclopedic speech. 4. Man can perfect himself through gnosis, he becomes empowered through the possession of the complete speech. 5. Man can know the aspects or moments of God. 6. An initial stage of purification in which the initiate is purged of false intellectual standpoints is required before the reception of the true doctrine. 7. The universe is an internally related whole pervaded by cosmic. To make clear the parallels between these doctrines and Hegel's, here is a preview of what I will be arguing in the rest of this book. 1. Hegel holds that God's being involves creation, the subject matter of his philosophy of nature. Nature is a moment of God's being. 2. Hegel holds that God is in some sense completed or actualized through the intellectual activity of mankind. Philosophy is the final stage in the actualization of absolute spirit. Hegel holds the 31. Fouden, T.B. Egyptian Hermes, 77. Copyrighted Material 14 Introduction Circular conception of God and of the cosmos I referred to earlier, involving God returning to himself and truly becoming God through man. 3. Hegel's philosophy is encyclopedic. He aims to end philosophy, for all intents and purposes, by capturing the whole of reality in a complete, circular speech. 4. Hegel believes that we rise above nature and become masters of our own destiny through the profound gnosis provided by his SYS 5. Hegel's logic is an attempt to know the aspects or moments of God as a system of ideas. In a famous passage of RHE Science of Logic, Hegel states that the logic is to be understood as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought. This realm is truth as it is without veil and in its own absolute nature. It can therefore be said that this content is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit. Miller, 50, WL1, 33-34. 6. Hegel's phenomenology of spirit represents, in the Hegelian system, an initial stage of purification in which the would-be philosopher is purged of false intellectual standpoints so that he might receive the true doctrine of absolute knowing, logic nature spirit. 7. Hegelian account of nature rejects Rhe philosophy of mechanism. He upholds what the followers of Bradley would later call a doctrine of internal relations, as against the typical, modern mechanistic understanding of things in terms of external relations. 4. Hegel, a metaphysical view. Given the evidence for Hegel's place in the hermetic tradition, it seems surprising that so few Hegel scholars acknowledge it. The topic is often dismissed as unimportant or uninteresting. It is neither. Usually, it is treated as relevant only to Hegel youth, which is false. Surely one reason for this attitude is disciplinary specialization. Few scholars of the history of philosophy ever study Hermetic thinkers. Another reason is the recent tendency among influential Hegel scholars to argue that it is wrong-headed to treat Hegel as having any serious interest in metaphysics or theology at all, let alone the sort of exotic metaphysics and theology that we find in Hermeticism. This is the so-called non-metaphysical reading of Hegel. As Cyril Oregon has pointed out, it goes hand in hand with an anti-theological reading. And for instance, David Kolb writes, I want most of all to preclude the idea that Hegel provides a cosmology including the discovery of a wondrous new superentity, a cosmic self or a world soul or a supermind. But this is exactly what Hegel does. The phrase non-metaphysical reading seems to have originated with Klaus Hartmann, who, in his influential 1972 article Hegel, A Non-Metaphysical View, identified Hegel's system as a hermeneutic of Kate 32. See Cyril Oregon. The Heterodox Hegel, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1994, 86. 33. David Kolb, Critique of Pure Modernity, Hegel, Heidegger and After, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1986, 42-43. Copyrighted material. Introduction. 15 Gories. Other well-known proponents of Hartmann's approach include Kenley Royce Dove, William Maker, Terry Pinkard, and Richard Dine. The non-metaphysical/anti-theological reading relies on ignoring or explaining away the many frankly metaphysical, cosmological, theological, and theosophical passages in Hegel's writings and lectures. Thus the non-metaphysical reading is less an interpretation of Hegel than a revision. Its advocates sometimes admit this. Hartmann, for instance, but more often than not they offer their reading in opposition to other interpretations of what Hegel meant. It is, furthermore, no accident that the same authors finish out their interpretation by tacking a left-wing politics onto Hegel, for they are, in fact, the intellectual heirs of the 19th century young Hegelians who also gave non-metaphysical, anti-theological interpretations of Hegel. The non-metaphysical reading is simply Hegel shorn of everything offensive to the modern, secular, liberal mind. This does not, however, imply that I am offering an alternative right Hegelian reading of Hegel. I am simply reading Hegel. In doing, I hope to contribute to the nonpartisan, historical, and textual analysis of Hegeli thought called for by Louis Dupré. Such a reading, I am convinced, places Hegel's philosophy squarely in the tradition of classical metaphysics. In this view, I am in accord with the broadly onto theological interpretation of Hegel offered by Martin Heidegger, who coined the term, and by such scholars as Walter Jaschke, Emil Fackenheim, Cyril Oregon, Malcolm Clark, Albert Chappell, Claude Bruyère, and Iwan Ljan. Onto theology refers to 34. Klaus Hartmann, view, in Hegel, a Collect McIntyre, Notre Dame, University of Sion of Critical Essays, ed. Notre Dame Press, 1972, 124. 35. Non-metaphysical/anti-theological readers of Hegel must somehow explain passages such as the is the one and only object of phi, its concern is to occupy itself with God, to apprehend everything, to lead everything back to Him, as well as to derive particular from God and to justify everything only insofar as its stems is, within mind of God. Percentuous its relationship with Him, lives by his radiance and has high is theology, and is of itself the service of, LPR 184, VPR 36. Louis Dupré, Foreword to, Heterodox Hegel, 9. 37. Martin Ontological Constitution of Metaphor HYSTCS in Identity and Trans. Joonstomba *, New of and Peter Hodge 1990, Die Religionsbeels, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1983, Speculative Anthropologic Criticism of Role 1, A.M.E. Fackenheim, The Religious, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 967, Malcolm and a Study Hague, Marty Neusnighoff, 1971, Albert Chappell, Hegel et Zion, 3 volumes. Paris, Editions Universitaires, 1964-71, Claude Bruyère, Logique et Religion Ilgen, Dialb Blossopra Hegel also Contemplative Gotzelbra, Bern, Frani, 1946. Copyrighted material 16 Introduction The Equation of Being, God, and Logos. Account of the Absolute is structurally identical to Aristotle's account of being as substance, ousia it is the most real, independent, and self-sufficient thing that is. Hegel identifies the Absolute with God, and does so both in his public statements, his books and lectures, and in his private notes and with a straight face, without winking at us. Hegel does not offer the categories of his logic as mere hermeneutic devices but as eternal forms, moments or aspects of the divine mind, absolute idea. He treats nature as expressing the divine ideas in imperfect form. He speaks of a world soul and uses it to explain how dowsing and animal magnetism work. He structures his entire philosophy around the Christian Trinity, and claims that with Christianity the principle of speculative philosophy was revealed to mankind. He tells us again with a straight face that the state is God on earth. I see no reason not to take Hegel at his word on any of this. I am interested only in what Hegel thought, not in what he ought to have thought. To be sure, Hegel's appropriation of classical metaphysics and Christianity is transformative. Hegel is no ordinary believer. But his metaphysical and religious commitments are not exoteric. He believes that his absolute and world soul, and so forth, are real beings. They are just not real in the sense in which traditional, pious picture thinking conceives of them if Hegel departs from the metaphysical tradition in 38. In a July 1826, letter to Friedrich August Gottfried TT 101 UC, 1799-1877, Hegel writes, I am a Lutheran, and through philosophy have been at once confirmed in Lutheranism. See Hegel, Letters, trans. Clark Butler Christie and Sealer, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1984, 520, cf. Johannes Hofmeister, Berteffer von Und and Hegel, 4 volumes. Hamburg, Felix Meiner 1952-61. Hofmeister numbers the letters. This is number henceforth. References to Hegel's letters will be written as follows: Butler, 520, Hofmeister #5142. In 1826 a small controversy erupted in Berlin when a attendantly lectures complained to the government about statements made by Hegel. Hegel responded, should Allah suit be because of remarks I have made from the podium before Catholic they would have to blame only themselves at a Protestant university under a Profeshaverne baptized and raised a Lutheran, which he still is and shall remain, c. 532. In an 1829 review of K.F. Gospel, Apparismen aber nicht wissen und absolutes Wissen im Verhältnis zur Christlichen Glaubenserkenntnis, Hegel makes it clear that he is pleased to have his work regarded as a Christian P. Berliners Spriften, 1818-1831, ed. Eva Moldehoer and Karl Marcus M. Main, Surkamp, 1986. 39. In the lectures on the Historieulphilosophie, Hegel notes that the Arians, since they did not recognize in Christ, did away with the idea of the Trinity, and consequently with the principle of Ekulen Philosopht, EHP 320. J. N. Findlay writes that, Hegel's system may in fact regarded as an attempt to see the Christian mysteries in everything whatever, every natural process, every form of human activity, and every logical transition. Hegel, A Re-Examination, 40. In the Encyclopedia Logic, H.I. writes of picture thinking, finding itself displaced into the pure realm the concept, it does not know where in the world it, ls 3, Genets, 27. Copyrighted material Introduction 17 Anything, it is in dispensing with its false modesty. Hegel does not claim to be merely searching for truth. He claims that he has found it. 5. The of this B00K in this book I will be concerned to do two things, 1. To demonstrate the influence of the Hermetic tradition on Hegel by way of remarks made in his texts and lectures, works he is known to have had access to, and individuals he is known to have corresponded with or met. 2. To situate Hegel's thought within the Hermetic tradition, to show that Hegel self-consciously appropriated and aligned himself with Hermeticism, to show that Hegel's thought can best be understood as Hermetic. This is the most radical element of what will emerge from my discussion is, I hope, a radically new picture of Hegeli thought. It will no longer be possible to treat him as an arch-rationalist, as many still do, let alone to read him in a non-metaphysical or anti-theological manner. Chapter is devoted to an overview of the Hermetic tradition up until the 17th century, dealing mainly with Germany. Chapter 2 starts with the early 17th century and covers up to and including Hegel's youth. I will be concerned in Chapter 2 mainly with the intellectual milieu Hegel was born into. Chapter 3 is central to my account. It presents an overall interpretation of Hegel and thought in light of his Hermetic connections. Chapters 4 through 7 cover Hegel's major writings. In these chapters, I will not be concerned to present an intellectual biography of Hegel. Such a work has already been written by H. S. Harris, and I do not intend to try to surpass it. The study is text-censored, although I have sketched in important details about Hegel's life throughout. In terms of my treatment of Hegel's intellectual development, I have not made fine distinctions between stages in his thinking. Developmental readings which speak of early and late periods in a thinker's life very often stem from an inability to see the underlying identity or common tie between texts which are superficially different, example in their use of different philosophical vocabularies. In the case of great thinkers like Plato, Aristotle, and Hegel, I think that there is very little development. Great minds do not, for the most part, change, though in Chapter 7 one will discuss one important way in which I believe Hegel did change his mind, and his allegiances. The different works produced by great philosophers over a lifetime are usually variations on a theme, or themes. To borrow Hegeli language, one must learn to see the identity in difference. Copyrighted material part The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Chapter 121. A brief overview of the Hermetic tradition. The earliest Hermeticists. This chapter presents a brief account of the major figures and movements in the Hermetic tradition up to the end of the 17th century, with special attention given to thinkers Hegel read and discussed thinkers who were part of, or influenced, the Hermetic tradition in Germany. Chapter 2 will be primarily devoted to the Hermetic context of Hegeli early development. The first major philosopher who shows signs of Hermetic influence is Proclus, 412–85. Speaking of Proclus in his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel refers to the Corpus Hermeticum. Proclus studied everything pertaining to the mysteries, the Orphic hymns, the writings of Hermes, Die Schriften des Hermes, and religious institutions of every kind, so that, wherever he went, he understood the ceremonies of the pagan worship better than the priests who were placed there for the purpose of performing them. LHP 2:433, Werke 19:467. Hegel admires Proclus as a profoundly speculative man and states that with him the Neoplatonic philosophy has at last reached a more systematic order. EHP 2:434, 435, Werke 19:46s, 469. What Hegel seems to admire chiefly in Proclus is his use of the dialectic and the triadic form. Proclus attempts co-demonstrate, according to Hegel, the many as one and the one as many, and how all determinations, and particularly that of multiplicity, are resolved into themselves and return into unity. LHP 2:436, Werke 19:470. What Proclus adds to the Plotinian system is teleology. Plotinus, like Rhe Hermeticists, offers a circular account of the cosmos as emanating from the one and then returning back to it through the speculative activity of the philosopher. Unlike the Hermeticists, however, he also holds that the one is entirely self-sufficient and emanates the world not out of need, but out of superabundance. Thus the one is in no way completed by the return. Proclus, however, follows the Hermetica in teaching that the one must emanate creation in order to be complete. According to Hegel, Proclus's philosophy displays the self-development of the one, LHP 2:435, Werke 19:470. Hegel describes in detail the three spheres, each complete in self, which constitute the moments of the one, LHP 2:440, Werke 19:474. In short, Hegel sees much of himself in Proclus. Copyrighted material 22. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. As Antoine Favre notes, from the end of the Roman world until the Renaissance, the Latin Asclepius was the only portion of the Corpus Hermeticum available in the West. During this period of nearly 1,000 years, the primary transmission of Hermetic ideas to Europe was through alchemy. During the Middle Ages, Hermes Trismegistus was given as the author of scores of occult works, and even medical texts. Prominent among this pseudo-Hermetic literature were the various Arabic texts attributed to Hermes. The most famous of these works was the Emerald Tablet. A very short work, about a page long, it was nevertheless extremely influential, particularly on alchemy. According to the text, Apollonius of Tyana discovered the tomb of Hermes Trismegistus and, inside, an engraved emerald tablet still clutched in his gnarled hands. The text of the tablet then follows. It consists of 12 propositions. The initial one is the most famous, LN truth certainly and without doubt, whatever is below is like that which is above, and whatever is above is like that which is below, to accomplish the miracles of one thing. Others are clearly alchemical in nature, separate the earth from the fire and the subtle from the gross, softly and with great patience. Z. The oldest known version of the Emerald Tablet dates from the 8th century AD. Arab Spain functioned as a conduit for this and other Islamic Hermetic texts to Christian Europe. In the late 12th century, a book appeared in Western Europe entitled Book of Propositions or Rules of Gneology, said to be by the philosopher Trismegistus, also known as the Book of 24 Philosophers. It contained 24 propositions, the second of which subsequently enjoyed a long career, borrowed by a succession of other authors. God is an infinite sphere whose center is everywhere, and whose circumference is nowhere. As Brian Copenhaver notes, this work became a favorite of Albertus Magnus and his student Thomas Aquinas. Aquinas was supposed to have authored a work in which it was claimed that Abel, Rhe son of Adam, carved esoteric teachings on stones, which then passed into the hands of Hermes Trismegistus, and then to Thomas. Among the Hermetic thinkers of the High Middle Ages whom I shall discuss later in the text are Joachim de Fiore, 1135-1202, a Calabrian monk who developed a mystical theory of history that came to exercise an influence on German Pietism, and Hegel, Ramon Lull, 1235-1316, who was perhaps the first individual to develop a systematic science for the achievement of pansopia universal wisdom, and Meister Eckhart, ca. 1260 ca. 1327, one of the fathers of the German mystical tradition. The Hermetic tradition 23. The first significant German figure who can be called Hermetic is Albertus Magnus, 1193-1206-1280, the teacher of Thomas Aquinas. Albert was a renowned alchemist who mentions Hermes Trismegistus by name in 23 of his writings. Another of his students, Dietrich of Freiburg, also known as Theodoric of Freiburg, ca. 1250-311, melded Albertian alchemical theory with the Neoplatonism of Proclus. Dietrich held a version of emanation theory in which a transcendent God gives rise to the One. Contra Plotinus, he identified the One with the logos that informs all the levels of creation, including man, the image of the One. The 14th century in Germany, known as the century of heresy, witnessed a tremendous flowering of mysticism. Virtually no centers of higher learning existed in Germany until the 14th century, and as a consequence it was necessary for German thinkers to go to Italy and France to be educated. Thus, among other things, hermetic philosophy, which had seeped into France and Italy through Arabic Spain, gradually found its way into Germany. The Rhineland was already a haven for free thinkers and mystics. The region produced its own homegrown mysticism in the form of the so-called Frauenmystik, which included figures such as Hildegard of Bingen, 1098–1179. Her Book of Divine Works, 1163–73, includes the memorable image of creation as an act of God making countless mirrors in which to behold too. Meister Eckhart Johannes Eckhart, better known as Meister Eckhart, was born in Hochheim near Gotha about 1260 and died about 1327. No one has demonstrated direct hermetic influences on Eckhart, but his thought exhibits certain hermetic features and was co-opted by German hermeticists in later times. Eckhart's significance for German philosophy and intellectual culture in general cannot be overstressed. Ernst Benz writes that the German language of the High Middle Ages was essentially poetic. German literature of the Middle Ages was the literature of the Minnesang, of the troubadours, of the Heldenlied, of epic songs such as the Nibelungenlied, which means that it was a language of images, allegories, parables, not a language of abstract concepts and philosophical and logical terms. There was no philosophical terminology in the German language, and there were no German translations of Latin philosophical or theological treatises. The German language of the Middle Ages did not take part in the scholastic development of philosophy, theology, and the sciences. It is only with Meister Eckhart that all this changed. 6. Louis Whitebeck, Early German, Cambridge, Mass., Harvard University Press, 1969, 39. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Eckhart was a Dominican monk and university professor, initially at Paris and then at Cologne. Part of his duties in Cologne consisted in preaching to convents of Dominican nuns. The sisters did not know Latin, and so Eckhart was forced to translate Latin philosophical and theological terms into German. For instance, Eckhart was the first to translate the Latin Actualitas as Wirklichkeit. Given the rather unusual nature of his thought, he was also forced to employ words in an uncommon way, and to employ metaphors and images of all kinds. Thus, words like abyss, Abgrundel took on philosophical or mystical meaning. For the first time, through Eckhart, philosophy began to speak German. Benz writes that Meister Eckhart is indeed the creator of a new German philosophical and theological terminology, and since his own theology was a mystical one, founded on mystical experiences and intuitions, it is truly with mystical speculation that philosophical speculation in German began. Eckhart preached that intelligery, knowing, is the basic attribute of the divine. Like Aristotle's unmoved mover, Eckhart's God thinks his own thought, but unlike Aristoteli's God, Eckhart's is thoroughly involved with the world. In fact, it is hard to see where the difference between God and the world is to be drawn at all for Eckhart, for he taught that apart from God there is nothing like so many mystics. Eckhart conceived God as the coincidence of opposites. By collapsing the distinction between God and world, Eckhart obviously opened himself up to the charge of pantheism, but actually his philosophy is much more radical than simple pantheism. In his 10th sermon, Eckhart preached that just as a son requires a father to give him existence, so the Father is not Father without the Son. Similarly, God would not be God without creation. God must create to actualize his nature. This is one of the innovations of the Hermetica. Just as in Hegel more than 500 years later, God the Father is conceived as abstract and incomplete apart from Na9. Ibid 10. Benz gives as examples of philosophical terms German mysticism Abbild, Anspauung, Bild, Bildbaftigkeit, Insbesondergründen, Erkennen, Erkenntnis, Form, Gestalt, Grund, Einheit, das Nichts, ich.lcb nicht die Nichtigkeit sen das sind l, Regrund, Vernunft, Vernunftigkeit, aetn, Verstigkeit, Verstandke, Eckhart. Sermon 21, in J. M. Clark. Meister Eckhart, An Introduction to the Study of His Works with an Anthology of His Sermons, London, Thomas Nelson and Sons, 1957, 230. 11. In the Philosophy of Spirit, in one of the Zusätze. Hegel remarks that according to Christianity, God has revealed himself through Christ, his only begotten Son. Picture thinking takes this proposition to mean that Christ is merely the organ of this revelation, as if that which is revealed is something other than the source of the revelation. However, the true meaning of the proposition is rather that God has revealed that his nature consists in having a Son, i.e., to differentiate, to limit himself, yet to remain with himself in his difference, to contemplate and reveal himself in the Son, and through this unity with the Son, through this being for self in the other, to be absolute very content of copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 25 Tour. Nature or creation is the Son. The return of the Son to the Vater is the Holy Spirit, and, again as in Hegel, this specifically denotes mankind. In Sermon 12 Eckhart declares, when all creatures pronounce his name, God comes into being. 1z. God requires mankind to complete the circle of his being. We can fulfill this function because, as a part of nature, we too are the Son and possess a divine spark within us. Sermon 20. To find this spark, affirm its existence, and strive to develop and increase the divine within us, is to hold up a mirror to creation. The logos informing the world can reflect on itself through human self-knowledge. Eckhart writes, if I had not been, there would have been no God. Sermon Human self-reflection is the actualization of God. Eckhart comes quite close in many places to affirming that man is God. He writes in one place, the soul cannot bear to have anything above it. I believe that it cannot bear to have even God above it. If he is not in the soul, and the soul is not as good as he, it can never be at ease. Not surprisingly, in July 1326 Eckhart was brought up on charges of heresy, but he was subsequently cleared. The charges were reopened the following year, however, but Eckhart died before anything came of it. In 1329 a papal bull, in Agro Domenico, condemned a number of Eckhardt's theses. As a consequence, Eckhart's pupils were frightened into retreating from some of their master's more speculative ideas. At least Pub Franz von Bader reports that he heard Hegel exclaim, upon reading a certain passage in Eckhart, De Baben wir ja, was wir wollen. There, indeed, we have what we Hegel quotes Eckhart not once in his published writings, and only once in his 1824 lectures on the philosophy of religion. The eye with which God sees me is the same eye by which I see him, my eye and his eye are one and the same. In righteousness I am weighed in God and he in me. If God did not exist nor would L, if I did not exist nor would he, LPR. Quite a number of authors have attempted to argue for the decisive Clark, Meister Eckhart, 184, quoted in Beck. Early German Philosophy, 52. 13. In Karl Rosenkranz's discussion of Hegel's early Jena Philosoph of Spirit, he writes, Hegel still loved, even now, as we already saw above, in first position of metaphysics, the triangle fragment see chapter 31, to present the creation of the universe as the utterance of the absolute word, and the return of the universe into itself as the understanding of the word, so that nature and history become the medium between the and the understanding of the word, a medium which itself, as Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben. 193. Meister Eckhart, a modern translation, trans. Raymond Bernard Blakeney, New York, Harper and Brothers, 1941, 231. 15. Ibid 163. 16. Beck. Early German Philosophy, 46. 17. Gunther Nicolin. Ed. Hegel in Bergspten seiner Zeitgenossen, Hamburg, Felix Miner, 1970, 261. 18. This is actually a quilt quotation made up of lines from several of Eckhari's sermons. Certainly the reference to the concept looks suspiciously like an Hegelian interpolation. Copyrighted material 26. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Influence of Eckhart on Hegel. Such arguments have been based partly on the fact that we know Hegel to have read Eckhart in the years 1795-99 but they are mainly based on the striking parallels between Hegel's language and Eckhart's. At one point in the encyclopedia, Hegel writes, "God is God only insofar as he knows himself. This self-knowledge is, further, a self-consciousness in man and man's knowledge of God, which becomes man's self-knowledge in God." PSS 564, Wallace, 298. I shall return to the issue of Hegel's debt to Eckhart in Chapter 7. 3. Nicholas of Cusa. Nicholas of Cusa, 1401-64, is another mystic whose influence on the Hermetic tradition was important. He stands also as a transitional figure between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Forgotten by mainstream philosophy until the 19th century, Cusa influenced such figures in the Hermetic counter-tradition as Bruno Z2. As a young man, Cusa was educated by the Brothers of the Common Life at Deventer. There, as Ernst Cassirer writes, for the first time, Cusa was touched by the spirit of German mysticism in all its speculative depth and in its moral and religious force. Gerard Groot, the founder of the Brotherhood, was associated with Rosbrock, who was profoundly influenced by Eckhart. Like Eckhart, Cusa would teach that God is the coincidence of opposites. He was also the first author to refer to God as absolutum. Indeed, Cassirer writes that in many places, Cusa seems to do nothing more than repeat thoughts that belong to the solid patrimony of medieval mysticism. Cusa constantly refers to the sources of this mysticism, especially to the writings of Meister Eckhart and the Pseudo-Dionysius. Cusa also held the perennial Hermetic mystical doctrine of internal relations, important for German idealism, with which the term is associated the view that everything is involved with or connected to everything else. Cusa is most famous for his doctrine of learned ignorance, which he 19. Benz, Mystical Sources, Ernst Lichtenstein, von Meister Eckhart bis Hegel. Ritter, Erlksmundritik 260-98, Cyril Oregon, Hegelian Philosophy of Religion and Mysticism in New Perspectives on Hegel's Philosophy, Religion, ed. Iradox Hegel, G. Raffs, Lebensformen des Geistes, Meister Eckhart und Hegel, in Kant Studier. Supple, No. 86, 1966, W. Schultz, Der Einfluss der Deutschen Mystik auf Hegels Philosophik, in Theologie Wirklichkeit, Kiel. Lutherisk. Verler-Selschaffer, 1969, 147-77, 20. C. Oregon, Hegelian Philosophy of Religion and Eckhartianism 110, also C. H. S. Harris, Hegel's Development, Volume 1, Tord, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1972, 230. Beck, Early German 58. 22. Ernst Cassirer, Indy and the Cosmos in Renaissance Libilos *y, trans. Mario Dumendi, New York, Harper and Row, 1963, 33. 23. Ibid, 8. Copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 27 set forth in a work of the same name, 1440. Learned ignorance involves knowing that we do not know God, meaning, technically, that we can predicate nothing univocally of God. We can know God through a series of contradictory predicates, hence God as coincidence of opposites, but this sort of knowledge, of course, seems thoroughly paradoxical to our limited human capacities. For instance, Nicholas asserts in Of Learned Ignorance that God is both maximum and minimum, since to be the maximum is to be everything that can be, in the fullest sense, God as maximum must also be as small as he can be, and hence minimum CUSA understood the relation of God to world in terms of the first two persons of the Trinity, Creator is to creature as Father is to Son. Holy Spirit constitutes the unity of these two. As the identity of unity and plurality, God must contain the whole wealth of existence contracted into himself. To say that all things are contracted into God means that every individual thing has its meaning or significance through its relation to the whole, and thus, as noted earlier, everything is bound up with and related to everything else. To CUSA, this was equivalent to saying that every individual thing is itself the universe, contracted into one set of relations knitted together at one unique point in the cosmos. So the parallel to Leibniz' doctrine of monads is obvious. Thus, we find in CUSA a situation quite similar to Eckhart, where the distinction between God and world has been collapsed in the very process of upholding the transcendence or otherness of God. CUSA also taught that the mind of man is structurally isomorphic with the mind of God. The major difference between human men's and divine is that while God creates things with his mind, we create only images or ideas of things. God creates an actual world, whereas man creates a mental world, a world of ideas. We can, however, through physical labor, bring our ideas to fruition in reality with exactitude, through our use of mathematics. There is, then, an analogy between man and God, and CUSA is not shy about exploiting it and treating man as a little god. In Division DEI, 1453, CUSA takes advantage of the ambiguity of the phrase the vision of God to make a truly mystical point, very much in line with Eckhart and also with the Hermetic tradition. For CUSA, God's vision and our vision of God are one and the same. This is an idea we find in Eckhart. The same knowing in which God knows himself is none other than the knowing of each detached God reveals himself in a multiplicity of points of view. What God is can only be approached somehow through an insight into the many individual thoughts of or on God, into which God has specified himself. Thus our vision of God is God's vision of himself. To open ourselves to the divine is to open ourselves to the particularity through which the divine 24. Nicholas of CUSA, of Learned Ignorance, trans. Germain Heron, New Haven, Con, Yale University Press, 1954, 25. CUSA, Learned Ignorant TE, 82. 26 Eckhart, in Die Besweeplichkeit, in Deutsche und Leitnisbanwerke, Volume T, ed. Joseph Quint, Stuttgart, Kohlhammer, 1963, 162. Copyrighted material 28. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship unfolds. In the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel writes that the Absolute must be conceived in the whole wealth of the developed form. Then is it conceived and expressed as an actuality. Miller, N. pg. 15j. Again, this is the same Hermetic doctrine of God requiring creation, and specifically man, for his actualization. It is the doctrine that flowers fully in the Böhmen Hegelian theosophy. Louis Whitebeck notes in his early German philosophy that quasi theory of the polarity but unity of man, God, and nature is elaborated by Schelling, who, we know, was actually influenced by reading Nicholas. Beck also makes the claim that the Naturphilosophy of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, as well as theosophy and Protestant mysticism, have their roots in CUSA. However, Hegel never mentions CUSA anywhere in his published writings or in his lectures. For Renaissance and Reformation in 1460, 14 out of the 15 philosophical Hermetica were brought to Florence from Macedonia by a monk employed by Cosimo de' Medici to locate manuscripts for him. Remarkably, Cosimo ordered Marsilio Ficino, 1433–99, to interrupt the translation he was preparing of Platt dialogues to begin work immediately on a Latin translation of the Corpus Hermeticum. Ficino's translation, entitled Poemander, after the first of the treatises, and printed for the first time in 1471, had an incredibly wide circulation. It went through 16 editions up until the end of the 16th century. In the preface to Poemander, Ficino presented his own genealogy of wisdom, which he culled from a variety of sources, including the Church Fathers Augustine, Lactantius, and Clement. It began with Hermes Trismegistus and Zoroaster, and traced a direct line to Plato. Subsequent to his translation of the Hermetica, Ficino developed his own magical philosophy of occult correspondences, described in detail by Yeats in Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic tradition. The next major event in the history of Hermeticism was the rediscovery by Europeans of the Jewish Kabbalah after the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. Jewish trade and social networks served as a conduit for Kabbalistic teachings. I shall discuss the Kabbalah at length in chapters 5 and 7. First to make significant use of the Kabbalah was Pico della Mirandola, 1463–94. Pico, a younger contemporary of Ficino, joined Kabbalah and Hermeticism in the words of Antoine Favre, through the basic theme of creation through the word. Yeats writes that for the Renaissance mind, which loved symmetrical arrangements, there was a certain parallelism between the writings of Hermes Trismegistus, the 27. B. Early German Philosophy, 71. 28. David Walsh notes that although there is no evidence that Hegel ever read Cusa, he was indeed influenced by him through J. G. Hamann and Boehme and Hegel, 326. See also Joseph Stallmach, Das Absolute und die Dialektik Bekusenes im Vergleich zu Hegel, Scholastic 3929. Favre, Eternal Hermes, 98. Copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 29. Egyptian Moses, and Kabbalah, which was a Jewish mystical tradition supposed to have been handed down orally from Moses himself. With Pico, who acquired numerous followers, the tradition of Christian Kabbalism begins. In 1486, Pico, at the tender age of 23, went to Rome with 900 theses, precepts derived, he claimed, from the perennial philosophy of the ages. He hoped to debate the theses in public. Instead, he created such a scandal that he was forced to publish an apology in 1487. Along with the apology, he published the famous oration on the dignity of man, in which the man as magus thesis is argued for most eloquently. The oration opens with the famous lines from Asclepius' Great Wonder, Asclepius, is man. Johannes Reuchlin, 1455–1522, also called Kapnian, was one of the great figures of the Renaissance in Germany. Reuchlin was a Swabian, a fact that Hegel himself was careful to note. He studied for a time in Italy and made the acquaintance of Pico della Mirandola. Reuchlin subsequently became a Christian Kabbalist himself and did even more than Pico to promote study of the Kabbalah in the Christian world. Reuchlin's first Kabbalist work, De Furbo Mirifico, appeared in 1494. His De Arte Kabbalistica, 1517, was the first in-depth study of the Kabbalah by a Gentile author. During the 23 years that separated Reuchlin's two major works, many more Kabbalist treatises had come to light, which Reuchlin was able to utilize in writing De Arte Kabbalistica. In this later work, Reuchlin refers to the Kabbalah as an alchemy transforming external perceptions into internal, then into images, opinion, reason, intuition, spirit, and, finally, light. As Joseph Blau has written, from time no writer who touched on Kabbalism with any thoroughness did so without using him as a source. Reuchlin's work did much to increase study of the Kabbalah. As Ernst Benz notes, his ideas were preserved in the circles of Swabian theosophical scholars. In his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel praises Reuchlin for single-handedly rescuing Hebrew philosophy from the flames. There was in hand a project to destroy all Hebrew books in Germany by an imperial decree. Reuchlin deserves great credit for having prevented this. LHP 3113, Werke 2015. Reuchlini vision of a congruity between the Greek, Jewish, and Muslim traditions would become a cornerstone of Hermetic thought in the next 2 centuries, especially as espoused by the Rosicrucian movement. The same year that De Arte Kabbalistica was published, Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the Castle Church at Wittenberg on October 31 or November I. The Catholic Church had not been particularly tolerant of Hermeticism, as the cases of Pico and Bruno illustrate. 30. Yates, Giordano Bruno, 84. Masters, Renaissance Kabbalah in Modern Esoteric Spirituality, 31. G. ed. Antoine Vre and Jacob Needleman, New York Crossroad, 1995, 142. 32 Joseph Leon Blau. NECBR, Stian Interpretation Kabbalah in TBC Renaissance, New York, Columbia University Press, 1944, 60. 33 Benz, Mystical Sources, 47. Copyrighted material 30 The Sorcerer's Apprentice IP and the Lutherans were a little better. During the 16th century, Lutheranism was a considerable impediment to the dissemination of Hermetic philosophy in Germany, but it spread widely nonetheless. Luther himself, although he rejected mystical excesses, incorporated vivid quasi-mystical imagery in his sermons. Commenting on Luther's condemnation of Aristotle for rejecting Platt theory of ideas, Louis Whitebeck writes, "Only if Plato is thought of in terms of Neoplatonism, and Neoplatonism is seen through the eyes of Christian mystics, is such a strange judgment intelligible at all in a man like Luther." H. Oddly enough, though, Luther had nothing but praise for alchemy. "The science of alchemy I like very well, indeed, it is truly the natural philosophy of the ancients. I like it not only for the many uses it has in decorating metals and in distilling and subliming herbs and liquors, but also for the sake of the allegory and secret signification, which is exceedingly fine, touching the resurrection of the dead at the last day. For, as in a furnace the fire retracts and separates from a substance the other portions, and carries upward the spirit, the life, the sap, the strength, while the unclean matter, the dregs, remain at the bottom, like a dead and worthless carcass, even so God, at the day of judgment, will separate all things through fire, and righteous from the ungodly." Still, Luther's followers were not entirely pleased with the next major figure of German Hermeticism, Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, called Paracelsus, 1493–1541. Alchemy, whether in its practical or mystical form, flourished in Germany, and Paracelsus is definitely the most significant figure in the history of German alchemy. In his own time Paracelsus' name became inseparably linked with alchemy, and his doctrines, as well as others often erroneously attributed to him, exercised a great influence over esoteric philosophy in Germany. Hegel drew on Paracelsus in composing his philosophy of nature, though in the lectures on the history of philosophy he compares him unfavorably with Bohm, stating that Paracelsus was much more confused, and without Bohm's profundity of mind, LHP 3:191, Werke 20:94. I shall discuss Paracelsus more fully in Chapter 6. 5. Agrippa. Of almost equal importance with Paracelsus was Henricus Cornelius Agrippa von Netzheim, 1486–1535. Agrippa is most famous for his massive work TB Occult Philosophy, De Occulta Philosophia, written sometime after 1510 and published in 1533. The occult philosophy was an attempt at a complete synthesis of Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, and Kabbalah. Agrippa had read Ryuklin. Agrippa offered his work as a 36, Early Writings, trans. James Atkin on Lutheran Cross, Constellation, and Crucible. In the Age of Reformation, Ambique's copyrighted material The Hermetic Tradition 31 Remedy for the Chaotic State of Learning in his day. In short, his occult philosophy was to be a realization of the pansophic idea of a super-science. In 1530, Agrippa published The Vanity of the Sciences, De Vanitate Scientiarum. In this work, Agrippa presents himself as a skeptic, launching arguments against the possibility of any knowledge and the efficacy of any of the sciences, including the occult sciences. Vanity of the Sciences widely read by humanists and exercised an influence on Montaigne, among others. 3 years later, however, Agrippa would publish The Occult Philosophy, arguing for Kabbalah as a Prisca theologia and for the power of magic based on Kabbalah. Could Agrippa have simply changed his mind? This is certainly a possible explanation, but not a very satisfying one. As Yates suggests in Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic tradition, Agrippa probably suppressed the occult philosophy for 23 because he realized, quite rightly, that doctrine would be considered dangerous by many. Agrippa's reputation as a black magician, which reached ridiculous extremes after his death, is testament to the legitimacy of this concern. In the interim, he published The Vanity of the Sciences as, perhaps, a kind of safety device. If anyone challenged him on the contents of the occult philosophy, he could always point to the arguments of the Vanity of the Sciences and insist that he was a mere chronicler of occult lore and did not mean to be taken seriously. In other words, the Vanity of the Sciences was Agrippa's exoteric doctrine. Agrippa received his Hermetic education in Italy, under the tutelage of scholars trained in the tradition of Pico and Ficino. In Italy, Agrippa made the acquaintance of Cardinal Egidius of Viterbo and Agostino Ricci, both of whom were interested in using Christian Kabbalah to advance the Catholic Reform movement. Through Cem and others, Agrippa had access to much of the Kabbalist literature, including Reuchlins de Furbo Mirifico. As Yates notes, Agrippa's occult philosophy belongs to the tradition of Christian Kabbalah, because it leads up, in the third book on the super-celestial world, to the presentation of the name of Jesus as now all-powerful, containing all the powers of the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter Hebrew name of God, as is confirmed by Hebrews and Kabbalists skilled in the divine names. Agrippa divides the occult philosophy into three major sections: Natut al-Magic, based on a quasi-Aristotelian physics; celestial magic, based on a Pythagoreanized mathematics; and ceremonial magic, based in 36. Yates, Giordano Bruno. T3T, as Andrew Weeks points out. Agrippa published a revised version of occult philosophy just 2 years prior to his death. C. Weeks, Hildegard of Tuelg. Dwig Wittgenstein, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1993, R23. 37 John Trithemius, Abbot O. St. James of Heroipolis, wrote to Agrippa in 1510 that this one rule I advise you to observe, that you communicate secrets to vulgar friends, but higher and secret to higher, and secret X of occult philosophy, ed. Donald Tyson and Trans. James Freak, St. Paul, Minnesota, Llewellyn Publications, 1995, IVE. I have altered the translation. 38 Yates, Giordano Bruno, 37. Copyrighted material 32 The Sorcerary Apprenticeship, what Agrippa calls theology. Like alchemy, Agrippa's magic is both an art and a philosophy. The theory of natural magic is founded on the doctrine of the four elements. Agrippa draws on Ficino's De Vita Coelitus Comparanda, R. 489, for his account of the occult virtues, which are inculcated in things the rays of the stars, communicating the influences of ideas from world soul. Agrippa then explains how we can use our knowledge of this world system to manipulate occult sympathies. Agrippa divides celestial magic into arithmetic, music, geometry, optics, astronomy, and mechanics. He accepts the Pythagorean claim about the higher reality of number, and thus ranks celestial magic higher than natural magic, which concerns mundane, earthly objects. Basically, Agrippa's celestial magic is a kind of numerology, in which the adept exploits certain numerical correspondences between things. Agrippa gives an account of the symbolic and magical significance of the numbers from 1 to 12. He also includes a discussion of gematria, the science of attaining wisdom and occult prowess through the substitution of numbers for the letters in words of power. For this practice, Hebrew is the most powerful language. There is nothing here that is original with Agrippa. Kabbalists had for centuries practiced gematria, the most famous of them being Abraham Abu Lafia, 1240 ca 1291. There follows an account of the use of celestial images or symbols in magic, primarily in the preparation of talismans. Images of the planets, zodiacal signs, and even demons were to be engraved on certain specially prepared objects and then activated through magic, which can be practiced only by a highly developed adept, who becomes thereby a cooperator with God and can do all things. Euro. Here we are again confronted with the hermetic doctrine of man's divinization, which we have seen in Pico, Eckhart, and shall see again in Bruno, and others. The highest level of magic, however, Agrippa reserves for the third book of the occult philosophy. Ceremonial magic is a practical Kabbalah designed to give the adept divine powers to invoke and manipulate demons and spiritual guides. Agrippa derives much of his account of this spirit world from the Kabbalah. He gives the names of the Sephirot and their significance, and relates each to the angelic powers. Agrippa accepts the standard hermetic microcosm-macrocosm analogy, and so his account of the intelligible structure of the cosmos is also an account of the structure of man. Thus, to master the occult philosophy and become an adept is to attain self-knowledge. Agrippa had a far-flung influence but led a singularly unhappy life and in death was excoriated as an evil necromancer. The legendary character of Dr. Faustus, as well as the tale of the apprentice, were based on him. In 1567, many years after Agrippa's death, a fourth book of 39. J. L. Blau discusses Ryukl.ene use of gematria. See Mao, Sprich's interpretation of Kabbalah, 8. 40 quoted in Yates, Giordano 136. Copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 33. De Occulta Philosophia, of Magical Ceremonies, was published, claiming to be a key to the previous three books. It was denounced by Agrippa pupil Johannes as spurious, and most scholars have accepted that judgment. Curiously, we know from the auction catalogue of Hegel's library, compiled in 1832, that Hegel possessed a copy of that work. 6. Bruno. One of the major thinkers influenced by Agrippa was Giordano Bruno, 1548–1600. Bruno's influence in Germany was significant enough for Hegel to devote a section of his lectures on the history of philosophy to him. Hegel also discusses Ficino and Pico in his lectures, although quite briefly and in no depth. LHP 3:112, Werke. The auction catalogue of Hegel's library reveals that Hegel owned Bruno I works *. Hegel's remarks on Bruno in the lectures fill roughly 18 pages in the Suhrkamp edition of his works. Bruno took Ficino's lily-white, Christianized magic of correspondences and developed it into the basis for a new Hermetic religion. His aim, in fact, was to return Renaissance occultism to its pagan Egyptian roots. Bruno conceived himself as the messiah of this new religion. Its central teaching was a familiar idea, that the is one. This must certainly have appealed to Hegel, for in his school days, he and friends such as Hölderlin adopted a pantheist outlook, their motto being Hen Kai Pan, one and all. I shall discuss this more fully in chapter in his lectures. Hegel refers to Bruno as a noble soul who has a sense of indwelling, and knows the unity of its own being and all being to be the whole life of thought. LHP Werke 2024. Hegel compares Bruno with Proclus, vivith Proclus in the same way the understanding, as substantial, is that which includes all things in its unity. LHP 3:124, Werke 20226. Calling Bruno a very original mind, Hegel states that his philosophy is on the whole certainly Spinozism, pantheism. LHP 3:123, Werke 2025. And, this system of Bruno's is objective Spinozism, and nothing else. One can see how deeply he penetrated. Summarizing this Spinozism pantheism, Hegel writes the main endeavor of Bruno was to represent the all and one, das Allundige, after the method of Lullus, as a system of classes of regular determinations. Hence, in the manner of Proclus he specifies three spheres: first, the original form, Buperigia, as the originator of all forms; secondly, the physical world, which impresses the traces of the ideas on the surface of matter, and multiplies the original picture in countless mirrors set face to face; thirdly, the form of the rational world, which individualizes numerically for the senses the shadows of the ideas, brings them into one. 41. Bereiknister von dem Herrn Dr. Hegel und dem die Arberen Siebeck Binterlassen Buspersam 1832, in the collection of the Staatsbibliothek Preußischer 42. Ibid. 43 Yates, Giordano Bruno, 248. 44 Harris, Toward the Sunlight, 96 Copyrighted material 34 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship and raises them to general conceptions for the understanding. The moments of the original form itself are termed being, goodness, nature or life, and unity. LHP 31 34 35, Werke 20 36, another summary passage employs language strikingly like the later preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, 1807. The unity of life he thus determines as the universal, active understanding, Nogs, which manifests itself as the universal form of all the world, and comprehends all forms in itself. It is the artist within, who shapes and forms the material without. From within the root or the seed grain it makes the shoot come forth, from this again it brings the branches, and from them the twigs, and from out of the twigs it calls forth the buds and leaves and flowers. Imp $124, Werke 2026, cf. Phenomenology of Spirit, Miller, 2, pg. 4. In the end, Hegel, as he does with all of his predecessors, points out the fatal flaws that prevent Bruno from arriving fully at wisdom. In this case, Hegel's analysis is fascinating for it is nearly identical to his critique of Kant, but while the system of Bruno is otherwise a grand one, in it the determinations of thought nevertheless at once become superficial, or mere dead types, as in later times was the case with the classification of natural philosophy. Bruno's 12 forms laid down as basis neither have their derivation traced nor are they united in one entire sy stern, nor is the further multiplication deduced. LHP 3:137, Werke 2039. Bruno sojourned for a time in Germany, holding a university professorship in VV Wittenberg from 1586 to 1588. Bruno claimed to have founded a sect among the Lutherans there that he called the Giordanisti. While in Wittenberg, Bruno wrote Lampus Triginta Statuarum, an attempt to extend the magical memory system that was his life's work. Brun's stay in Wittenberg resulted in a lasting influence of his memory system on German Hermeticism. I will suggest in Chapter 3 that Hegel was influenced by this tradition of memory magic. The mnemotechnic art of memory was of ancient origin and originally had little or no occult connotation. However, in the Renaissance it became integrated into the new Hermetic philosophy, as discussed in detail by Yates in Art of Memory. It was thought that the techniques of ars memoria could be used to reawaken the adept's latent knowledge of the structure of the cosmos and the nature of the occult influences. The structure of Brun memory system was set out in his first work, De Umbris Iderum, 1548, and remained basically constant throughout his career. The goal of this system was self-transformation, self-actualization. The adept who recollected the cosmic forces described by Bruno would acquire a new and powerful personality. 7 Frank and Weigel. Sebastian Frank and Valentin Weigel are two lesser known, but still influential figures in German Hermeticism. Luther referred to Frank, 1499-1542-3, as the devil's most cherished slanderous mouth. 45, quoted in Beck, Early German Philosophy, 149. Copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 35. Frank was essentially a pantheist who held God to be immanent in nature. Like many mystics, he taught that man is imbued with an ember of the divine personality. However, Frank held the unusual position that God just is what he reveals himself to be, under different aspects in the spiritual lives of individual men. God is for us, Frank contends, just as we represent him. Beck remarks that Frank's ontology of mind and spirit is not sufficiently developed for him to know, or for us to be sure, that he is here adumbrating a thesis of later transcendental philosophy. He does not and could not work this out, but his philosophical air is shelling the presence of God within us is a natural light, which Frank calls spirit. He makes a distinction between what he calls the church visible and invisible. The invisible church is constituted by the Holy Spirit, through the loving hearts of all men. This conception of the invisible church, stated here by Frank for perhaps the first time, will later be important for the Rosicrucians and Freemasons, and for their intellectual heirs, Schelling, Hölderlin, and Hegel. Valentin Weigel, 1533–88, makes frequent reference in his works to Paracelsus and Eckhart. He refers 19 times to Mercurius or Hermes Trismegistus. As Andrew Weeks notes, Hermes Trismegistus represents for Weigel the compatibility of natural and supernatural, of pagan and Christian knowledge. Weigel was also deeply influenced by Cusa, and by an anonymous mystical tract called the Theologia Germani, which he made the subject of a commentary in 1571. The Theologia Germanica was written around 1350 by a cleric in Frankfurt am Main who belonged to the Teutonic order. The work achieved a wide circulation when it was discovered and printed in 1516 by Luther. The Theologia Germanica teaches that God requires man to redeem the world, but to achieve this man must first come to know God. God is a perfect whole, and knowing the whole requires emptying the mind of images. God is one, but the text also says that he is all, and must be all. Evil occurs when human beings break away from the whole and turn their minds and hearts to the limited, the partial. Knowledge limited to separate parts will come to naught when the whole is perceived, states the anonymous author. The Theologia Germanica holds that strict obedience to God's law does not oppress, rather it is the realization of true freedom. Drawing on Paracelsus, V. Vagel states that all corporeal things are an excrement or coagulated smoke from the invisible stars. The same smoke has three substances, sulfur, mercury, and salt. Following 46. Paradoxa, 1534, quoted in Beck. Early German Philosoph by, 151. 47 Beck, Early German Philo, 15t. 48 Andrew Weeks, Valentin, Albany, Stare University of New York Press, 2000, 55. 49 Theologia Germanica of Martin Luther, trans. Hofanan, New York, Paulist Press, 1980, 50. Ibid 82. 51 Ibid, 71, 136. See also Weeks. V. Lenton Weigel, 50. 52 quoted in Weeks. Valentin Weil, copyrighted material 36. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Cusa and the Theologia Germanica. He holds that all creatures are contained within God. Man, however, is unique. He contains within himself the characteristics of all creation. Weigel uses the term Begriff to designate the enfolding within man of the nature of all things. Begriff comes from begreifen, which in modern German means to understand, but literally means to grasp. Der Begriff, in modern German, concept, is the grasped. Man is the quintessence, the fifth element, rising above the four elements. For Weigel, the mental restraint necessary to achieve knowledge of God involves pure consciousness or self-knowing, not a knowledge of particular things. In being absolutely passive, however, it is absolutely active, for this type of knowledge is precisely knowledge. Weigel conceives God as the nothing and all. So, the mystic does not come to know God but to become God's knowing. This, as we have seen, is a perennial hermetic theme. Also present in Weigel is the ideal of wise dom as a knowledge of all things, as well as the conception of the invisible church first put forward by Frank. Weigel's ideas exercised a great influence on German mysticism and philosophy, and were spread by writers such as Johann Arndt, Gottfried Arnold, and Leibniz. 8 Jacob Bohm, 1575–1624, began to write just before the publication of the first Rosicrucian manifestos. He was a native of Gorlitz, in Lusatia, the borders of Bohemia. Bohm was a simple shoemaker who, in 1600 had a mystical vision. Looking at a gleam of light reflected on a pewter vessel, he felt himself able to peer into the inner essence of all things. In a letter, he described the experience. The gate was opened unto me, so that in 1/4 of an hour I saw and knew more than if I had been many years together at a university, at which I did exceedingly admire, and I knew not how it happened to me, and thereupon I turned my heart to praise God for it. For I saw and knew the being of all beings, also the birth or eternal generation of the Holy Trinity, the descent and origin of this world. For 12 years he remained silent, and when he did write for the only a personal exercise, he never intended his first time in 1612, it was work to be copied and read by others. During the intervening years, there is evidence that Bohme read the alchemists, especially Paracelsus. In Barneuro's first work, Aurora, Morgan Rutby im Aussang, he both denies and claims expertise in alchemical theory in the same passage. Do not take me for an alchemist, for I write only in the knowledge of the Spirit, and not from experience. Though indeed I could here show something else, viz. In how many days, and in what hours, these things must be prepared, for gold cannot be made in one day, but a whole month is required. 53. Jacob Bohme, Letter to Caspar Lindner, in Jacob Bohme, Essential RD3, copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 37 cite for it. Andrew Weeks speculates that Bohme did actually experiment with alchemy, perhaps with one of his wealthy friends. Bohme was also acquainted with the writings of the mystics, example Hegel, and possibly some Kabbalistic works. Bohme-Görlitz was, as Pierre Degas puts it, rich in spiritual heterodoxy and hermeticism. The medical doctors of Görlitz were mainly Paracelsians. There was even a minor scandal over their Paracelsicism, which erupted in 1570. This scandal only increased the appetite of the citizens, particularly of the nobility, for hermetic and alchemical philosophy, in which they were widely known to dabble. Supernatural events were frequently reported in or near Görlitz. Giant meteors crashed to earth at propitious times, grain was said to rain from the sky. One important influence on the underground hermetic culture of Görlitz was Dr. Balthasar Walter, a Christian Kabbalist and alchemist who befriended Bohme after 1612. Walter had traveled to the Orient in search of wisdom, but declared that he had found it only with Bohme. It is through Walter that Bohme probably first became deeply immersed in the Kabbalah. Another influential acquaintance of Bohme was Dr. Tobias Kober, a Paracelsian physician, who may have been the source of Bohme's Paracelsicism. Another friend was the alchemist Johann Roth, who was well versed in medieval mysticism, including Tauler. Bohme is a turning point in the history of Hermetic philosophy. Hermeticism and Christianity had always been strange bedfellows, and as we have seen, much of Hermetic thought, such as its conception of the divine or semi-divine status of man, is heretical by Christian standards. Bruno even went so far as to advocate the abandonment of Christianity and the return to a Hermetic, Egyptian religion. Bohme, in effect, acted to prevent the self-destruction of Hermetic philosophy in the face of its clear conflict with the dominant, Orthodox faith. David 54. Aurora, in Samt like Beschriften. Ed. Will Erich Puckert and August Faust, Stuttgart, Frohman, 1955, Volume R, Chapter 22, S, all references to Bohme's works by chapter and af number. English translation. Aurora, trans. G. Sparrow, ed. C. Fixer and D. S. Henner, London, John M. Watkins, 1914, 610. S. translation was originally published in 1656. It is the only translation of the entire work. Have included page numbers from Sparrow, because his paragraph numbers do not correspond to those in Che German. 55 weeks, Bohme, an intellectual Brevatbild B. 17th Century Philoso University New York Press, 1991, 57, H.H. has remarked that Bohme did more than borrow a large of his vocabulary from alchemy, he took over the whole alchemistic warraio, which he developed into a philosophic system. See Howard Haynes Brinton, TBC Mystic Will New York, Macmillan, 1930, 81. 56. The influence of Kabbalah on Bohme's work seems to increase with time. Ernst Benz believes that Boehme's sources for Kabbalism were probably oral, Benz, mystical sources, 48. 57 Pierre de Gay, Jacob Boehme and his followers, Modern Esoteric Spirituality, 210. 58 Weeks, Boehme, 29. 59 Ibid Copyrighted Material 38 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Walsh writes that for the new occult philosophy to work, the old Christian philosophy must be redirected. The individual with the theoretical genius to effect their reconciliation and, thereby, become the transmitter of the new symbolism to the modern world was Jacob Walsh summarizes the radical redirection of Christian philosophy, and the key to Boehme's thought, as follows. The crucial shift is from the idea of all reality as moving toward God to the idea of God himself as part of the movement of reality, as this is the core of Boehme Hermeticism, the conception of God not as transcendent and static, existing outside the world, impassive and complete, but as an active process unfolding within the world, within history. What initiates this process in the first place? Boehme held that God is moved by the desire to reveal himself to himself, but that this self-revelation is psychologically impossible unless an other stands opposed to him, and in a later work, Boehme wrote, "No thing can be revealed to itself without opposition, THIRD-WORLDISM, for if there is nothing that opposes it, then it always goes out of itself and never returns to itself again. If it does not return into itself, as into that from which it originated, then it knows nothing of its origin." In short, the other is necessary for God's self-consciousness. Without self-consciousness God would not be God, for his knowledge would be incomplete. This other limits God. By othering, God limits himself, giving himself discernible boundaries. Although it is not clear that both thinks God exists at all apart from creation, the mind can think him apart, can think him as transcendent, but as transcendent God is merely a dark inchoate will for self-revelation, which Boehme calls the ungrund, a conception not far removed from Eckhart's abgrund, or abyss. God does not know himself through the world qua absolute other, however. An absolute other would be so foreign as to be unknowable. Instead, God in creation others himself, corporealizes himself, a process that reaches its consummation with Christ. It is through Christ. 60. David Walsh, A Mythology of Reason, 151. Habermas has remarked that Boehme was the first to 61. Historicize Quran the Absolute, I.e. to claim that it see Habermas's Das Absolut und die Geschichte, von der Teichheit in Shell NGS Denken, Bonn, Ph.D. dissertation, Rienesk Friedrich Wilhelms Universität, 1954, 2. 62. To borrow terms from Gershom Scholem's treatment of Isaac Luria, conceives God as macroanthropo and man as microboehme. Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, New York, Skokin Kosmos. See Books, 1946, 269. 63. See Jacob Boehme, Vom Gottlicher Besabeglichkeit, in Sartelichs Spriften, ed. Hegel quotes this passage in his Lechtgress on V Hist R, 3203, Werke 20 R06. 64. Walsh, A Mythology of Reason, 154. 65. The term ungun seems to appear first in Boehme treatise, On the Incarnation of Christ. Copyrighted material Hermetic Tradition 39. That the nature of God and the world is revealed to man. Through Christ, we can reflect on our nature as divine products, and this reflection constitutes a return to the source. God's will to self-revelation is fulfilled with his creation's knowledge of him. As Walsh puts it succinctly, Boehme is the herald of the self-actualizing evolutionary, and F. Ernest Stouffer writes, Boehme God was that ultimate mystery which moves deliberately and constantly toward self-understanding through progressive self-actualization. Philosophy, then, as Boehme understood it, becomes basically the history of the ultimate mystery striving to know itself. Boehme's first work, which came to be known simply as Aurora, was titled Morgenrot im Aufgang, which Weeks translates as morning glow, ascending. The preface to Aurora employs the metaphor of the tree of revealed truth, which is a kind of intellectual history leading up to Luther and the Reformation. Bohm includes himself in his metaphor, claiming that before the tree is at last consumed by fire, it will sprout one final branch, a final and consummate revelation of the truth of the tree, from its root. As Bohm writes later in Aurora, this book is the first sprouting or vegetation of this twig, which springs or grows green in its mother, like a child that is learning to walk, and is not able to run apace at the first. Aurora is a fragmented, inconsistent text. At times its outlook appears pantheistic, even proto-Spinozistic. Bohm writes in the second chapter, "In the Holy Ghost alone, who is in God, and also in the whole nature, out of which all things were made, in him alone can you search into the whole body or corpority of God, which is nature, as also into the Holy Trinity itself. But here you must elevate your mind in the Spirit, and consider how the whole nature, with all the powers which are in nature, also the width, depth, and height, also heaven and earth, and all whatsoever is therein, and all that is above the heavens, is together the body or corpority of God, and the powers of the stars are the fountain veins in the natural body of God in this world." This is not pantheism, however. It is Hermeticism in its classical form, just as I described it in opposition to pantheism in the introduction. What is claimed is not that all the things in the world are divine or are full of gods, but that the world as a whole is a part of Godly being. Nature is the body of God, but God is more than just his body. Along with Eckhart, CUSA, and Hegel, Bohm reads the second person of the Trinity, the Son, as equivalent to nature. This is unusual enough in Hegel, but in an untutored 17th century shoemaker it is quite radical indeed. 66 of t. 67 F. Ernest Stoer, German Pietism during the 18th century, Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1973, No. 68 Aurora, Chapter 21, S. 63, Sparrow, The Aurora, 563. 69 Aurora, Chapter Z, S. Sparrow, 1% E. Aurora, 70. Chapter 2, S. 16, Sparrow, Aurora, 55-56. Copyrighted material 40 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Bohm writes, "But the Father everywhere generates the Son out of all his powers." In chapter 16, Bohm speaks of the deity being continually generated, immer geboren. I wish now to examine the details of Bohm's theory of divine self-manifestation, as it develops throughout his writings, in Aurora and beyond. For Bohm, God is one, but within him is generated a trinity of worlds, the dark world, the light world, and the elemental world. The third world functions to reconcile the first two. Darkness yearns for light, the unmanifest strives to become manifest. In its yearning, there is kindled within the darkness a fire. Light is the pure principle of openness, of manifestation without any hiddenness. Fire is the actualization of the pure principle of light in reality. With the kindling of fire, the alchemical agent of change, a reconciliation is reached between darkness and light. The fire burns, but within darkness, the self-revelation will be of an entity that maintains its integrity, its identity, and thus always an element of inwardness in and through its manifestation. Presence will carry with it a concomitant absence. Bohm writes in Mysterium Magnum that the eternal free will has introduced itself into darkness, pain, and source, and so also through the darkness into the fire and light, even into a kingdom of joy, in order that the nothing might be known in the something. Bohm further details the divine self-manifestation in terms of what he calls the seven source spirits. Bohm's account of the spirits, their order, their relationships, their names varies from work to work. The following is a kind of amalgamation of the various accounts, following Aurora most closely. Bohm's seven source spirits are sour, sweet, bitter, heat, love, tone, and body. In addition to referring to them as source spirits, Quellgeister, Bohm also calls them properties, Eigenschaften, qualities, Qualitäten, and forms, Gestalten. All of these spirits are contained within God as ungrund, in potentia. God as ungrund is both ales and nichts. The first three spirits, sour, sweet, and bitter, form a primordial trinity of conflict within the Godhead, preceding its manifestation. They are a triad of the unmanifest God or God in himself. Sour, herb, is a negative force, a cold fire, the will of God to remain unmanifest, unrevealed. This is the first stage of desire, as described above, a primitive, egoistic will to self-assertion without self-reflection. But opposed to sour there is sweet, sass, a positive force that contrasts with sourness as expansion, or opening outward, contrasts with contraction, or inwardness. Sour is a pull to remain in itself, unmanifest, sweet is a push to exteriorize, go out and become for itself. Sour is the eternal no, sweet is the eternal yes. Sour is a pucker, sweet is a kiss. The third source spirit, bitter, is a kind of compromise, a going out. 71. Aurora, chapter 7, s. 43, Sparrow, the Aurora, 138. 72. Aurora, chapter 16, s. 12, Sparrow, Annie Aurora, 412. 1623, in Spripton, Volume 7, Chap 26, s. 37. Evola, T.B. Hermetic Tradition, trans. E. Remus, Rochester, V.T., Inner Traditions, 1995, 37. Copyrighted material. The Hermetic tradition that preserves and seeks identity. Bitter reconciles sour and sweet because it is the being of a being that freely gives itself or opens out, but simultaneously collects and preserves its manifestations as the revealed aspects of one identical being. This triad is referred to by Barn as a will of anguish. S. Bohm at times identifies it with the Holy Trinity, with the Paracelsian triad of salt, mercury, and sulfur, and he conceives it as hell. Bazarab Nicolescu refers to it as the death of God to himself, inasmuch as he is the God of pure transcendence. The will of anguish is, in fact, the birth of God. In Mysterium Magnum, Bohm refers to God before this process, God as ungrund, as the dark nature, and states that in the dark nature he is not called God. The triad sour, sweet, bitter describes the birth of the living God, the birth of life itself, and the fundamental nature of all living beings. Sour, sweet, bitter gives way to heat, hitsa. Heat is vitality, the inchoate living force that has arisen through the conflict of sour, sweet, bitter. It is the first and most basic outward, that is, worldly, manifestation of the conflict of God in himself. It is as if Bohm conceives of sour, sweet, bitter as rubbing up against one another, giving rise to heat. This heat then gives way to what Bohm calls the flash, schrock. The flash is not one of the source spirits. Instead, it is literally the force of the preceding four spirits taken together, it is the ignition produced by their activity, and it is life and real being, burgeoning, growing, now separated, externalized, leading on to other and external things. The flash is a will to the creation of self-revealing essence, a determinate nature that is open, not closed, to itself, for which Bohm uses the alchemical designation k'ncher. The first four spirits taken together constitute a kind of vector of manifestation. Picture a lightning flash, consisting of the four in dynamic interaction. The flash also represents mystical vision of the kind Bohm had in 1600, the invisible world is illuminated to the mystic in this flash. What the flash produces is a hot fire, which Bohm calls love, Liebe. Heat, the warmth of exteriorized life, is not inert, nor even stable, yet. It is still a seeking, it is love. What began as a drive towards manifestation continues. Love is the lincture in which all the preceding spirits are united in joyful ecstasy. This is an externalization seeking fulfillment, it is an individuation through self-manifestation. Love desire is for complete illumination, display, and representation to itself. This 75. Strium Magnum, Chapter 3, SN. 76. Basarb Nicolescu, Sense, Meaning, and Evolution, the Trans. Rob Baker, New York, Parabola Books, 1991, 29. 77 Mysterio S. Magnum. 78 Hegel refers to it in his On the History of Philosophy as the generator, das Absolutgebarend, LHP 3:208, Werke. 79 In Kabbalah, a Lighton flash is often spoken of as zigs asterisk-ing through the 10 process M. Copyrighted material 42 The sorcerer's apprenticeship seeking, love, issues in a phenomenon that is a kind of eject of the seeking a kind of significant epiphenomenon. This is sound or tone, schall or ton. As separate from love, but as a product of love, tone has the potential of making love manifest to itself. Love manifest to itself is the completion of the cycle. It can easily be seen already that the spirits are not absolutely separate from one another, but, to use Hegelian language, are moments of a whole. Tone is the song of love, love is the desire for fulfillment energized by the flash, ignited by heat, heat is the energy produced by the unity in opposition of sour and sweet within bitter. With tone, the life of God, and the life of life, is ready for fulfillment, having given house to a speech or expression of itself, tone, the process becomes a thing definite to itself. Body, corpus, the seventh spirit, encompasses the other six. It represents the concretization of the process through its self-expression. This concretization is the completion of the cycle, but as involving the cycle's self-awareness it includes the cycle as well. Bohm writes in Aurora, the seventh spirit of God in the divine power is the corpus or body, which is generated out of the other six spirits, wherein all heavenly figures subsist, and wherein all things image and form themselves, and wherein all beauty and joy rise up. For Bohm, no spirit can really be without a body, without giving rise at some point to its own concretization. All things strive to become fully specified and concrete, including God. Bohm also calls corpus Leiblichkeit, and also sometimes Begrifflichkeit, the graspness, in modern German, intelligibleness, recall Wegel's Begrede. Bohm refers to spirit's activity of creating a body or a determinate being for itself as magi in 6 mystical points. He writes that magic is the mother of eternity, of the being of all beings, for it creates itself, and is understood in desire. Its desire makes an imagination, and imagination, or figuration is only the will of desire. True magic is not a being, but the desiring spirit of the being. Magic is the greatest secrecy, for it is above nature, and makes nature after the form of its will. It is the mystery of the Trinity, viz. It is in desire the will striving towards the heart of God. Is also a return to the original spirit, sour. Sour was the expression the desire of God to contract into a hard, self-contained, and self-absorbed center, without external expression. In fact, however, God as ungrund could not achieve this desire for concretization and integrity without self-expression. Through the cycle, consummated in body, the original will, now heavily qualified, has actually been fulfilled. God is now a concrete, self-subsistent entity, but through his othering and self-expression. As Nicolescu puts it, the loop is thus closed, the seventh so. Aurora, Chap T, S1. 6 Mystical Points, Kurze Erklärung Mystisken Punkten, 1620, in Samtliche Beschriften, Volume 4, Point 5, 55. 82 6b 9 Stickle Points. Point 5, SS16. Copyrighted material. Hermetic Tradition 43 Quality rejoins the first. The line changes into a circle. Paradoxically, in the philosophy of Jacob Bohm, the son gives birth to the father. Bohm himself employs circle metaphors to characterize his system, much as Hegel will do with his own system. Of the 7 source spirits, Bohm writes at one point, these 7 generated in all are none of them the first, the second, or the third, or last, but are all 7, every one of them, both the first, second, third, fourth, and last. Yet I must set them down one after another, according to a creaturely way and manner, otherwise you could not understand it, For the deity is as a wheel with 7 wheels made one in another, wherein a man sees neither beginning nor standing. As an intermediary between God and creation is wisdom, Sophia. It is referred to by Bohm as the mirror of God, recall Eckhari's mirror, and Hildegard and many mirrors. The mirror reflects God back to himself, but in sensual, imagistic form, as the created world. This is necessary for Bohm, because, as Aurora maintains, what God projects in his creative will to self-revelation is in fact his corporealization. In short, the products of God, including God's wisdom, must take sensuous form. As with Gnostic conceptions of the Logos, Bohm's wisdom is conceived as active. It is the source of the further specifications of God's corporeality. Further, Bohm's wisdom is conceived metaphorically as female. For Bohm, God's desire for self-manifestation echoes throughout creation as a desire inherent in all things. Like God as ungrund, which, in Proto-Hegelian language, Bohm describes as God in himself, each thing is first merely an egoistic, infantile desire to exist for itself, but then this gives way to a desire for self-awareness. Bohm analyzes God's wisdom, which is simultaneously the thought of God, the process of creation and the essence of created nature, into a 7-fold cycle of desire. In God, these 7 are as one, but our limited human capacities require us to know God and creation in a piecemeal, stuck-wise, fashion. Returning to Bohm's conception of tone, the epiphenomenon or song of love through which body is actualized and the process of self-manifestation is completed, Bohm conceives the highest form of tone in nature to be the speech of man. It is through human speech, human thought, that God achieves his highest and most consummate self-knowledge, for we are the beings who in thought and speech can reflect 83. Science, and 32. 84 Aurora, Chapter 23, SS, Sparrow, the Aurora, 6:15-16, see also Chapter 13, S. Bohm and his followers, 224. 85. 86 Bohm have been influenced here by the Kabbalistic conception of Spekana. Wicca is the 10th Separab. Spekana is conceived as female and containing all the other Separot in herself as in a body. 87 Walsh writes that the 7 sprits in Bohm correspond to the last 7 Sephirot of the Kabbalah, which exemplify the order of the cosmos. Walsh, Bohma, and Hegel, 84-85. Copyrighted material 44. The apprenticeship on the whole of the cycle of creation. As Arthur Versluys states, ultimately, God comprehends himself through man. The mystery of divine nature is, finally, the mystery of human nature as well. Barnuro's account of the order of creation is quite complex, and I can only indicate some of the most important points here. In words that call to mind the Emerald Tablet, Bohm writes at one point of the unity of all things, when I take up a stone or clod of earth and 100k upon it, I see that which is above and that which is below, indeed, I see the whole world therein. He writes in Clavies, 1624. The whole visible world is spermatic, itel spermatis spenel active ground, each essence longs for the other, the above for the below and the below for the above, since they are separated from one another, and in such hunger they embrace one another in the desire. Bohm describes the world's existence as nothing else than coagulated smoke from the eternal ether, which thus has a fulfillment like the eternal 91. Before man, God created angels. The angels aid God in the formation of all things to the 7 spirits, for, as Bohm writes in Aurora, all the creatures are made and descended from these qualities. Among the angels, Lucifer was the most magnificent. However, Lucifer, representing the sour quality of indrawing, broke away from God, thinking himself able to create through the ember of divine fire within him. Lucifer represents the will to isolation, cutting off, a selfishness that all things exhibit. As Walsh puts it, Lucifer can imaginate his angry cray into all things and by hardening their wills can extinguish the divine light within them. Man, for Bohm, is a microcosm containing all the 7 spirits within himself. Bohm speaks of man receiving Gaudiya wisdom, Sophia, again, conceived as female, as wife. In man's soul there hovers the revelation of the divine holiness, as the living outflowing word of God with the eternally known idea, which was known in divine wisdom from eternity as a subjectum or form of the divine imagination. The first man was androgynous and possessed supernatural powers. He/she could procreate at will by the power of imagination, could exist without eating or sleeping, and could alter the essences of objects through magic words, a power which suggests alchemical transmutation. In males, Adam drew on the essence of each, for in the language of Adam, the being of a thing is captured in its name in Boehm's telling of the myth of the Garden of Eden, man must fall be 88. Arthur Verslois, Wisdom's Children, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1999, 133-89. Mysterium Magnum, Chapter 2, S6. 90 quoted in Walsh, Boehme, and Hegel, 241. 91 6 points, von 1620, in Schriften, Volume 4, Point 1, Chapter 2, S19. 92 Aurora, S.I., Sparrow, The Aurora, 50. 93 Walsh, and Hegel, 227. In Ibid, 237-38. 94. Magnum, Chapter 17, S43. 96 Ibid, Chapter 35, S56. Copyrighted material. The Hermetic tradition 45 cause the unity man enjoys with God in paradise is an unthinking, unreceptive, and thus inferior unity. Man must become alienated from God and return to a higher state of unity, in full consciousness of his nature and the nature of God. How did the fall come about? Adam wanted knowledge of each of the spirits of nature. In the garden, the tree of good and evil represents disharmony, a separation of the spirits of nature into units under the sway of the eternal no, withdrawn into themselves, spurning unity. Adam eating of the fruit of this tree is symbolic of a transformation of imagination. In what Boehm calls lust, imagination and desire are in harmony. But Adam broke this happy equilibrium when his imagination was perverted into a base and sensualistic form. At this point lust becomes begeared, an infinite, negative, insatiable striving. Adam's action constituted a turning away from divine unity. Immediately, Adam's nature was radically altered and he desperately sought reunification with the divine. This desire manifested itself first in shame, in awareness of the exposure of his bodily imperfection. The revulsion that Adam and all human beings feel about their condition of lack, degradation, and frailty just is the urge to reunite with God. Wisdom was revealed yet again to men, however, through a man, Jesus Christ, who was perfectly married to Sophia. Christ is the second Adam. Through Christ's passion, death, and resurrection, which Boehm makes equivalent to the work of alchemical transmutation, a secret teaching has been revealed to man, which can show him the way to at-one-ment with the divine. The interpretation of the scriptures opens up the possibility of man the microcosm self-knowledge, what Boehm has striven to accomplish in his work. Boehm writes in Aurora that you need not ask, where is God? Hearken, you blind man, you live in God, and God is in you, and if you live holily, then therein you yourself are go. Our self-reflection nature reaches a kind of closure, its pure, eternal RMS are identified for what they are. Given that we are natural beings, our contemplation of the forms of nature amounts to nature's holding up a mirror to itself, and given that the nature of nature is the thought of God, it is a mirror held up to God. Thus, through our human understanding, God is fully actualized, he achieves self-awareness and closure. Boehm does not present philosophical arguments. How then does he explain his access to this wisdom? He holds the view that before his fall, Adam was privy to the double wisdom of God, but yet when he fell, and was set into the outward birth or geniture, he knew it no more, but kept it in remembrance only as a dark and veiled story, sondern als Evangelien Verdeckgeschichte im Gedächtnis behalten, and this he left to his posterity. Buried in our subconscious, a word which, of course, Bohm did 97. For a discussion of this, see Antoine Favre, Ibiosk**, Imagination. Freitallion, trans. C. H. Ristine Rohn, Albany, State University New York Press, 2000, 106. 98 De Signatura Rerum, 1622, in Santilli Abbes Spriften, Volume 6, Chap. S6. 99 Aurora, Chapter 22, S46, Sparrow, Aurora, 594. Copyrighted material 46. The sorcerer's apprenticeship not know, are significant and veiled are keys to the meaning of the cosmos, and these images are common to all men to Adami posterity. Bohm claims, as Walsh puts it, that it should not be considered impossible for someone to talk about the creation of the world as if he were there, because the spirit which is in us is the same which breathed into Adam form eternal and which sees it all in the light of God. Using a kind of active imagination to recollect these latent symbols, Bohm worked out his theosophy. In Access to Western Esotericism, Favre ranks imagination as the essential component of the idea of occult correspondences that figures so largely in Hermeticism depends on a form of imagination inclined to reveal and use mediations of all kinds, such as rituals, lick images, mandalas, intermediary spirits 02. But this imagination not create from nothing, rather it recalls images and associations from the collective unconscious of the race. Imagination depends on memory. Favre writes that it is especially under the inspiration of the Corpus Hermeticum rediscovered in the 15th century that memory and imagination are associated to the extent of blending together. After all, a part of the teaching of Hermes Trismegistus consisted of interiorizing the world in our mens, from whence the arts of memory cultivated in the light of magic, during and after the Renaissance. 103 As we have seen, the occult philosophy of Bruno depended on the relationship of imagination to memory. Bohm continues this tradition by developing his theosophy entirely in terms of images that carry both a literal, often alchemical and figurative sense. Bohm was attacked during his lifetime, and even briefly imprisoned, but he managed to exert a great influence over a small group of friends, mainly from the local nobility, who copied and distributed his manuscripts and acted to protect him as much as they could. In his Kabbalab, Gershom Scholem writes that in certain circles, particularly in Germany, Holland, and England, Christian Kabbalah henceforward summed a Bohmen guise. 04 At first, Bohm's theosophy had little following in Germany, but became quite popular in England, first through the translation and publication of his works by John Sparrow, 1615-65. It was John Portage, 1608-81, who was the center of the first Bohmen movement in England, called Behemoths from there. From this group was formed the Philadelphian Society, led by Jane Lead, 1623-1704, a visionary with whom Portage had a liaison after the death of his wife in 1668. With Lead's death, the Bohm movement in England more or less died out. 100 Walsh. Boheme and Hegel 139, C.F. Wessens, 1619, in Being, Besprechung der Prinzipien und Schriften, Volume 2, Chapter 7, S7 Favre, Access to Western Esotericism, 21. 102 Ibid 12. 103 Ibid, 13. 104 Gershom Scholem, Kabbalab, New York, New American Library, 1974, copyrighted material. The Hermetic Tradition 47. Bohm's thought was kept alive, however, by solitary figures such as the William Law, 1686-1761, and the poet and painter William Blake 1757-1827. It was through French Hermeticists such as Louis Claude de Saint-Martin, 1743-1803, who translated Bohm into French, that Bohm eventually came to make an impact on German thought, but as Heinrich Schneider notes, in the German secret societies, Bohm's ideas had never been forgotten. I will have more to say about these societies in the following chapter. Bohme theosophy became quite influential in pietist circles, until by the end of the 17th century Bohmenism, as F. Ernest Sterhofer states, constituted a considerable challenge to established Lutheranism. Bohm's first German follower of note was Johann Georg Gichtel, 1638–1710, who had been a student of Philipp Jacob Spener, the father of German Pietism. Gichtel published an edition of Bohm's works in 1682, as well as works of his own in which he developed Bohme Theosophy. Quirinus Coleman, 1651–89, a Chiliast with messianic aspirations, was introduced to Bohme by Friedrich Brecklin, 1629–1710, the same man who had taught Gichtel. Coleman eventually turned up in Moscow to preach his evangel and was promptly burned at the stake. Bohme also influenced Pierre Poiret, 1646–1719, who, though a French Protestant, was a pastor in Germany. Poiret edited the writings of Antoinette Bourignon, 1616–80, a mystic who announced herself as the Virgin Bohme had prophesied as appearing at the end of time. The radical pietist Gottfried Arnold, 1666–1714, published his landmark work Impartial History of Churches and Heretics in 1699. Arnold shocked many by arguing that it was the heretics among whom he gave prominent place to Bohme who represented the true religion. Standing in antithetical relationship to Arnold was Aragot Daniel without actually using the term. Kahlberg attacked of the Hermetic tradition in Germany. Kahlberg attacks Bohme, Paracelsus, astrology, alchemy, and mysticism as such, seeing in all of them a common element, the desire of man to make himself God. Significantly, Kahlberg also attacks Pietism, seeing in it the same tendency. Ernst Benz has written that in a certain sense one can refer to the philosophy of German idealism as a Bohme Renaissance, when Bohme was discovered at the same time by Schelling, Hegel, Franz von Baader, Tieck, Novalis and many others. Baader, 1765–1842, called Bohmius Redivivus, is often still regarded as Bohme's principal interpreter. He would become perhaps the most significant and influential Hermeticist of the 19th century. Baader, who studied mineralogy under 105. Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, the Masonic background for literature in 18th century Germany, Ithaca. N.Y., Cornell University Press, 1947, 106. Stoemeyer, German Pietism, 168. 107. Ernst Benz, Adam der Mitbusvermenben, Munich, Barth, 1955, 23. Copyrighted material 48. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Alexander von Humboldt discovered Bohme in 1787 and made it his project to revive the mystical tradition. Indeed, it is Baader who should receive much of the credit for the awakening of interest in mysticism in the 19th century. He was not, however, as faithful a disciple of Bohme as was, for instance, Edinger. A devout Catholic, he believed in a transcendent God and strongly opposed pantheism, or any other attempt to immanentize God. The world, Baader held, is a product of God's thought and utterly dependent on him. Like Edinger, he interpreted nature as an emblem book and advocated an organic model of reality, rejecting mechanistic materialism. In politics, Baader was anti-egalitarian, anti-capitalist, and advocated the subjection of the state to the church. His collected works run to 16 volumes. Hegel was an avid reader of Baader. I. Clark Butler refers to Hegel's abortive courtship of von Baader and writes that despite apparent differences, Hegel sought to persuade both the public and von Baader himself that their positions were. Baader did not share this view, but he did do Hegel the honor of dedicating his lectures on Bohme's Mysterium Magnum to him. In 1824, Baader stated in a letter Philosophy of Dust. You see. Nevertheless, he that Hegel's system was a shared opposition to scientific rationalism and to the philosophy of Kant. Hegel even stated in print that he and Baader shared the goal of translating Bohme's eccentric, sensualistic theosophy into scientific terms, see Chapter 5. In Hegel's development, H. S. Harris writes that I am inclined to believe in Bohme's influence upon Hegel from 1801 onwards. It is possible, however, that Hegel could have encountered Bohm's work as early as the mid to late 1790s, in the midst of what Rosenkranz has David Walsh has argued termed his theosophical phase. See that Heg and use in the phenomenology spirit of such terms as element, ether, expansion, and contraction has its roots in his acquaintance with Bohm and Paracelsian alchemy. Nz I will deal with the Phänomenolopsphilruther debts to Bohm in chapter 4. Hegel refers to Bohm explicitly in his Science of Logic, 1832 edition, Philosophy of Nature, Lectures on the Philosophie of Religion, and elsewhere. Hegel's most famous treatment of Bohm is in his Lectures on the Histog of Philosophy of 1805. There, Hegel couples Bohm with Francis Bacon as the twin representatives of modern philosophy in its first statement. He makes the transition from Bacon to Bohm by remarking, "We now pass on from this English Lord Chancellor, the leader of 108. Butler, 572, Hofmeister $699. 109 Butler, editorial comment, 570. 110 Berichten, 401. Quoted in Butler, 571. The influence of Bohm can explain Beeves that history has a structure, and that it is to be understood in terms of the development of copyrighted material. The Hermetic tradition. 49 The external, sensuous method in philosophy, to the Philosophicus Teutonicus, as he is called to the German cobbler of Lusatia, of whom we have no reason to be ashamed. It was, in fact, through him that philosophy first appeared in Germany with a character peculiar to itself. Bohm stands in exact antithesis to Bacon, LHP 308, Werke. Hegel's discussion of Bohm in the lectures occupies 28 full pages in the Suhrkamp edition of his works, significantly more space than he devotes to important mainstream figures such as Locke, Hobbes, Hume, Rousseau, and Jacobi. Hegel's account of Bohm's Theosophy is quite faithful and positive and shows that Hegel was familiar with several of Bohm's works. Hegel draws comparisons between Bohm and Proclus, Bruno, and Paracelsus. It is clear that he sees much of his own thought in Bohm's peculiar, imagistic Theosophy. Hegel writes that although it appears strange to read of the bitterness of God, of the flash, and of lightning, once we have the idea in hand, then we certainly discern its presence here. LHP 3:193, Werke. Hegel writes, further, that, Barneuro's chief, and one may even say, his only thought, the thought that permeates all his works, is that of perceiving the Holy Trinity in everything, and recognizing everything as its revelation and manifestation in such a way, moreover, that all things have this divine Trinity in themselves, not as a Trinity pertaining to the ordinary conception, but as the real Trinity of the absolute idea. EHP 3:196, Werke. Hegel notes that Bohm regards the Trinity as the absolute substance, die absolute Substance, LHP 3:212, Werke 20:115. Hegel's major objection to Bohm is well known. Bohm's great mind is confined in the hard knotty oak of the senses, in the gnarled concretion of ordinary conception, and is not able to arrive at a free presentation of the idea. LHP 32195, Werke 20:98. From this, some commentators have concluded that Hegel decisively rejects Bohm's Theosophy. However, H. S. Harris finds that Hegel's criticism is quite consistent with his evident desire, discussed earlier in section 2 above, to show that the older alchemical tradition of Paracelsus, and probably Bohm himself, contained symbolic expressions of important speculative truths. In other words, Hegel rejects the sensuous manner in which Bohm Theosophy is presented, but accepts the inner core of its. Hegel mentions in the same passage that tektonika was once used as a term for mysticism. 114 later, Hegel writes that the principle of the conspire is living within him, only he cannot express it in the form of thought. Lep $197, Werke 20:100. Compare this comment to J. Findley's observation about Hegel's SYS whole system may in fact be regarded as an attempt to see the Christian mysteries in everything whatever, native process, every form of human activity, and every logical transitio. #Tindley, Hegel, ARC Examination, 131. Harris, 399. Copyrighted material 50. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Teaching. As Walsh puts it, such qualifications aside, when Hegel comes to the content of Boehme's speculation, he is clearly a believer. 117. I will have something to say about Hegel's relation to Boehme in every chapter that follows, so deep is debt to him. 117. Walsh, The Historical Dialectic of Spirit, 18. IIS. I concur with Cyril Oregon when he structural correspondences between Hegel and Boehme. See Cyril Oregon, The Heterodox Hegel, 1819. Copyrighted material. Chapter 251. The Hermetic Milieu of Hegel's Early Years. One has only to say the words College of Tübingen to German philosophy is at bottom a cunning theology. Swabians are the best liars in Germany, they lie innocently. Friedrich Nietzsche, Antichrist 1. Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry. In the introduction and chapter R, I have dealt with the fundamental concepts of Hermeticism and the first 1,600 years of the Hermetic tradition. In this chapter I shall deal in part with events in the 17th century, but in the main with the late 18th, the so-called Goethezeit, the period of Hegel's youth. Histories of this period often portray Hermeticism as on the decline. This is far from true. If anything, the 18th century saw a renaissance of Hermeticism. By far the most important event in the history of 17th century Hermeticism was the appearance of the Rosicrucian manifestos. The first appeared in the town of Kassel in Brunswick in 1614. Titled Famo Fraternitatis and totaling only 38 pages, the work was addressed to all the learned in Europe, and named as its source the praiseworthy Order of the Rose Cross. The Fama Fraternitatis had been circulating in manuscript throughout Europe since at least 1610, and some of the Rosicrucian texts were being circulated in manuscript form among certain like-minded individuals in Tübingen as early as the 1590s. The Fama was later republished with two other works: Reform of the Verse and Short Reply to the Esteemed Fraternity of the Rose Cross in a vol totaling 147 pages, by Adam Haselmeyer, a follower of Paracelsus and notary public to Archduke Maximilian. The three works modestly proposed the general reformation of the entire world. The Rosicrucian manifestos centered around the legendary figure of Christian Rosenkreuz, who was supposed to have been born in 1378, taught the Hermetic art by Arabs, and died in Rolanda di Offer. Rosicrucianism, from the 17th to the 20th century in modern esoteric *reduality, 186. See also Donald R. Dixon, Tessera of Antilia, Leiden, 1998, 18. 2 C. J. Mon, TTE Cross and the Crucible, 2 volumes. The Hague, Nijhoff, 1973, 204 ff, Puckert, Die Rosenkreutzer, Zuergeschichte einer Reformation 1928, 96-99. Copyrighted material 52. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship 1484. These writings contain, in the words of Antoine Favre, traces of the Christian Kabbalah, Pythagoreanism, and a strong dose of Paracelsus. Ns. The second Rosicrucian Manifesto, Confessio Fraternitatis, appeared in 1615. The third and most famous Rosicrucian work, The Chemical Wednesday Ding of Christian Rosenkreuz, an allegorical prose poem laden with alchemical imagery, appeared in 1616. The principal author of these works, and perhaps the inventor of Rosicrucianism, seems to have been Johann Valentin Andrea, 1586-1654, a native of Württemberg. Andrea's father was a clergyman and practicing alchemist. Johann Valentin's mother was later court apothecary to the Duke. His grandfather, Jacob Andrea, had a hand in drafting the Formula of Concord of 1580, which aimed at unifying Lutherans and Calvinists. It was Jacob who created the Andrea family coat of arms, a St. Andrew's cross with 4 roses. Johann Valentin was trained as a pastor at the Tübingen Stilt, but was expelled following a political scandal. According to Heinrich Schneider, the Rosicrucians, declared that unification with God was demonstrable and possible already on earth. For that demonstration they were leaning upon a modification of enlightened natural philosophy which upheld that nature in its teleological structure was a gradual revelation of God. Given that Bohm's first work was not even written until 1612, it is not plausible that he influenced the Rosicrucians. Rather, it is more likely that the Rosicrucian movement influenced Bohm. Schneider has suggested that Bohm took up the Rosicrucian Pansophy and the reformatory plans connected with it. S. Andrew notes that Bohm incorporated two Rosicrucian slogans into his writings, the Age of the Rose and the New Reformation. The Rosicrucian movement involved members of many different religious denominations. The Rosicrucians held a doctrine of prisca theologia, the position that there is one true, trans-denominational, transcultural theology, an account of divine being revealed by God to man in the remote past. They believed that if this ancient wisdom could be recovered it would unify the world's religions. Two images are associated with Rosicrucianism, owing to the ambiguity of the German Rosenkreuz, a red cross, and a cross with roses, usually blooming from the center. The meaning of these images has provoked much speculation. The Rosicrucians were supposed to adopt the dress and manners of the different lands into which they traveled, a fact which Julius Evola takes as symbolic of the belief in prisca theologia or 3. Antoine Favre, Access to Western Esotericism, 64. For a discussion of the influence of the Hermeticum on Rosicrucianism, see Roland ed. Goffer, Rosicrucianism, in Broke, 197-15. Hermeticism in 4. Heinrich Schneider, Quest for the Masonic Background for Leader. Tour in 18th Century Germany Ithaca, and Cornell University Press. R 947, 45. 5 Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, 43. 6 Weeks, Bohemie, 95. 7 Alison Kudurk, Leibniz and the Kabbalab, 8. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Early Years 53 Philosophia Perennis. Antoine Favre offers the following list of important authors who helped disseminate Rosicrucian ideas: Robert Flood, 1574-1637, Julius Sperber Elias Ashmole, 1617-92, Michael Mayer Samuel Hartlib, 1595-1662, Jan Amos Comneus, 1592-1670, John Hayden, The Holy Guide, 1662, and Theophilus Schweigert, Speculum Sopbicum RB0D0 Storicum, 1618. The Rosicrucian manifestos captured the imagination of scores of intellectuals throughout Europe, many of whom desperately tried to make contact with the order and to join their ranks. Descartes and Bacon were two such seekers. Some, like Robert Rudd, even wrote their own Rosicrucian works in hopes of earning the sphere of the order. Eventually, Andrea became disgusted with the furor he had created and sought to distance himself from those who were now calling themselves Rosicrucians. In 1619, Andrea published Christianapolis, which called for a new reformation. There was no longer any talk of Rosicrucians, but as Francis Yates puts it, a rose by any other name. Christianapolis preached a mysterious doctrine of theosophy, which involved a theory of mystical architecture. In Christianapolis, as in the Rosicrucian writings, Andrea places a strong emphasis on medicine and healing, perhaps reflecting the influence of Paracelsian medicine. Andrea now issued a call for the formation of Christian societies or Christian unions. Such groups, which were similar to Swabian Pietist societies, were actually formed, but the Societas Christiana came to an end with the outbreak of the 30 Years' War. In 1628 Andrea attempted to restart the organization in Nuremberg. Leibniz is supposed to have joined a Rosicrucian society in Nuremberg in 1666, and it may have been the very one founded by Andrea. The precepts of Leibniz's proposed order of charity are, according to Yates, practically a quotation from the Fonta. I shall discuss a later incarnation of the Rosicrucian movement, and Hegel's connections to it, in Chapter 7. It is uncertain when Freemasonry was founded, or what its original purpose was. It nevertheless became a repository for Hermetic philosophy, even employing the symbolic figure of Hermes Trismegistus in some of its rituals. The Freemasons numbered among their members some of the most prominent minds in Europe, and flourished in Germany. Masonic historians distinguish between speculative and ribe masonry, the latter actual stone masonry, indicating that the society ate. Hermetic tradition, one is also reminded of Discourse on Method, in which he recommends, as a matter of prudence, obedience to the laws and customs of the country in which one finds oneself. See below for Descartes' relation to Rosicrucianism. 9 Favre, Access to Western Esotericism, 65. 10 C. Yates, Rosicrucian Enlightenment, It. Dixon, Tessera, 147. Dixon considers Andrea the forerunner of Philip Jacob Spener and German Pietism 19. 13 Yates, Rosicrucian Enlightenment, 154. Ibid, 154. Favre, Eternal Hermes. 177. Copyrighted material 54. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship probably developed from craft guilds. With the inception of speculative masonry, the rites and trappings of the stonemasons took on a symbolic and metaphysical significance. The Rosicrucians came to exercise an influence over Freemasonry, helping to make it even more mystical. First lodges in Germany were established in the 1730s and were of the Franco-Scottish speculative variety. The Stuarts, while in France, were intimately involved in the spread of Masonry throughout Europe. It is from them that the Scottish Rite of Masonry originates. The Scottish Rite involves further, higher degrees over and above those offered by other lodges. Scottish Rite Masonry exhibits connections with such aspects of Hermetic thought as alchemy and Kabbalism. An offshoot of the Scottish Rite, the so-called strict observance Masonry, maintained that Masonry originated in Scotland as a survival of the Knights Templar. It is claimed that before his execution the last Grand Master of the Templars Jacques de Molay, assigned Hugo von Somme, a canon of Mainz, the mission of smuggling important Templar documents into Scotland. De Molay's hope was that the Templars could be reactivated there under another name. That name, according to the tradition, is Freemasonry. Strict observance Masonry incorporated references to the Templars into its rites and degrees. Like the Rosicrucians, the Masons believed in the fundamental identity of all religions. Beneath the superficial differences of religions was supposed to lie a prisca theologia. According to Schneider, the aim of the lodges was the creation of a new man through membership in a communion mirroring a rational universe of freedom and love, just as primitive Christianity had once sought to call into being children of God for the kingdom of indeed. The conception of an invisible church, an idea advanced, as we saw in the last chapter, by the mystic Sebastian Frank, was one of the precepts of Masonry. Edmund Mazet writes that Masonry would lead its members, each through proper understanding of his own faith, to this transcendental truth. Indeed, Masonry would come to incorporate Rosicrucianism, investing its higher degrees with Rosicrucian imagery. In 1738 Pope Clement XLL, alarmed by the ecumenical nature of Freemasonry, issued a papal bull excommunicating Freemasons. Among other things, the Masons were accused of denying Christ's divinity, an accusation also leveled against the Knights Templar in 1307. The Pope also claimed that the forces behind Masonry were identical with those that incited the Reformation. Some have suggested that the Rosicrucians were intended as a Protestant counterpart to the Jesuits. The Masonic lodges differed in the messages they imparted to their members. Many were Hermetic or mystical in character, and politically conservative. Others were vehicles of Enlightenment secularism and 16. Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, 57. 17 Ibid, 100. 18 Edmund Mazet, Freemasonry and Esotericism, Modern Esoteric Spiritual. IC, 249. 19 Yates, T.B. Rosicrucian Enlightenment, 20. Weeks, Boebme, 95. Copyrighted material. H. Early Years 55 Rationalism, and by the end of the 18th century these had grown in number. Christopher McIntosh points out that recent scholarship has tended to focus on the enlightened strain of Masonry, and to ignore the mystical, which was also quite strong. Indeed, as McIntosh points out, these two were not mutually exclusive. Many enlightened German Masons actively engaged in alchemy, and saw no contradiction in it. In the final 4 decades of the 18th century, legions of famous men in Germany aligned themselves with Masonry, including Barger, Claudius, Fisch, Goethe, Herder, Klinger, Nebel, Lessing, Novalis, Reinhold, Schelling, and Schiller. Many of these men published works dealing explicitly with Masonry. Fisch, for example, became a Mason in Zurich in 1793. There had been no lodge in Jena since 1764, so he joined the Gunther Lodge of the Standing Lion at Rudolstadt in Thuringia, which was about 18 miles from Jena. In 1799 Fichte worked with Ignaz Aurelius Fessler, 1756–1839, on the development of various higher degrees for the lodge in Berlin. Z2 As part of his work, Fichte wrote 2 lectures on the philosophy of Masonry, which he presented to Johann Carl Christian Fischer. In 1803, Fischer published the lectures as letters to Constant in 2 volumes of a journal entitled Eleusinians of the 19th Century, or Results of United Linkers on the Philosophy and History of Freemasonry. The format of letters to Constant, a fictitious non-Mason, was imposed on the text by the publisher, along with other arbitrary and ill-conceived changes. The lectures have since been published in a form that approximates Fichte's original, though his manuscripts have been lost. In 1778, Lessing published his Ernst and Foch, Dialogues for Freemasons, Freie Morgesprache. Lessing's Nathan the Wise, 1779, a play with some broadly construed Masonic themes, was a great influence on Hegel. Among other things, the play presses the Masonic theme of a unity of the world's religions, and thus of an invisible church. In Act 4, Scene 7, the Christian friar praises Nathan, a Jew. Friar: "Oh Nathan, Nathan! You're a Christian soul. By God, a better Christian never lived. Nathan: And well for us. For what makes me for you a Christian, makes yourself for me a Jew." The first letter we possess of Goethe's, written in 1764 when he was 16, has him applying earnestly for admission to a Masonic lodge. He not permitted Masonic membership, however, until 1780, when Christopher McIntosh. Rose Cross and the Age of Leiden, E.J. Brill. 1992, 2, 45. 22 C. William R. Denslow, 10,000 Famous Freemasons, Volume 2, Trenton, M.O. The Educational Bureau of the Royal Archmason Magazine, 1958, .46. 23 Roscoe Pound. Masonic Addresses and Writings of Roscoe Pound, New York. McCoy Publishing and Masonic Supply Company, 1953, 11113. Pound also prints a translation of Fichte's text, pages 130–98. 24 Harris, Toward the Sun *T, 38. 25 Richard Friedenthal, Goethe, His Life and Times, London, Weidenfeld, 1963, copyrighted material 56. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. On June 23 he was initiated into a lodge in Weimar. In 1782 he was the recipient of higher Templar degrees of the rite of strict observance. According to Heinrich Schneider, the German Masonic lodges were teeming with magical, theosophical, mystical notions. Schneider notes that much of their lore was Kabbalistic in origin. The German Masonic movement was strongly influenced by the writings of the French Mason and Bowman, Louis Claude de Saint Martin. About 1770, the year of Hegel's birth, a Hermetic rite was established, based on the doctrines of the Hermetica. Hermes Trismegistus himself appears in such German Masonic rites of the 18th century as that of the Magi of in general. The higher degrees of Masonry were, and are, strongly mystical. Schneider has claimed that the Enlightenment is partly responsible for this. The Enlightenment quest for universal knowledge and power over nature led to a revival of mysticism and occultism, for these had always promised to deliver just those boons. In a reaction against the implicitly, and sometimes explicitly, anti-spiritual, anti-religious rationalism of modern science, certain individuals sought a truer enlightenment in Hermeticism, and hoped to make these secret societies into secret weapons. Schneider writes, long before Kant important answers to the great problems of human life, the mystics in the secret societies had transformed these societies into anti-enlightenment organizations and, in thus keeping alive the mystical traditions, had made possible the later merging of German idealism and mysticism. This mystical movement was the conservative revolution of the 18th century, and if in its beginnings its character was not exactly Christian, it was undoubtedly religious. The individuals known as the Illuminati were the reaction to this reaction. The Illuminati were founded in 1776 as a means to advance the ideals of the Enlightenment, opposition to traditional religion, superstition, and feudalism, and advocacy of scientific rationalism and the rights of man. Initially they were led by their founder, Adam Weishaupt, 1784-1830, a law professor at the Bavarian University of Ingolstadt. Weishaupt, however, proved inept at organization and he soon delegated a great deal of authority to Freiherr Adolf von Ney, 1752-96, who mounted a highly successful membership drive in 1781. Weishaupt jealousy of Ney's abilities led to their break 3 years later. Weishaupt appears to have endowed the order with hermetic trappings merely as window dressing, to entice members and, perhaps, to discourage the authorities from investigating. Members were encouraged to 26. Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, 27. Ibid 102. 28 Favre, Access to Western Esotericism, 80. 29 Favre. The Eternal Hermes, 189. Favre notes that the rite may originally have been French in origin. 30 Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, 76-77. S. Account of the History of the Illuminati and its Suppression 31. Klaus makes for NG reading. C. Epstein, The Genesis of German Conservatism, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1966, 8895, 10104. Copyrighted material. Hegel early years 57 believed that their superiors possessed some special secret that they would be made privy to in time. At its height, the Illuminati included literati like Goethe and Herder, as well as numerous other public figures and members of the aristocracy. Karl August, Duke of Weimar, the Prussian reformer Karl von Hardenberg, Duke Ferdinand of Braunschweig, Duke Ernst of Gotha, the publisher C. F. Cotta, Count Johann Kobenzlow, and many others. The order thus managed to insinuate itself into the governments of Austria and Germany. Not surprisingly, Weishaupt and company made the infiltration of the educational system a top priority. The staff of the Karlsschule in Stuttgart included several Illuminati. The influence of the order was short-lived, however. In 1784 Elector Karl Theodor of Bavaria, seeing the Illuminati as a threat to religion, issued a proclamation commanding them to disband. In 1785 Weishaupt was forced out of his professorship at Ingolstadt and went to live with a friend, Jacob Lanz, in Regensburg. While out walking together one day they were caught in a sudden downpour and Lanz was struck by lightning and killed. The Illuminati membership list was found on his body, constituting proof positive that the order had defied the elector's proclamation. The elector then issued a second proclamation commanding all Illuminati to register with the government and promising a full pardon if they did so. This put the order in a terrific bind. The members could not possibly know how complete a list the government had obtained, so if they registered they risked imprisonment or worse, if Karl Theodor's promise was disingenuous. On the other hand, if they did not register and their names were on the list, they risked imprisonment, or worse. In this impossible situation the order self-destructed, as most members chose to obey the elector's edict. Although rumors of the influence of the Illuminati continue to this day, it was never so far as we know actually reactivated, and if it was reactivated there is no evidence that it regained anything like the influence it had from 1776 to 1785. Most of the Illuminati were also Masons. Jacques D'Hondt in his Hegel's Secret provides a fascinating discussion of the influence of the Enlightenment ideals and terminology of the Illuminati on the young Hegel. I shall discuss some his conclusions in section 4 here, as well as in chapter 7. 2. Goethe the Alchemist. The life of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, 1749–1832, provides a fascinating case study of an 18th-century Hermeticist. His example makes it vividly clear that an eminent scientist and man of letters could still be deeply immersed in Hermeticism as late as the second half of the 18th century. Most scholars treat the Enlightenment as a single, unitary phenomenon. The effort to emancipate mankind from tradition, superstition, and 32. See Jacques L'Hondt, Hegel's Secret, Paris, Presses Universitaires de France. 1968, 62 114. Copyrighted material 58. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Despotism. But in fact the Enlightenment took radically different shapes in different countries. This is especially true of Germany. Christopher Mackintosh writes that when the Enlightenment fell on German soil it often took root in strange and contradictory ways. An example of this is the German phenomenon of the enlightened despot, exemplified by Frederick the Great. In particular, the scientific spirit of the Enlightenment took longer to gain ground in Germany. Well into the time of Hegel and Goethe, Hermeticism was still seen in many quarters as a progressive influence. Alchemy survived much later in Germany than it did in the rest of Europe. Ronald Gray, who has produced an entire study of the influence of alchemy on Goethe, writes that at the time of Goethe's birth, in Mannheim, alchemy was all the rage. Many of the most respectable citizens had established alchemical laboratories, and so widespread was the enthusiasm that the city authorities felt themselves obliged to suppress it by law, on the grounds that the numerous ill-guarded fires and the waste of labor and materials were dangerous, and harmful to the economy of the state. As a young man, Goethe read Paracelsus, Basil Valentine, Van Helmont, Swedenborg, and the Kabbalah. In particular, as Gray notes, Goethe was influenced by an anonymous alchemical work entitled Aurea Catina Homeri, ca. 1723, Ega the I letter to E.Th. Langer of May 11, 1770, discusses the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. Goethe's notebook from Frankfurt and Strasbourg contains many references to Paracelsus and Agrippa. According to Richard Friedenthal, for Goethe alchemy was a thing of the present, not of the past, a still living survival from the Middle Ages. Indeed, Gray claims that the degree to which alchemy had established control over Goethe's interests in early manhood can scarcely be. In September of 1768, Goethe, exhausted, took leave from Leipzig University and spent the winter at home. He was much of the time in the company of Susanna von Klettenberg, who belonged to the sect of Herrnhuter, a pietist movement founded by the notorious Hermeticist Count von Zinzendorf, 1760. An alchemical adept, Klettenberg introduced Goethe to the Opus Mago Kabbalisticum et Tibiosopicum of George von Welling. Together, they engaged in alchemical experiments in Goethe's father attic. Friedenthal describes their work in Dramatic 33. Mackintosh, Rose Cross, 15. 34 Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 4. 35 Friedenthal, Goethe, 66-68, see also Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 5. 36 Gra Goethe the Alchemist, 5. 37 IBI 182. 38 Ibid 6. 39 Friedenthal, Goethe, 67. See also Gray's entire Gut B the Alchemist. Gray claims that Goethe probably encountered much of alchemy in a Bowman formulation, though he probably never encountered thought de 40. Goethe the Alchemist, 7. 41 This work was based on Paracelsus and Bohm. Goethe is also known to have read Kabbalistic works. See Friedenthal, Goethe, 66. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 59. The pious Fraulein von Klettenberg stood with the young Goethe in front of a wind furnace with sandbath and chemical flasks. Stirred up the ingredients of macrocosm and microcosm. They tried to produce silicic acid by melting quartz pebbles from the river Main. They discussed mysterious salts, to be conjured up by unheard of means, a virgin soil with extraordinary powers. Even in his, later, natural science he remained truer to the world of prima materia and the chemical marriage, as the textbook of the Rosicrucians was called, than subsequent opinion has been willing to admit. In later years, Goethe was far more critical of alchemy. It is a misuse of genuine and true ideas, a leap from the ideal, the possible, to the realistic, a false application of genuine feelings, a lying promise, which flatters our dearest hopes and aspirations. However, Goethe's disapproval appears to have extended only to the actual practice of laboratory alchemy. He continued to be influenced by alchemical theory and symbolism. In 1795 he composed an alchemical fairy tale laden with hermetic imagery of all sorts, such as, for instance, the image of the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. The conception of a unity of the world's religions is joined in Goethe's thought, as it is in Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry, to a quasi-pantheistic nature mysticism. In words that call to mind Schiller poem Die Freundschaft, 1782, which is quoted or rather deliberately misquoted by Hegel in the final passage of the Phenomenology of Spirit, Goethe writes in The Sorrows of the Young Werther, 1774. From the inaccessible mountains across the desert that no foot has trodden, and on to the end of the unknown ocean, breathes the spirit of the eternally creating one, rejoicing in every speck of dust that hears him and is alive. Ah, in those days, how often did my longing take the wings of a crane that flew overhead and carried me to the shore of the uncharted sea, to drink from the foaming cup of the infinite that swelling rapture of life, and to taste but for an instant, despite the limited force of my soul, one drop of the bliss of that being which produces all things in and by means of itself. David Walsh notes that Goethe made frequent use of the idea of unifying opposites in the sense derived from the alchemical symbolism, both in his literary and scientific writings. His aim, as Gray puts it, was an incorruptible permanence which embraces in itself all opposites. Goethe writes, I was pleased to imagine to myself a divinity, Gottbitel, which reproduces itself from all eternity, but since production cannot be thought of without multiplicity, Mannigfaltigkeit, this divin 42. Friedenthal, Goethe, 67, in Hurl's Lectures on the Philosophes of Nature of 1803, he discusses a virgin earth, mentioning in this context the elders, whom H.S. Harris argues refers to Paracelsus, Bohm, and the alchemists, Neidfrugts, 274. Ext. Gray Goethe the Alchemist, 66-67. Sorrows of Young Werther, trans. Bayard Quincy Morgan, New York, Frederick Ungar Publishing, 1957, 6945. Walsh, Hegel, 326. 46 Gray, Goethe T.B. Alchemist, copyrighted material 60. The apprenticeship I see necessarily appeared to itself at once as a second person, Einzweitsj, whom we recognize by the name of the Son. The similarity to Bohm's doctrine is obvious here. Goethe continues, speaking of the Father and Son, these two had now to continue the act of creation, and appeared to themselves again as a third person, Im Dritten, who was now just as living and eternal as the whole. But with this the circle of divinity was closed, and even they would have found it impossible to create again a being fully equal to themselves. Gray has described the color theory as entirely alchemical in conception. The color theory, which had a great influence on Hegel's later Naturphilosophie, was influenced by the alchemical teaching that all colors arise from the opposition of darkness and light. Goethe himself acknowledges the influence of alchemy on the Farbenlehre. He who ponders this matter more deeply, Goethe states, will be so much the better able to relate these remarks with the secret philosophy and experience of the chemists. Furthermore, Goethe acknowledged the importance of the form of triplicity in his color theory, a triplicity which, of course, figures prominently in Hegel and, as we have seen, in Bohm and his Faloni has rightly understood the separation of blue and yellow. Goethe states, and has sumsciently considered in particular the development towards red, whereby the opposed sides incline towards one another and combine in a third being, then a certain secret significance will become apparent, to wit that a spiritual meaning can be read into these two separated and opposed beings, and one will scarcely refrain, when one sees them producing green below, and red above, from thinking in the former case of the earthly, and in the latter case of the heavenly creatures of the Elohim. Goethe's botanical theory, the doctrine of the so-called Erbsenz, also heavily influenced by Bohm and alchemy. Goethe's search for the Erbsenz led him to postulate a sequence of 7 stages of plant development, moved by the twin forces of diastole and systole. Rolf Christian Zimmermann has argued that Goethe's conceptions of diastole and systole derive from Oettinger's conceptions of expansion and contraction. Robert Schneider speaks of these concepts as part of the Old 47. 48. In Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 50. More immediate source may have been the thought of Robert Schneider, Schellings und Hegels Spwabispiegeistisebnen, W. Omelette Konrad Trilsk Verlag 1938, 136. 49 quoted in Gray, Goethe TBC Alchemist, 50. 50 Ibid, 128. 51 Walsh, Bohn, and Hegel, 94. 52 quoted in Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 127. Quoted in Ibid, 122. 54. Rolf Christian Zimmermann, Das Weltbild de Goethe, Studien zur Metisspantradite und Deutschem Jahrhunderts, 2, Munich, Fink, 969, 1979, 1, 187. Oettinger actually employed the terms systole and diastole. Contraction/expansion theory originates, not surprisingly, with Bohm. C. Walsh, The Mysticism of Fulfillment, 6061. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 61 vitalistic tradition and points out that they crop up later in Schelleneuro's Weltalter.ss. David Walsh has also compared Goethe's 7 stages to Bohm's 7 source spirits. Is conceived by Goethe as a microcosm of the universe. The Erbsenz. The 7 stages of plant development mirror the 7 stages of the unfolding and division of creation as a whole. But all the parts and stages are simply the modes of one fundamental form. Goethe believed that each stage of the plant development was understandable as a transformation of the primordial leaf. Gray writes that Goethe held this observation, which has been disputed by most botanists, to be confirmation of his belief that the whole was present in all of its parts. Again, we are reminded of a similar position in Hegel. Goethe also believed in the reality of an Urtier, of which all animals are modifications, though he did not develop this theory as extensively as he did that of the Erbsenz. Goethe was an active and enthusiastic Mason. He even composed songs and orations in honor of deceased Masonic brethren, in which he elaborated his own views of the true mission of Masonry. Some of these views may be inferred from his 1784 fragment Die Geheimnis, a fable about a spiritual order of knights, modeled, it seems, on the Templars. The knights are led by a humanist, who unites in his person the underlying truth of the various religious faiths. Again, we find the conception of the invisible church. More than once in Die Geheimnis, Goethe uses the imagery of the cross and roses. Goethe's name and reputation served to lend a measure of respectability to Hermeticism throughout his lifetime. Many were undoubtedly introduced to aspects of Hermeticism through Goethe, and his work was a major conduit for the indirect influence of alchemy, Bohm, Kabbalah, and various other Hermetic Aushüts. 3. Swabian Pietism and F. C. Oettinger. Lawrence Dickey has argued recently that the approach of going back to the text with Hegel's work is misguided, for so much of the intellectual context of what Hegel wrote is unfamiliar to us. The Germany of Hegel's youth consisted of almost 2,000 sovereign states, cities, dukedoms, and bishoprics. There was no centralized government, and no center of intellectual and spiritual life. Thus any German thinker must be understood in terms of his local context. Dickey argues that Hegel must be understood in the context of what he calls the Protestant civil piety of Old Württemberg. This tradition involves, among 55, Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 103. For the Weltalter passages CEWJ. Schelling, Samtliche Werke, Volume 8, ed. KFA. Schelling, Stuttgart, J. G. Kotta-Skur. 1856-58, 231, 320, 327. 56 Walsh, Boehme, and Hegel, 94. 57 Gray, Goshby the Alchemist, 58. Heinrich Schneider, Quest for Mysteries, 123. Economics, and the Politics of 1770-1807, c. University Press, 1987. 7-8. Copyrighted material 62 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Other Things, the goal of establishing the kingdom of God on earth through a transformation of society. Robert Schneider, in fact, refers to the kingdom of God, das Königreich Gottes, as the consummate idea of Swabian Pietism. Schneider's Spel, ings und Hegels Schwabische Geistesebenen was the first major study of the influence of Swabian theosophy on German idealism. He refers to the widespread scholarly ignorance of Hegel's Swabian roots as an embarrassing situation, Zwangslage, and argues that Schelling and Hegel were influenced by such aspects of Swabian cultural life as the Geschichtsbiologie of Johann Coxeges, 1603-69, mystical pantheism, Paracelsusm, and theosophical Naturphilosophy, especially that of the Böhmen E.C. Edinger. Point 61 In Hegel's own time his Swabianism was the subject of some discussion, as well as ridicule. Karl Rosenkranz writes that in Berlin it was the case that much that was attributed to Hegel as a person was typical of all Swabians, and was not regarded as being in any way peculiar to him so long as he lived in southern Germany. This is true of his warm, unpretentious manner, his intuitive openness, the directness of his speech, and the straightforwardness, matter-of-factness, and sincerity of his mental attitude. 6z. In the year following Hegel's death, O. H. Grupp, writing under the pseudonym Absolutus von Hegelinken, played Aristophanes to Hegel's Socrates with his play, Wind, or an entirely absolute construction of world history I percent Rugg Oberon's Horn, in which Hegel's Swabian origins were lampooned. Understanding Hegel's Swabian roots is indispensable for making sense out of his philosophical presuppositions and attachments. The Duchy of Württemberg was an extremely insular state, which, after turning Protestant in 1534, became fertile ground for many forms of religious enthusiasm, including mysticism and hermeticism. Indeed, the Swabians are the mystical people of Germany, notorious for their interest in esoteric, theosophical, and occult strains of thought. Reuchlin, Andrea, Edinger, Hahn, Mesmer, Schiller, Schelling, Hegel, and Hölderlin were all Swabians. Wiedemann writes of the Swabians, reserved and uncommunicative, they conceal deep within themselves a quiet faculty for brooding and meditating. Pierre Degas states that Swabia is accustomed to reconciling opposites. Württemberg, Lawrence Dickey claims, was a land of both and rather than either or. The Swabians, writes Heinrich Schneider, always search for the totality of being behind the reality. 60. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 146. See Chapter 7 for a discussion of the Kingdom of God in relation to Hegel, Schelling, and Hölderlin. 61 Ibid, 5. 62 Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben, 22. 63 Franz Wiedemann, Hegel, and Must-Rated Biography, trans. Joachim Le Groschel, New York, Pegasus, 1968, 14. 64 D.I., Jacob Bohm and his followers, 236. 65 Copyrighted material Hegeli Early Years 63 with its confusing multiformity, and Beyond the Rationale with its sharp antithesis of truth and essence. Robert Schneider writes of the Swabian mental attitude, Geisteshaltung, which continually points toward die Gansbyte descends. Even well into the 19th century, little of the scientific spirit of the Enlightenment had seeped in. Walsh writes, the influence of the Enlightenment, to the extent it had made itself felt in Württemberg, was integrated with a theosophic philosophy of nature and a speculative pietism which was concerned with the progressive revelation of the divine structure of history. Indeed, for this reason, Robert Schneider holds that the influence of the Aufklärung on the young Hegel has been very much exaggerated. We may think of biblical scholarship and speculative philosophy as widely different activities, but to the pietists of Württemberg they were intimately connected. Just what exactly is speculative pietism? Defining pietism itself is rather difficult, for it existed in Germany, and elsewhere, in a variety of forms. Louis Whitebeck characterizes pietism as the public re-emergence of a more or less continuous effort in Germany to achieve a simpler, less dogmatic, and more moralistic Christianity than that to be found in any of the established churches. The pietists were inspired by a variety of sources. One highly significant source of inspiration was Bohm. By the end of the 17th century, Bohm's followers had become a thorn in the side of the established church. In Württemberg in 1681 Pastor Johann Jacob Zimmermann of Baiateim was dismissed from his post for Bohmenism. A similar fate befell Ludwig Brunquell of Grossbotwar in 1679. Despite this, Bohmens in Württemberg generally treated with more tolerance than anywhere else in Germany. The strain of Bohmen pietism became particularly strong in the 18th century, when many pietist thinkers became active opponents of the mathematical and mechanical model of science and advocated instead a Bohmen vitalistic philosophy of nature. These religious mystics, some of whom, like Bohm, had no formal education, came to exercise a wide influence, and by the middle of the 18th century, as Beck puts it, a pietistic patina spread over almost all of Germany in addition to the open, pietist religious societies, which were tolerated by the Duchy of Württemberg, secret societies Flower 66. Heinrich Schneid *est for mysteries, here Schneider is actually explicating the views, which he is in sympathy, of H. O. Berger in his SCHW. Bentham in der Geistesgeschichte, Stuttgart and Berlin, 1933. 67 Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 23. 68 Walsh, Boheme and Hegel, 296. 69 Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 7. 70 Beck. Early German Philosophy, 157. This is indeed the case, for these pietist concerns are to be found in such German mystics as Eckhart, Gard, Sius, Totter, Joachim, and others. 71 Ibid 159. 72 Ibid, 10. Copyrighted material 64 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship issued there as well. Some of these societies were alchemical in nature. Alchemy was quite popular at the Württemberg court in the 17th century. Schwabes Spen magazine, one of the most important publications in Swabian literary life, published works on theosophy and alchemical Naturphilosophie including Phm Hans' anonymous work, Von Gottesdreieinikeit und von der Versöhnung. I will have more to say about the influence of Swabian pietism and Hermeticism on Schelling and H in section 4 of this chapter. In the rest of this section, I will discuss life and thought of Oettinger, who exercised considerable influence on both Schelling and Hegel. Friedrich Christoph Oettinger, 1702–82, virtually unknown to English-speaking scholars, ranks as the second most important figure in Württemberg pietism after Johann Albrecht Bengel, 1687–1752. Stouffer writes that by most estimates, Oettinger was, in ECT, the most original theologian of the 18th century in Württemberg and perhaps in all of Germany. Robert Schneider has Bengel as the philosopher of history who anticipated the work of Schelling and Hegel. Bengel believed that he was the herald of a final age of man in which God would achieve perfect self-actualization in the world, history would end, and all reality would be absorbed into God. Specifically, Bengel held that this would occur in 1836. Bengel and his followers, who called themselves the Free, Die Freien, proclaimed the perennial ideal of the invisible church, which would prepare man for the end of time. I will have more to say about Bengel in chapter 7. Ettinger, after undergoing a conversion experience in 1721, entered the theological seminary in Tübingen, where Hegel would study 67 years later. Ettinger was decidedly unimpressed by the Wallmann philosophy of rationalism and mechanism that was popular at the time, and yearned for something more. Discussing his intellectual frustrations with Johann Caspar Oberberger, the proprietor of the powder mill in Tübingen, the latter gave Ettinger the works of Bohm. It was not long before Ettinger openly declared himself a disciple of Bohm. Indeed, Ettinger's first book was a commentary on Bohm, Aufmunternde Grande zur Lesung des Spriften Jacob Bobmans, 1731. 73 Heinrich Schneider has drawn interesting parallels between German Freemasonry and Pietist sects in his quest for THIRDs. 74 Ronald Gray notes that as a consequence Bohm's influence on Pietism, it is possible to say that wherever in Germany Pietism was strong, there was likely to be also some belief in the validity of alchemy. Gray, Goethe the Alchemist, 4. 75 One scholars have encountered Ettinger is in Hans-Georg Ehr's Truth and Method. In W. H. Ettinger's doctrine of Sen Communis is discussed briefly. To be sure, Gadamer Ettinger for his own purposes and says nothing of the role by sensus communis in Theosophy. See Truth and Second Rev. ed. trans. Joel and Donald G. Marshall, New York, Crossroad, 1989, 2730, 76. Stouffer, German Pietism, 107. 77, Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 38. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 65. Ettinger is also known to have visited a circle of Jewish Kabbalists at Frankfurt am Main, who introduced him to Nur von Rosenerothe Kabbalah denudata, as well as to the Messianic Kabbalism of Isaac Luria. Through Ettinger, Kabbalah would exercise an indirect influence on German idealism. His familiarity with Kabbalism enabled Ettinger to appreciate what was Kabbalistic in Bohm's works and to attempt to effect a synthesis of Bohm and Kabbalism. This tendency is reflected in one of Ettinger's most important works, A Feindliches Denkmal Lehrtafel, 1763. This was a commentary on a Kabbalistic painting commissioned by Princess Antonia of Württemberg hanging in a small church at Tinnich in the Black Forest. Ettinger's account of the Kabbalah in this work is almost entirely Lurianic. Antonia was a follower of a Christian Kabbalist pastor whose Kabbalism had been influenced by Ryuklin. Ettinger also corresponded with Emanuel Swedenborg. In 1765 he published a 2-volume work entitled Swedenborgs und anderer Erdispe und Bimlisk Philosophie, zur Prüfung des Wesens, 1765, which was subsequently banned in Württemberg. Ettinger was also an accomplished scientist, quite learned in the theories of his time. Nevertheless, he was a fierce opponent of both mechanistic materialism and the rationalism of Descartes, Leibniz, and Wolff. In the spirit of Bohmen vitalism he composed a theology of electricity. Greatly influenced by alchemy, in 1749 he wrote that chemistry and theology are for me not two things but one thing. One commentator notes that various theosophic currents, including the hermetic and panvitalistic systems of Giordano Bruno and Paracelsus, the Kabbalah, the Rosicrucian tradition and, most importantly, the obscure speculation of Jacob Bohm, were incorporated into the Swabian pietistic revival by Ettinger and his an enthusiastic Chiliast. In the tradition of Joachim de Fiore, he also published a book of inspirational sermons Reden nach dem Allgemeinen Wahrheitsgefühl became quite popular with the laity of Württemberg. Ettinger holds that God is an eternal desire for self-revelation, in which begeert sich zu offenbaren. He writes in one place that the ancients, Die Alten saw God as an eternal process in which he emerges from himself and returns to himself. This is the true conception of God and of his glory. it is the true conception of his infinite life and power which issues in the Blessed Trinity. 02 Edinger identifies the fully realized God with Geist and treats Geist as what he calls an intensum. An intensum is a complex whole, which cannot 78. Secretary Ernst Benz. Of electricity. Trans.wol at G. Taraba, Allison Park, PA, Pickwick Publications, 1989. 79 Quoted in Albrecht Ritzkt. Gespeicht de Pietismus in der Lehrbare Speaker Spiede 17. UND 18. Jaberbunderts, Volume 3, Bonn, Adolf Marcus, 1880-86, 140. 80 Hanradi, Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition, IL, 314. 81 Edinger, Biblisches und Emblematis Space Wörterbuch, 1776, reprinted, Hildesheim, George Olms Verlag, 1969, 536. Pagination refers to the original. 82 Quoted in Hanradi W. Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition, IL, 314, his transcopyrighted material 66 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship be divided into separable pieces. In his Biblis Space und Emblematis Space Wörterbuch, 1776, Edinger defines Wissen, to know, as to see a thing according to all its parts. Glaube, belief, faith, is supposed to consist not in annulling, aufheben, the syllogistic order of thought but in enlivening it. Putting the two definitions together, one can see that what Edinger is after is a kind of thought that proceeds organically, or which aims at the articulation and grasp of organic wholes. Edinger thus does not reject reason per se, he merely opposes a living to a dead reason. We come to know the God process through its manifold aspects, which are not conceived as separable pieces. Edinger holds, in a manner identical to Hegel, that in the case of an intensum such as Geist, the whole is immanent in every part. It is this immanence that enables us to progress from one moment to another in the gradual articulation of the whole. The moments of God represent the forces that bring about God's realization in the world, which consists in his corporealization or embodiment in nature and in history. Bohm's claim that no spirit exists disembodied is the linchpin of Edinger's thought. Edinger writes, embodiment is the goal of God's work, Lieblichkeit ist das Ende der Werke Gottes. Edinger departs from the entire earlier philosophical tradition of idealism, by holding that spirit does not exist separate and apart from its embodiment. Rather, spirit comes to progressively more adequate expression through corporeality, what Edinger calls Geist-Lieblichkeit. A perennial idea in the theosophical tradition, Geist-Lieblichkeit has its probable in Caspar Schwenkfeld, 1490-1561. As discussed in the last chapter, Asterixkeitsbame Lieblichkeit was the last stage of God's self-unfolding. Still, Geist-Lieblichkeit is a highly obscure conception, perhaps best understood along the lines of an Aristotelian entelechyia, actuality. A perfect marriage of divine form and matter. The forces that set in motion this process of cosmic spiritual corporealization are antagonistic and mutually determining, and are derived in large measure from Edinger's studies of the Kabbalah. As was common among Christian Kabbalists, Edinger identifies the first three separate of the Kabbalistic tree of life with the Trinity and states that they deal solely with the Godhead. The other seven relate to creation. Like Bohm, Edinger refers to these as seven spirits, and like Bohm he favors this way of speaking because it accords with scriptural references to the seven spirits of God, Revelation 4:5. They are the mechanism of God's corporealization or manifestation. He conceives the supernal Trinity as in some degree beyond understanding. The two fundamental cosmic processes, according to Edinger, are expansion, Ausbreitung, which he identifies with the fourth Kabbalist Sepharib, Hesed, mercy, also known by a name which Edinger also uses, Gitulab, and contraction, Stark, which he identifies with the fifth 83. Edinger, Biblis Space und Emblematis Space Wörterbuch, 689. 84 Ibid. 85 C. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 114. 86 Enger, Plugspace und emblematisches Wörterbuch, 407. Copyrighted material Hegel's early years 67 Separab, Gevurab, Judgment. Creation, and thus God's embodiment is set in motion by the primordial conflict of these two forces. Central to Ettinger's theory of knowledge is his conception of sensus communis, which he discusses most fully in Die Wahrheit des Sensus Communis, also 1753. Sensus communis, Ettinger notes, is concerned only with things that all men see before them, things that hold an entire society together, things that are concerned as much with truths and statements as with the arrangements and patterns comprised in statements. Ettinger frequently refers to sensus communis as an unmediated cognition, unmittelbar Erkenntnis. Robert Schneider describes sensus communis as the feeling of the deep, total bond, Verbundenheit, of man with God and with other beings. For sensus communis cannot be defined with clarity and precision because it in some sense transcends subject and object. Sensus communis is understood by Ettinger to lie at the very center of our being. It is a state or a acuity that lies beyond the run-of-the-mill distinctions made by consciousness, including the distinction between consciousness and external world. Ettinger also speaks of a generative method, which understands both nature and scripture according to their generative order, as organic cisterns that unfold as plants do from their seeds. More exalted than sensus communis is what Ettinger calls Zentralerkenntnis, an unmediated, synoptic vision in which the mind momentarily sees existence through the eyes of God. Ettinger writes that Zentralerkenntnis leads to the realization that the truth is a whole, Die Wahrheit ist ein Ganzes. When one finally receives this total, synoptic vision of the truth, it matters not whether one begins by considering this part or that L. As Robert Schneider points out, the theme of the truth as a whole, or the whole, is a perennial theme of Swabian speculative pietism. It is for this reason, Schneider suggests, that the sceptical moment of Kant's philosophy was almost universally rejected and reviled in Württemberg *2. Schneider writes that there can no longer be any doubt, that in the Tübingen Stift, spurred on and enriched by the Enlightenment, the original spirit of the Swabian Heimat was at work, seeking the truth only in the whole. Ettinger reads the entire text of the Bible as a holy emblem book. Every detail is in some way significant or symbolic. The Bible is itself an embodiment of God, not a physical embodiment, but an expression of the divine in terms of concrete images, myths, and allegories. Ettinger distinguishes between a narrow and a widened meaning of scriptural 87. Essenker, die Wahrheit des Sensus Communis oder allgemeinen Sinns, in den nach dem Grundtext erklärten Sprachben und Predigungsiomo oder das Besthaus und Sittenbussib gelehrt und ungelabert, Tübingen, 1753. Quoted in Giadameyer, 27. 88 Robert Schneider, 12.4. 89 Stover, German Pietism, 115. 90 Priscilla A. Hayden-Roy. A Foretaste of Heaven, Friedrich Hauerlein in the Context Württemberg Pietism, Amsterdam, Rodopi, 1994, 42. Ger, Samtlichkeitsskriften, Volume 5, ed. Carl Chr. Eber. Aman, Geistesebenen, 56. 93 Ibid, 54. Copyrighted material 68 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Terms. The narrow is the literal meaning, the wide the speculative, because Ettinger holds that both are, in their own way, true. He can claim that his views do not conflict with orthodoxy, though few accepted such a defense in his time. Following Bohm, Ettinger extends this conception to include all of nature, stating that the natural realm, as well as scripture, is a medium of divine revelation, and, therefore the study of one will yield at least some insights into the othery nature. Like the Bible, is an emblem book, where everything is to be read as a sensuous representation of the divine. Since nature is an emblem book, a sensualization of God in the world progressing toward true spiritual embodiment, scientific experiment or investigation into nature are for Ettinger a way of thinking God's thoughts. Ettinger refers to the science that studies these emblems as theologia emblematica and claims that when fully realized it will unify the sciences and all of human knowledge. One author refers to it as an eclectic combination of alchemy, Bohm, the Kabbalah, and emblematics. There are many parallels between Ettinger's thought and Hegel's. The foregoing discussion of Ettinger should have made some of these obvious, but I will offer a brief summary. Further parallels will be drawn in later chapters. First, there is Ettinger's ideal of an unmediated cognition beyond subject and object. There is his conception of the truth as a whole. There is Ettinger's understanding of nature as a self-specification of God and his treatment of natural philosophy as providing insight into mind. There is Ettinger's organicism, his conception of the intensum in which the whole is immanent in every part, and his ideal of an organic form of thought. There is the centrality in Ettinger's thought of Geist and his ideal of Geistlichkeit, or spiritual embodiment, which finds its analogue in Hegel's objective and absolute spirit. Hegel states that spirit is in the most concrete sense. The absolute or highest being belongs to it, LPR 1:142, VPR 156. Just as in Ettinger's thought, Hegel's God or the idea is embodied in more or less adequate forms. In nature it exists in inchoate form, but finds more adequate realization in human projects, institutions, art, and religion, finally reaching on in an ideal medium, the pure ether of thought realized in speculative philosophy. Two important followers of Ettinger were Johann Ludwig Fricker, 1729–66, and Philipp Matthaus Hahn, 1739–90, both of whom studied at Tübingen. Fricker, along with other associates of Ettinger such as G. E. Roeselre and Prokoptovus, developed theology of electricity and may have exercised an influence on Franz Anton Mesmer, 1734–1815. Ettinger was, in fact, the first German scholar to take note of Mesmerite theories. However, perhaps the most influential follower of Ettinger was Hahn, whose theology was similar in most respects to 94. Hayden Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 43. 95 Stoffler, German Pietism, No. 96 Ibid, 114. 97 Hayden Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 46. 98 Favre, Access to Western Esotericism, 99. Benz, Of Electricity, 69. Copyrighted material. H. Early Years 69. Ettinger's. The young Hahn spent half a year at a vicarage in Herrenberg with Ettinger, who was by then quite ill. During his time there, he read Ettinger's voluminous alchemical library in 1770. Hahn, who had won the favor of Duke Karl Eugen for his design of an astronomical clock, became a pastor in Kornwestheim, north of Stuttgart. In 1781 he moved to Ichterdingen and died there 9 years later. While at Ichterdingen, he made frequent visits in the summer to Nijrtingen, where he may have come into contact with the young Schelling and Holderlin. Hahn attracted numerous followers from Stuttgart, where he established some conventicles, scriptural study groups for lay pietists, including one exclusively composed of city Zeromchels and leading citizens. Hahn was acquainted also with Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803, whose own Hermeticism may well have been fueled by this contact with speculative Pietism. In 1774 Herder published Über die Alttest des Menschgeschlechts, in which he devoted considerable space to a serious discussion of Hermes Trismegistus. The work concluded with a chapter dealing with, among other things, the Kabbalah. In 1801, in his journal Adresti, Herder published a dialogue between Hermes and Pymander, styled after the dialogues found in the Corpus Hermeticum. Despite Ettinger's influence, the Church and academia remained largely closed to his followers. The Tübingen Stift, for instance, was intolerant of Ettingerites. Nevertheless, even there Ettinger exercised a subterranean influence. The metaphysical writings of Professor Gottfried Plauquet, 1716–90, were strongly influenced by Oettinger's critique of Leibniz. Plauquet did not, however, dare to cite Oettinger. Hayden-Roy writes that for pastors hoping for a successful career within the Württemberg Church, it was politically expedient to espouse conservative rather than speculative views. P. M. Hahn is not to be confused with Johann Michael Hahn, 1759–1819, an influential disciple of Bohm, whose own life bore a number of parallels to that of the Lusitien-Cobbler. Hahn founded the Swabian Hahnisch Fellowship, Hannesby Gemeinschaft, the members of which were all conventionally religious laity, who just happened to meet every Sunday afternoon to discuss Hahni brand of Bohmen Theosophy. 2. Hayden-Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 55–56–101. IBI, 65. 102. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 10, claims that Herder was influenced by Ryer was a lifelong Hermeticist. In 1769, when he was only 103 old, Herder wrote 2 essays in which he treated the universe as of God and God as the idea of the world. He also advanced the microcosm macrocosm thesis, held that human thoughts are a form in which God manifests himself in the world, and claimed that the acquisition of theosophical wisdom gives one power over things. Klaus von Dung has discussed Hermeticism in fascinating detail. See von Dung, Millenarianism, Hermeticism, and the Search for a Universal Science, in Science, Pseudoscience, and Utopianism in Early Modern T-Bugged. 104. See Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 47. 105. Hayden-Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 69. 106. German Pietism, copyrighted material 70. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship 4. Hegel's Lehrjahr. In the winter semester of 1788, Hegel began his studies at the Tübingen Stift, where J. V. Andrea, Oettinger, J. L. Fricker, and P. M. Hahn had studied. One will search his early writings, including the journal in German and Lehren which he began keeping in 1785, in vain for signs of interest in Naturphilosophie, idealism, or any of the philosophical concerns of the time. Instead, as Lorenz Dickey was the culture of Württemberg, not the principles of German idealism, that furnished what Lucien Febvre would have called the mental equipment of his Mina. We know fairly little about Hegel's religious education. In the gymnasium at Stuttgart, Hegel had been taught J. Jaeger's Catechism, which was based on the thought of Bengel and Coxegis. Coxegis interpreted the progress of history in biblical terms, holding that history was the progressive realization of the divine plan. There is general agreement among scholars that Hegel must have had some degree of exposure to the strain of mysticism in Swabian Pietism. Robert Schneider writes that Hegel and Schelling inhabited an entirely different conceptual world, Begriffswelt, from that of Enlightenment rationalism and mechanism. Theirs was that of the ancient categories of chemical, i.e., alchemical, biological philosophy of nature, die Uralten Kategorien der Chemische, als Beimistische, Biologische Naturphilosophie, stemming from Barn, Van Helmont, Boyle, Flood, Paracelsus, Agrippa von Netzheim, Telesio, and others. This philosophy of nature was still alive in Württemberg during Hegel and Schelling's youth. J. Wiedemann writes that Hegeli home, like that of every old, established family in Stuttgart up to the beginning of our century, was marked by Protestant Pietism. And thus Hegel was steeped in its theosophy and mysticism from childhood. His Swabian disposition was never rarefied, not even in the element of the universal, the ether of thought and philosophy. 110. There was certainly easy access in Württemberg to theosophic literature. Important works by Oettinger and P. M. Hahn were still being brought out in the 1780s and 1790s. Schneider notes that the works of Paracelsus and Bohm, as well as numerous alchemical works, were plentiful in Old Württemberg. In his publications, manuscripts, and youthful diaries, Hegel says nothing about Swabian speculative Pietism and theosophy, and nothing about figures such as Oettinger. This does not, however, constitute a decisive reason for discounting their influence. Robert Schneider's hypothesis is, I think, quite reasonable, worüber man ständig spricht, schreibt man nix in sein Tagebuch, one does not write in one's diary 107. Hegel 296 108. Walsh, 109. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 20, my translation. 110 Wiedemann, Hegel, 14. See also Karl Luchert, Die Religion des Idealisms und and, Gütersloh, Bertelsmann, 1923. Robert Schneider, Geistesbncn. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 71, about that of which one constantly, in other words, the Begriffswelt of Theosophy and Hermeticism was so prevalent in Württemberg that it did not provoke comment from the young Hegel. Also, the example of Plauquet, see the preceding section, is enough to show that there was concern among scholars that open alliance with Hermetic philosophy and figures such as Ettinger might provoke censure from their colleagues. Hermeticism was something of a grassroots movement in Württemberg, though, as I have shown, it exercised a clandestine influence in academia, the church, and government. Robert Schneider writes that Hegel's upbringing can only have been pietist. Although there is no record of his parents having been members of any pietist conventicle, Hegel's own youthful religious orientation seems to have been pietistic. His early theological writings are alive with the sort of issues and questions that were characteristic of Württemberg Pietism. Whatever the exact nature of his parents' Lutheranism may have been, devout Lutherans they were. Hegel would later come to develop philosophic interests. He saw philosophies of Kant, Jacobi, and Fichte as outgrowths of Protestantism. Hegel's Protestantism appears to have been sincere and in no way merely orthopractic. Some of the earliest entries in Hegel's journal consist in passages from religious and theological texts, laboriously copied out. As H.S. Harris writes, a 15-year-old who spends several days writing out heavenly bliss really does himself believe in someone else's views on heaven LLS. Harris writes that Hegel entered the theological seminary at Tübingen simply because he got his education there for free. However, as far as we know, Hegel did not consider studying anything other than theology. The picture that emerges from a study of his early days is that of a pious, almost deliberately conventional and conformist youth, in whom, nevertheless, were planted the mystical pietist seeds that would later bloom as speculative philosophy. Pietism exercised a considerable influence on the Tübingen Stilt. Hegel's instructors there were actively concerned with how Pietism could be reconciled with Orthodox Lutheranism. At Tübingen, Hegel read Plato, Kant, Schiller, Jacobi, Hemsterhuis, Montesquieu, and Herder. He declined to join a club formed at the Stift, because he ibid. 17. Robert Schneider, my. There was, of course, much in Pietism that hero *d against throughout his life, in particular its denigration of age in favor of faith. My contention is merely that Hegel was at the same time influenced by much else in Pietism. Hegel's endorsement, late in life, of the work of Carl Friedrich Gaskell, 1784-1862, who attempted a kind of synthesis of Hegelianism and Pietism, suggests that Hegel may have been more sympathetic to Pietism than is often thou #LT. C. Butler, 537-46. Harris, Toward the Sunlight, 23. RR 6. Ibid, 64. 117 Wiedemann, Hegel, 15. Stouffer, German 91. Copyrighted material 72. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship claimed he was too busy reading Rousseau. The later testimony of Magister Lutwine of the Stift indicates that Hegel had no interest in Kant or metaphysics, while there. 13 Further, Harris has written of Hegel's early indifference to theoretical philosophy. This is what one would expect of someone who had been exposed early on to the heady air of theosophy. Schelling, for instance, could only stomach mainstream philosophy in so far as he could read theosophy into it. Nevertheless, we know that some of Hegel's instructors had been influenced by Kant, particularly Gottlob Christian Storr who, according to Robert Schneider, was also influenced by Bengel, who appears to have made much of claim to have limited reason, in order to make room for faith. Despite the fact that this would have supported the kind of quasi-pietistic, or simple, natural faith to which Hegel was attracted, he and Schelling, his roommate at the Stiff, along with Hölderlin, beginning in 1790, appear to have reacted strongly against it. This again suggests that their pietist religious upbringing was anything but conventional. Only a speculative pietist would have been so unmoved by Storr's appropriation of Kant, because speculative pietism believes in the possibility of wisdom and knowledge of all things human and divine, and thus must reject sceptical philosophies such as Kant and. As I mentioned earlier, Hegel's early theological writings are alive with the sort of issues and questions that were characteristic of Württemberg pietism. In the writings from the Stiff period, Hegel maintains that unreflective folk religion is at root identical with the highest, reflective philosophical understanding of the nature of God. As Harris writes of Hegel's early notes on religion, he is contrasting the healthy, undivided, natural consciousness of the Greeks with the corrupt, divided, artificial consciousness of the moderns, and this, too, is a contrast that he never abandoned. 1z. The import of Hegeli position is clear, though he does not say it outright. True religion, true thought about the divine, is somehow already given to man in an unreflective way, in advance of anything like theoretical philosophy. Hegel finds in the Hebrew writings, especially Job, the same sort of simple, unreflective connectedness to the divine as he found in the Greeks. Hegel's idolization of Greek culture has been overemphasized by most scholars. It is easy to see that the same unreflective connectedness to the divine was to be found also in the pietist milieu with which Hegel was acquainted from childhood on. 119 Udit Mann. 120 Johannes H. Mann, 1936, 430. 19. Dokument zu Hegel-Entwicklung, Stuttgart, Froh. Storr was the son-in-law of Jeremias Friedrich Reuss, 1700–1777, favorite student of Bengel, and mentor of Hahn. Reuss studied with Ettinger, and was also the mentor uncle of Schelling. 122 Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 7. Harris, Toward TBC Sunlight, 76. 124 Harris, Toward TB Sunlight, 84. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 73. In the so-called Tübingen fragment, Religion ist Sinne, 1793, Hegel modifies his stance toward folk religion, and we now see reason entering the picture, enlightenment being reconciled with the happy unreflectiveness of the Voke. Hegel now holds that religious consciousness must develop, and although the state of the Greeks and Hebrews represents a state of idyllic oneness with God, it is inferior insofar as it is in unity. The development of religious consciousness is a development toward a thoughtful reappropriation of relatedness to the divine. We are reminded of Bohm's doctrine that the fall had to happen, so that man could achieve a self-conscious unity with God. Hegel's position, as Harris notes, recognizes the form of consciousness man has come to display over time as being the mature or most fully developed standpoint of man. 1b Nevertheless, he does not abandon the idea that in some sense the realizations that will come with philosophical insight are already laid up in the mind in an inchoate form, something we appear to possess simply by virtue of being human. It will be important to keep this idea in mind for the discussion which follows in the next chapter. Indeed, Hegel maintains in this essay that the heart must be followed first, before philosophical consciousness is possible. He maintains that the subjective religion of all men is at root identical and cites the line from Lessing's Nathan the Wise quoted earlier, "What makes me for you a Christian, makes yourself for me," in a letter from Hegel to Schelling dated January 1795, Hegel writes, "Reason and freedom remain our watchword, and our rallying point the invisible church." I have already noted the use of the term invisible church by German mystics and Freemasons. H.S. Harris writes, "It seems to me virtually certain that for Hegel, at any rate, the invisible church originally referred to the cosmopolitan ideal of Freemasonry as envisaged by Lessing in Ernst und Pfaucht 2s. However, Robert Schneider holds that Hegel's use of the term invisible church, as well as the phrase kingdom of God, which occurs in the same letter, is evidence of the influence of pietist theology. It may very well be that Hegel and Schelling encountered this terminology in both Masonic and pietist. Cir Harris makes mention of a secret club at Tübingen, in which Masonic ideals were discussed, although he thinks that the term invisible Spersieb was not much used there. L. Hegel was also influenced early on by the millenarian ideas of two French Masonic philosophes, Volney and Rabat de Saint-Étienne. In 1793, Hegel graduated from RHE Stift, and in October he took 125. Ibid 127. 126. The line "truth is not like stamped coin in the phenomena of Miller, 22, is from Nathan, 4:6. 127. Butler, 32, Hofmeister 8. 128. Harris, Toward the Sunlight. 129. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 41. A July 10, 1794 letter from Holderlin to the Inra of God as our rallying cry, Butler, 24. 130. C. D. Hond. Hegel's Secret, 83 153. Copyrighted material 74. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship as Tutor in the Home of C. F. Steiger von Tschug in Bern. There, in his leisure time, he read Meister Eckhart, as well as Grotius, Hobbes, Hume, Leibniz, Locke, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, Shakespeare, Spinoza, and Voltaire. He read Kant more seriously, particularly Religion within the Bounds of Reason Alone. He also began studying Fichte's works and made preparations for working out a philosophy of the subjective spirit. In 1795, encouraged by Schelling, Hegel appears to have become deeply immersed in Fichte's idealism. In an April 1795 letter to Schelling, Hegel refers to the Fichtean conception of God as absolute ego as a part of esoteric. In an August 1795 letter he makes it clear that he accepts this idea. I have already mentioned that Fichte was a Mason, but his connections with the Hermetic tradition do not end there. There is a very strong similarity between Fichte's dialectic of absolute ego, non-ego, and limited ego and non-ego in the Science Knowledge, 1794, and the initial tripartite dialectic in Bohm's doctrine of the seven source spirits. Ernst von Bracken devoted an entire volume to discussing the relation of Fichte to Meister Eckhart. Lieu of this connection, Walsh has written, Fichte adopted the insights that had been formulated with the greatest difficulty by Eckhart as the union of the soul with creative power, to denote the normal condition of man in which the L created the world by the power of thought and realized the action of. In Bern, Hegel became part of a family circle that met in the evening for various sorts of entertainment. He kept in touch with them after he went to Frankfurt. In Harris writes that this association, like all of Hegel's subsequent connections in Frankfurt as far as these can be traced, has strong overtones of Freemasonry. John Burbage writes that whenever the young tutor arrived in a strange town he soon established contact with people known to be active in the most progressive strands of the Masonic order. Hegel was an enthusiastic reader of the quasi-Masonic journal Minerva, which, among other things, disseminated the radical thought of the French Jacobins. Its covers bore curious Masonic and chiliastic inscriptions. For instance, one cover featured the owl of Minerva flying over Greek columns, next to which stands a 132. Butler, 35, Hofmeister 133. Butler, 41, Hofmeister * 14. 134. Ernst von Bracken, Meister Eckhart und Fichte, Svertberg, Konrad Trilsk Verlag, 1943. Lest anyone think there is little to be said on this subject, it should be noted that book is more than 650 long. 135. Walsh, Bohemie and 136. Rosenkranz, 137. Harris, Toward Sunlight, 156. See also D. Hond, Hegel's Secret, 241. 138. Burbage is summarizing the work of Jacques D. Hond, in the introduction to his translation of D. Hond's Hegel and Temps, Hegel in Bistrans. John Burbage, Lewiston, N.Y., Broadview Press 1988, 8. refers to Minerva in a letter to Schelling written on Christmas Eve 139. 1794, W. Hegel was in Bern. Butler, 28, Hofmeister 6. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 75 child holding a trowel, an important Masonic symbol. In the shade of a tree stands a woman surrounded by children. Next to her is a shield on which is the head of Medusa and the inscription "The present age is pregnant with." The Gerald Hanratty has written that during his youth Hegel eagerly assimilated Masonic ideas and aspirations which were propagated in Germany by the supporters of the French Revolution. Throughout his life he interested himself in the Masonic movement so that its ideas and aspirations were important elements of the matrix from which Hegel's Gnostic system emerged. We have no record of Hegel having ever become a Mason. Although he appears to have been associated exclusively with the progressive strands of the order, i.e., the Enlightenment, rationalist strands, he was clearly conversant with its hermetic or mystical aspects as well, as his poem Eleusis illustrates. In 1796, Hegel learned through Hölderlin in Frankfurt that a more attractive post with the family of the wealthy Jean Gogol might be available for him there. Hegel welcomed the opportunity to be back with Hölderlin, and wrote Eleusis for him, in commemoration of their friendship. Jacques D'Hondt has argued that this poem is deliberately laden with Masonic imagery. The Gogols were well-known Masons, and Hegel was apparently hoping that Hölderlin would share Eleusis with them, and that it would help to cement their relationship. The Eleusinian mysteries were very important to the Masons, who traced their initiation back to them. For in the poem Hegel refers at one point to this bond no oath has sealed, which for Harris suggests a brotherhood inspired by the ideals of Freemasonry but without formal organization. J. Clark Butler suggests that the bond united Schelling, Hegel, and Hölderlin as well as Isaac von Sinclair, another, less famous, friend from the Tübingen Stift. Ls. Hegel writes, "Your halls have fallen silent, O goddess. Flown is the circle of gods back to Olympus from their consecrated, flown from the grave of a desecrated mankind is the genius of innocence that brought them here in thrall." 140. F. F. Hond, Hegel's Secret, 23-24. Hegel and the Gnostic Tradition, 115 312-13. Hegel's Secret, 227-8t. 142. 143 QEE. For example, Schiller, Die Sendung Moses in Samt Leichbe Werke, Volume 5, Berlin, Sanssouci-Ausgabe, 1937, 391-414, 399. Harris, Toward the Sun Li 14, DH0 in Hegel's Secret, like Harris, focuses almost exclusively on political ideals of Masonry. Sinclair was descended from a very old Scot. 145. C. Butler, 45. Tisch family considered to be hereditary leaders of the Freemasons. Among Extrazike is decorated with Templar, Masonic, and 146.1 am translation of the poem, which appears in Hegel. Letters, 46-47. I have altered his translation slightly. Copyrighted material 76. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. D'Hondt suggests that the grave of a desecrated mankind is an allusion to the desecrated grave of Hiram, the central myth of Masonic initiation. The poem may also contain veiled reference to Swabian speculative Pietism. Hegel's sense is lost in contemplation, what I called mine does vanish, unto the boundless do I myself abandon. I am in it, am everything, am only. This is remarkably like a description of Oettinger's Zentralerkentnis, a concept that would have been very familiar to Hölderlin. He writes, further, fantasy, Lbantasy, brings the eternal closer to sense, wedding it to shape. Again, this is quite reminiscent of the Bowman-Oettingerite concept of the imagination as the faculty of embodying the ideal. Harris notes that in the original draft Hegel struck out some lines intended to explain how the imagination achieves the union of finite and infinite spirit, which reflective thought breaks down. 14. A couple of lines later, Hegel writes, I feel it is the ether of my homeland, Hamat J as well, this earnestness, this radiance surrounding you. This strengthens the impression that Hegel may be alluding to the ideas of speculative Pietism, calling Hölderlin's mind back to their common Swabian roots. Hegel refers to himself and Hölderlin as sons of the goddess, Ceres, and remarks that they have not spoken openly of her mysteries. Their lips you did not live, but have preserved them in the sanctuary of their heart. Whatever Hegeli intentions were in writing Eleusis, they appear to have paid off, for in mid-January 1797 he arrived in Frankfurt as tutor to the two Gogol boys, actually the sons of Johann David Gogol, brother of Jean No, who died in 1793. 5. Pantheism, Hölderlin and Schelling. The chiasm of Württemberg Pietism, the subject of much discussion at the Tübingen Stift, combined with the drama of the French Revolution to create the sense in Hegel and his schoolmates that history was moving toward some ultimate, final act. Alan Olson writes that both Hegel and Hölderlin were convinced that the future of Germany, especially its political unification, depended on the generation of a common spiritual bond among its people, a Volksreligion wholly independent of the alien, imported Orientalism of Christianity. W.I. Hölderlin's Tübingen Poetry, 1788-93, contains few references or allusions to Christian doctrine. Instead, a kind of pantheistic paganism. 147. Vihand, Hegel's Secret, 263. That of art was influenced by this favre imagination, tradition, 116. See favre. 149. Harris, Toward the Sunlight, 245. 150. Hayden Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 216. 151. Alan M. Olson, Hegel and the Spirit, as Numat 09, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1992, 58. Copyrighted material. Hegeli early years 77 prevails. He speaks of the spark of the God within us. It is often thought that Hölderlin adopted the Greek phrase ben kai pan, one and all, to express his metaphysical outlook while at the Stift. As H. S. Harris argues, however, ben kai pan should really be seen as the collective motto of Hölderlin, Schelling, and Hegel, though Hölderlin may have been the one who brought it to the group's attention. The phrase ben kai pan itself is most likely taken from Jacobi's Brief über die Lehre de Spinoza in Briefen unter Herrn Moses Mendelssohn, 1785, in which Jacobi records Lessing as having said, "The orthodox concepts of the deity are no longer for me. Hen kai pan, I know no other." The context of the comment is a conversation between Jacobi and Lessing about Goethe's poem Prometheus. Jacobi printed Bruno's abstract of his work on the cause, the principles, and the one as an appendix to his book. Jacobi's Über die Lehre de Spinoza was principally responsible for the Spinoza revival of the late 18th century. H. S. Harris refers to the romantic Spinozism of Hegel's day. Jacobi's book exercised a profound influence on many thinkers, including Schelling and Hegel. It was not, however, Jacobi's intention to generate a revival of Spinozism. By revealing Lessing's Spinozism, Jacobi hoped to discredit one of the heroes of the Ojegeldrung SS. To Jacobi, philosophy represented rationalism and determinism in their most extreme and virulent form. Interestingly, Jacobi also claimed that Spinozism was a form of Kabbalism. Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, 1743–1819, was a follower of Johann Georg Hamann, born 1730 in Königsberg, died 1788. Almost forgotten today, Hamann, a Kabbalist and Baumann who held the familiar thesis of nature as emblem book, was extraordinarily influential in his time. Hamanni Metacritic essay, published in 1800, stated, in the words of Frederick Beiser, one of the central goals of all post-Kantian philosophy. The search for the inner unity, the common source of Kant's. Beiser writes that Herder, Schlegel, and Hegel all accepted Hamann's advice to see reason in its embodiment, in its specific social and historical context. Goethe and Schelling admired Hamann greatly. The already famous Jacobi met Hamann and, converted to his anti-Enlightenment philosophy, became his most vociferous advocate. It was Jacobi who transmitted Hamanni thought to the Romantics, and to those, like Schelling, engaged in Philosophie. Hegel appears not to have been 152. Hayden Roy, A Foretaste Heaven, 208. Harris, Toward the Sunlight, 1015. 154 Ibid 295. 155 Some doubted the authenticity of Jacobi's claims about Lessing. But, as endosophical doctrine of Spinoza's Tractatus Cation of the C. Beiser, Fate of Reason, German Philosophy Kant to Fichte Cambridge. Massachusetts, Harvard University Press. 19871, 56. 156 Ibid, 43. 157 Ibid, 18. 158 Isaiah Berlin, MRS of the North J. G. Hamann and the Origins of Modern Irrationalism, New Wyferar, Strauss and Giroux, 1993, 2-3. 159 Ibid, Copyrighted Material 78 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship very directly influenced by Hamann, but in 1828 he published a critical review of Hamann's collected works. The significance of the pantheismostrate of the late 18th century cannot be overstated. Thanks to S. revelations, pantheism became, as Heinrich Heine would put it in the next century, the unofficial religion of Germany. Reinhold's extremely influential popularization of Kant Brief aber die Kantische Philosophie at making Kant relevant to the pantheism controversy. Such luminaries as Goethe, Novalis, Herder, Schlegel, and Schleiermacher all dallied with pantheism. There was little difficulty in being both Lutheran and pantheist. As Beiser points out, Lutherans believed in an immediate relationship to God, and pantheism, teaching that all things, including men, are God, or are within God, certainly provided that. A. E. Holderlin, in his own journal, copied out the Henkai-Pan passage from Jacobi's book. In a letter to his mother from February 1791 Holderlin mentions that he has immersed himself in works by and about Spinoza. According to Karl Rosenkranz Hegel, Schelling, and others at the Stift all read Jacobi I book. Holderlin wrote his only novel, Hyperion, in the years 1792-1799. Priscilla A. Hayden Roy, in her study of the influence of Württemberg Pietism on the poet, claims that the thematic content of Hyperion was influenced by Oettinger's doctrine of sensus communis. Hayden Roy is not alone in this thesis. As she notes, Ulrich Geyer and Walter Dierauer have also argued that Holderlin's poetic theory is based on Württemberg's speculative Pietism may have been indirectly acquainted with P. M. Hahn's work through a poet, C. F. D. Schubart. Holderlin met Schubart, a follower of Hahn, in the spring of 1789. Although Hegel was happy to be reunited with Holderlin in Frankfurt, he had apparently succumbed to depression while in Bern. He was forced to witness Holderlin's deteriorating mental state. In November 1800, after receiving a small inheritance upon the death of his father, Hegel wrote to Schelling in Jena, appealing for his assistance. 160. Hegel. Hamannschreiten in Werke, Volume 23 352. Hegel was critical. Johann Peter Eckermann reports of Hamann, but had studied him. Dinner conversation between Goethe Hegel deal was about to whom Hegel was Cheeksporman, displaying a Hamann, with residential deep insight into extraordinary mind, such as could only have arisen from a most earnest and scrupulous study of the subject. See Johann Peter Eckermann, Conversations of Goethe, trans. John Oxenford, New York, De Capo Press, 1998, .244. 161 Uaudit in Beiser, German Romantics, 45. 162 52. 163 Harris, Toward the 99. 164 Hayden Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven, 227. 165 Ulrich Geyer, Der Gesetzliche Kakel Holderlins Dichtungslibre, Tübingen. Max Niemeyer, 1962, Walter Dierauer, Hauerlin und der Spekulative Pietismus Württembergs, Gemeinschaftens Konspungshorizont im Werk Oettingen und Holder. Tins, Zürich, Juris, 1986. Geyer claims that theory of the modulation of tones, Wspsilder tone, is based upon a sevenfold distinction in copyrighted material. Hegel early years 79 in relocating there. The two men had not corresponded in 5 years, and in that time Schelling had become a celebrity, receiving his post at Jena with the backing of Goethe. I shall not enter here into the sillier details of Schelling and Hegel's turbulent friendship. Suffice it to say that Hegel came to Jena in early 1801, sharing quarters with Schelling. After some months, he produced his first philosophical work for publication, The Difference Between Fichte's and Spelling's Systems of Philosophy, 1801. What seems to have attracted Hegel to Schelling's early system is Schelling's claim that at the root of all that is real is an infinite life, recall Etting e ideologia ex idea vitae deducta. In Schelling's early system of identity, philosophy of nature is understood as the story of how reason, the absolute ego, unconsciously produces a tangible world that reaches its consummation with the coming into of man, who can embody self-conscious reason or ego. This is to be parallel to transcendental idealism, reason's actual self-understanding, because in both it is reason or ego that is the underlying principle and result. Thus, the subject-object distinction is transcended. Nature, the external world or object, really is ego expressing or developing itself. This infinite ego lying behind the subject-object distinction, moving or generating the whole process, was conceived by Schelling as an infinite and primordial life. Schelling maintained much the same doctrine in the later Freiheitsbericht, Philosophical Investigations into the Essence of Human Freedom, 1809. Gott ein Leben ist, he writes, nicht bloß ein Sein, God is a life, not merely a being. The influence of Bohm on the Freiheitsbericht, in which Schelling employs the term theosophy, has been remarked on by many, but Robert Schneider argues that the more direct influence is that of Ettinger. According to R. O. Schneider, Schelling's use of such terms as Licht, Finsternis, Banderkraft, Aussoslik, Unigssoslik, Bestand Baltend, Lebendige Bewegungskraft shows the impress of Ettinger's thought. Ernst Benz writes that Schelling's principal ideas are dependent upon the terminology of Bengel and Ettinger in such a direct and visible way that it is impossible to ignore these fundamental sources of his thought. TN 167. Santelijk Bewerke, Volume 7, 403. 168. C. Edward Allen Beach, Potencies of Gods, Spellings of New York Press, 1994, and Robert F. Anilnchuens of Boebncon BV% RK Press. 1977, 169. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 10. Gershom Scholem, Kabbalab, 200, finds the influence of Ettinger discernible in the works of both Sch Ewing and Hegel. Klaus von Dung notes that Hermeticism was brought to Ray. He regards Oettlanger as having convert to Schelling and Hegel. The P.N. Sophic ideal of a universal super-science, Andung millenarianism. Hermeticism, 132, 126. 170. Benz, Mystical Sources, 30. Copyrighted material 80. The Sorcerary Apprenticeship. Schelling's connections to Swabian speculative Pietism are much better documented than are Hegel's. We know, for instance, that Schelling's father owned Ettinger's works. Schelling's father and grandfather were both followers of Bengel. Schelling's great-uncle Friedrich Philipp von Rieger was a supporter of Ettinger and J. M. Hahn, who expressed his gratitude to Rieger in his autobiography. When Schelling was 10 or 11 years old, he lived in Nürtingen with his uncle Nathaniel Friedrich Koslin, 1744-1826, a deacon. Koslin was known to have close ties to the Bengelettinger circle and may have proselytized his nephew. P. M. Hahn diary reveals that Schelling's father, who taught at the monastery school in Bobenhausen, called on Hahn, with his wife and young Friedrich in tow, on October 6. Schelling's first published work was a poem that he wrote on the occasion of the death of Hahn. Schelling later wrote of Hahn in a letter, "As a little boy, I beheld this great man with hidden, uncomprehending awe, and strangely enough, the first of the few poems I have written in my life was upon his death. I will never forget his countenance. Schelling was actively interested in Bohm, eventually acquiring 3 editions of his works, but he remarked to one of his Jena students that Oettinger was clearer than Bohm. Oettinger attempted to prove his thesis about the reality of spirit-body through an actual experiment. He claimed that if crushed Bohm mint leaves are boiled, their juice will form the pattern of the original leaves on the surface of the water. This was supposed to prove the existence of spirit as something separate from the material body, which it informs. Oettinger coined several words from the Latin essentia to describe the potentialities of a thing as made possible by its spirit. He frequently likened the process to the alchemical opus. T. Schelling borrowed Oettinger's language of essentia, creating the term essentification. He borrowed the Bohm leaf experiment as well. In a lecture, contrasted 2 different ideas about death, one which holds that in soul and body are sundered, and another, Schelling's own, which holds that death is simply an advance to a higher form of existence, in which both soul and body are retained, and perfected. Schelling writes, "This other idea compares the effect of death with the process by which the spirit or the essence of a plant is extracted." Thus 171. Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, G. In a September 7, 1806, letter to his There, Schelling states that Franz von Bader asked him if he could obtain for him the writings of Oettinger. Schelling passed the letter along to his friend Pregeiser. Pregeiser, an Apietist sect. According to spent almost the entire time mystical sources, 1314. 172. All of these details about Schelling-Euro's family are to be found in Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 7-8. 173. Hayden Roy, A Foretaste of Heaven 54. 174. Schelling, Letter to Heinrich von Schubert, April 4, in Samtliche Werke, Volume 1, 34. 175. See Paula M. Jenner, Romanticism and its Appropriation of Jacob Bobmy, Montreal, Guérains University Press, 1999, 176. See Robert Schneider, Geistesebenen, 123. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years imagines that all the power and all the life of a plant pass into the oil extracted from it. Some followers of the doctrine of general regeneration even assume that the drops of oil of Bohm form the shape of the Bohm leaves again. I have not seen this personally and therefore will not make a pronouncement on this subject. However, a similar phenomenon observable in etheric liquid oils reveals life within, and proves that it is not a matter of annihilate but of spiritualized life. Thus, the death of man would not be a separation but rather an essentification. In fact, others were not able to replicate Oettinger's experiment. Ernst Benz has also shown that several times throughout his work, Schelling employed translations of biblical passages made by Oettinger, without attributing them to him. Schelling betrays his connections with Wertheimer-Pietism even in the titles of his works. He wrote a work entitled Die Weltalter, which was also the title of a very well-known book by J. A. Bengel, published in 1746. In Schelling's Die Weltalter, the influence of Oettinger is quite apparent. He writes at one point, "The ultimate purpose is that everything, as much as possible, be brought to visible, material form, embodiment, Lebendigkeit is, as the ancients, Alten, expressed it, the end point of the way of God, finus virum Dei, who wants to reveal himself as spatial or as temporal." No sooner had Schelling embraced the Kantian Fichtian philosophy than he insisted on its supplementation by Naturphilosophie, which precipitated his break with Fichte. Robert Schneider argues that Schelling predisposed to value Naturphilosophie due to his early immersion in the thought of Oettinger and his circle. Indeed, Ernst Benz has made the case that it was Schelling's commitment to the principle of Geistleiblichkeit that drove him to reject the absolute idealism of Fichte. Schelling writes, "This is the ultimate purpose, that everything will be transformed as far as possible into a visible and corporal form. Corporality is, according to the ancients, the end of the ways of God, who wishes to manifest himself as much as in space as in place as in accordingly, Schelling had to find Fichte's system merely a realm of shades, as Hegel describes his own logic. For Schelling as for Bohm and Edinger, the absolute has to express itself in corporeal form, in nature, or remain an empty abstraction. For exactly the same reasons, Hegel would supplement his logic with a philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit. Schelling does not, of course, mention Edinger. I have already discussed the pressures that existed at the time to avoid mentioning him. But the evidence for influence is strong. The authority Schelling actually invokes is Spinoza, who was then becoming a more 177. Schelling, Samrelijke Werke, Volume 14, 207. 53. See account of this issue, and of evidence for ins on Schelling, pages 51-55. 178. Walsh, Boehme, and Hegel, 91. 179. Benz, Mystical Sources, 54-56. 180. Schelling. Samtelijke Werke. Volume 8.325. 181. Ibid, Volume 14, 205. Quoted in Benz, Mystical Sources, 50-51. Copyrighted material 82. The Sorcerary Apprenticeship acceptable figure to side with. In his Exposition of My System of Philosophy, 1801, Schelling makes the claim that the absolute ego of Fichte is identical with Spinoza of nature. He goes on to liken the two parallel parts of his system, transcendental idealism and philosophy of nature, to expositions of twin attributes of thought and extension. He even refers to Naturphilosophie as the Spinozism of physics. 182. Schelling's grand synthesis was extremely appealing to Hegel because it enabled him to reconcile the mystical hermetic philosophy to which he, like Schelling, had been exposed in early life, with the mainstream philosophy and theology with which he now, as a university professor, had to publicly align himself. As H.S. Harris notes, Hölderlin's philosophical fragments show that he was developing something like an identity philosophy as far back as 1795, indicating the same dynamic at work in his own Swabian soul. Like Bohm, with whom he was acquainted early on, Schelling held that the finite or nature is a mirror, speculum, held up to the infinite asterisk. Hence, speculative philosophy, the speculative activity of the philosopher, which attempts to understand creation in its telos and in all its aspects, is in effect the completion or consummation of the infinite self-reflection. Using language that would certainly have reminded some of his readers of Edinger, Hegel in the Differenzsprüft refers to the ego, the identity point of philosophy, as the point of contraction I. The ego is the indifference point. In the system of the subject, transcendental idealism, the ego is contracted into its primordial self-relation. In the system of the object, or nature, ego expands outward as a real but frozen expression of itself to itself. Lo, this brings to mind the doctrine of the coincidence of opposites in Eckhart, CUSA, and other mystics. Schelling even went so far as to interpret laws of nature as laws of spirit in unconscious form. His identity philosophy held out the hope of an experience of the ultimate unity of subject and object, and finite and infinite, in aesthetic consciousness. H.S. Harris writes of the similarities between Schelling's system of identity and Bohm's theosophy. In Bohm's theosophy, desire is the upgrund of the dark center into which self-consciousness contracts. The full realization of the image of God requires that it should expand again into the light center. The moment of absolute contraction where the transition occurs is a flash, Schreck. Thus all the terminology of 182. Schelling-Einleitung zu deren Entwurf eines Systems der Naturphilosophie, 1799, in Werke, Volume 2, ed. Manfred Schroeder, Munich, Beck, 1927, 273. 183. H.S. Harris, Introduction to the Difference Essay, Inhral, Difference between Fichte's and Schelling's New Y Press, 1977, 3. Walter Serve, Albany, State Univ 184. Kurt Liest's dissertation, Von Jakob Bohm's Zeuskelting, University of Erfurt, 1927, deals with the Bohmian influence on Schelling's work. 185 Harris, Introduction to the Difference Essay, 41. 165-67, German ed. Of Differences Springesammelt Werke, Volume 186. UT Buchner and Otto Poier, 187 Schelling. Erste Nader Philosophie 0799, in Werke, Vol. 2, 268. Copyrighted material. Hegel's early years 83 Schelling's system, bears the clear impress of Bohm's vision n. Like Paracelsus, whom I shall discuss in Chapter 6, Schelling held that medicine was the highest of all the natural sciences. Recall also the emphasis Johann Valentin Andrea placed on medicine. Antoine Favre writes of Schelling's system, the relationship to alchemy is obvious, so much so that Schelling's Nader Philosophie appeared from the beginning as an attempt to bring together the traditional givens of Pansophy and the spirit of Kantian philosophy t. As Robert Brown has shown, in later years Schelling immersed himself even more deeply in Bohmel. In 1802, Schelling published a dialogue, Bruno, in which he put his philosophy into the mouth of a character loosely patterned after Giordano Bruno. After reading an advance copy of the dialogue, Goethe wrote to Schiller on March 16, 1802, Schelling has written a dialogue, Bruno, or on the divine and natural principles of things. What I understand of it or believe I understand is excellent and agrees with my deepest convictions. But I am doubtful whether it will be possible for others to follow it through all its sections and understand it as a Goethe could not have known at the time that Schelling was soon to be eclipsed by a thinker even more in agreement with his deepest convictions, especially where those convictions could be called hermetic. On April 24, 1825, Hegel wrote to Goethe that when I look back over the course of my intellectual development, I see you everywhere into it, and may call myself one of your sons. What is inward in me has been nourished by you toward resilient strength in the face of abstraction, and has oriented its course by your forms as by beacons L. 188. Harris, Night I percent odds, 165. Other authors have concentrated almost exclusively on Bohm's influence on Schelling's later period. C. Beach, Po Sc. Ellen Voradzio den Jahrbuchern der Medizin als Wissenschaft in 189. Werke, Volume 4, 65. 190 Favre, Access Western Esotericism. 83. 191 Schelling also became interested in the visionary mysticism of Emanuel Swedenborg, particularly after Rhe untimely death of his wife Caroline in C. Benz, Mystical Sources, 1516, as well as Friede Manhorn, Schelling and Mysticism and German Idealism, trans. George F. Dole, Westchester, The Swedenborg Foundation, 1997. Schering T.M. Spiegel seiner Zeitgenossen, Turin, Bottega. 192 C. Xavier Tilly et. D. Erasmo, 1974, 91. Butler. Copyrighted material. 84. Chapter 3. The Mythology of Reason 1. The absolute religion. In the beginning, Hegel thought that a new religion was needed to unite philosophers and ordinary people, to transcend the Platonic dichotomy between the wise and the vulgar. In their time together in Jena, however, Schelling persuaded Hegel that it is not the philosopher's task to create such a religion. Nevertheless, Hegel continued to insist that a new philosophy could have an effect on religion, making it truer to its own essence. Hegel's view, which remained unchanged throughout his career, was that a completed philosophy would take on a form that would make it accessible in varying degrees to everyone. That form would be a mythology of reason. This enigmatic phrase appears in a fragment referred to by scholars as ein Ethik, its first words, and under the title The Earliest System Program of German Idealism. For many years, the authorship of the system program was in doubt. It was variously attributed to Hegel, Schelling, and Hölderlin. I need not rehearse the various arguments for and against Hegel's authorship here. Most Hegel scholars accept Otto Poggeler's arguments that Hegel is the author, and I shall follow their lead. Poggeler dates the fragment to Hegel's Bern period, in late 1796 or early 1797. The system Progerin reflects ambivalence about the aim of philosophy. It seems as if Hegel still clings to the idea of a new religion, yet depicts philosophy as an absolute science. In truth, the system program is Hegel's first attempt to reconcile philosophy and religion. Philosophy can be popular and even religious without becoming religion or ring primacy to religion if its content happens to be the thought RMS that underlie all religion and folk consciousness. Thus, philosophy for Hegel will have as its task the recovery and perfection of these pre-reflective thought forms granted to mankind from time immemorial, a wisdom that has expressed itself partially and imperfectly in all previous art, religion, and philosophy. Genuine Philost. Otto der Verfasser de System Programms de Deutschen Idealismus Hegel Studien, by he for Z. Gisela Schuler has argued that the * system program was Hegel's last Bern essay in her Zur Chronologie von Hegels Jugendschriftern Hefel Studien Z, 1963 1159 copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 85 Offi is uncreative. Instead, it is merely a fully adequate expression of this primordial wisdom. This wisdom belongs not to the consciousness of a people, but to its unconscious. In the Encyclopaedia Logic, Hegel states that the business of philosophy consists only in bringing into cone explicitly what people have held to be valid about thoughtseousness from time immemorial. Thus, philosophy establishes nothing new. What we have brought forth by our reflection here is what everyone already takes for granted without reflection. LS 22, Z, Geritz, 55. In a Zusatz to the Encyclopaedia Logic, Hegel remarks that we usually suppose that the absolute must lie far beyond, but it is precisely what is wholly present, what we, as thinkers, always carry with us and employ, even though we have no express consciousness of it. LS 24Z, Geritz, 59. In The Science of Logic, Hegel states that the activity of thought which is at work in all our ideas, purposes, interests, and actions is unconsciously busy, Bewusstpercentgespaftoi, natural logic, die. Nader like be logic J. Its basis is the soul, Miller, 3637. The following surreal, macabre, almost unintelligible passage from Hegel's Real Philosophe manuscript of 1805-06 reflects his deep immersion in the realm of the unconscious. The human being is this night, this empty nothing, that contains everything in its simplicity and unending wealth of many present for Hegel's views on mythology and what I shall call mythopoetic thought. See the lectures on the Age of Philosophy, Volume T, 8, 9t, Werke. Hegel was also greatly in by the writings of George Friedrich Kreutzer, 1771-1858, a philologist and historian of religion and mythology whom he knew in Heidelberg. Kreutzer is mentioned in the passages cited above. Clark Butler writes that, Hegel, borrowed from Kreutzer the idea of a primitive Oriental monism running symbolically through all true religion, in Indian mysticism. Preserved in the Greek mysteries, lying classical Greek polytheism implicit in classical theism, and coming to self-conscious expression in Hegelian concept of the absolute as the infinite incarnation, Butler, 368. Consider also this from a Zusatz to the Encyclopaedia Logic, philosophy should not from really Ian, and adopt the attitude that it must be content if religion simply tolerates it. And on the other hand, we must equally reject the view that RNYTHS and religious accounts of this kind are something obsolete, for they have been venerated for millennia by the peoples of world. LS 24Z3, Genet 61. Yeats describes Braunthought strrr similar terms, stating that wit was Braunoi mission to paint and mold in, to teach that the artist, the and the philosopher are one, for the mother of the muses is memory. Comes out but what has first been formed within, and it is therefore within RHE significant work is done. Yeats, The Art of Memory, 305. 5. In the lectures on the photozo of that all persons have a consciousness of or of the substance, as the truth of everything and so also of themselves, of everything that they are and do, LPR 1:85, VPR 1:4. 6. Elsewhere, Hegel not being, 1, many, quality, size and so on are pure essences with which we keep house all the time in ordinary life. See report of Rosenkranz about L's philosophy of spirit in the early Jena period, in System of Ethical First Philosoph *RIT, trans. H.S. Harris and T.M. Knox, Albany, University of Orc Press, 1979, 258. See also Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben, copyrighted material 86. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Tations, images, of which none happens to occur to him or which are not present. This night, the inner of nature, that exists here pure self in phantasmagorical presentations, is night all around it, here shoots a bloody head there another white shape, suddenly here before it, and just so disappears. One catches sight of this night when one looks human beings in the eye into a night that becomes awful, it suspends the night of the world here in an opposition. In this night being has returned. Hegel holds the traditional, hermetic conception of philosophia perennis. All previous systems of thought religious, mythological, philosophical aim at and partially unveil the same doctrine. Speculative philosophy is the final, fully adequate, and fully conscious form of the philosophia perennis, which can only be accomplished in modern times. In a fragment preserved by Rosenkranz, Hegel writes, "From the true knowledge of, the principle of all philosophy, there will arise the conviction that at all times there has been only one and the same philosophy. So not only am I promising nothing new here, but rather am I devoting my philosophical efforts precisely to the restoration of the oldest of old things, and unlibcrodding it from the misunderstanding in which the recent times of unphilosophy have buried it." This perennial character of speculation is made quite clear in one of the Zusätze to the Encyclopaedia Logic, where Hegel states that it should be mentioned here that the meaning of the speculative is to be understood as being the same as what used in earlier times to be called the mystical, LS 82, Z, Geritz, 133. Speculation thus depends on recollection, Erinnerung, the recollection of the Philosophia perennis. In another fragment, possibly from the same 7. Quoted in Donald Philip Vereen. Hegel's Recollection, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1985, 7/8. The translation is very Neuro. S. Chs. Harizzi Introduction to the System of Ethical Life, 63-64, Philosophation in an Eternal Vision. It is always one and the same, and if phy it, the occasion or path by which one does so becomes irrelevant, indifferent. Speculation is the end in and for itself. Seconds also Harris's Introduction co the Difference Essay, 18, by reasserting the of a perennis, Hegel aimed to show that the dialectic of eichel ideas is subordinate to, and instrumental for, the focal concern of rational speculation. Whh never varies. Hegel writes in the Difference Essay that if the absolute, like reason which is its ans, is eternally one and the same as indeed it is, then every reason a PTK7 is directed toward itself and comes to recognize itself, produces a true philosophy and solves for itself the problem which, that on these basic metaphilosophical issues his position did not change. 9. Rosenkranz, Leben, 192. Repeats this observation. In his lectures on TB10, Hegel of Religion of 1824, Hegel speaks of the Eleusinian mysteries. Mystical is the speculative, what lies within, LPR 2:491, VPR 239. He states, the Trinity is called the mystery of God, its content is mystical, i.e., speculative, LPR 3:192, VFR 3:125. In the lectures of 1827, he states that as a whole the mystical is everything speculative, or whatever is concealed from the understanding, LPR 1:445, VPRT 333, copyrighted material The Mythology of Reason 87 period as the system program, known as On Mythology, the Spirit of the People, and Art, Hegel speaks of mnemosiny, memory, as the absolute muse. He writes, the work of art of mythology propagates itself in living tradition. As peoples grow in the liberation of their consciousness, so the mythological work of art continuously grows and clarifies and matures. This work of art is a general possession, the work of everyone. Each generation hands it down embellished to the one that follows, each works further toward the liberation of absolute consciousness. Mnemosiny, memory, or recollection, is the mother of the muse of the poet, the artist, and the philosopher. She is their access to primordial wisdom, knowledge of the whole. All three may hear her voice and express her wisdom in their own ways. Through her voice the philosopher can learn to speak the truly complete and adequate speech, which is speculation, the speech of the absolute. The result of Hegel's project was to have been, he hoped, a return to a more natural consciousness, like that possessed by the Greeks, but in a form that is fully modern and self-aware, to say nothing of being Protestant and Lutheran. Just as in Bohm, man's fall is necessary because his original unity with God and with his own true nature is an unthinking unity. We must be brought back to unity, but this time the unity must be achieved in kill self-consciousness. Philosophy will constitute, in effect, a perfected form of living in the world, which will transform religious life, art, and our understanding of history, science, and government of all aspects of man and his world. As H.S. Harris puts it, philosophy is not just a nocturnal study of shadows and reflections, it is the perfected consciousness of human living, or an actual experience of living in the light of the eternal. Like Aristotle, Hegel conceives the life of the philosopher as the highest form of existence. But the life with which his philosophy is concerned will unite all people, the masses, and the intellectuals. In the system program Hegel writes, in the end enlightened and unenlightened must clasp hands, mythology must become philosophical in order to make the people rational, and philosophy must become mythological in order to make the philosophers sensible. Then reigns eternal unity among us. No more the look of scorn, of the enlightened philosopher looking down on the mob, no more the blind trembling of the people before its wise men and priests. Philosophy can become accessible to all, it can illuminate the cave with sunlight, if the mythology of reason is developed. In the same fragment, Hegel writes, here I shall discuss particularly an idea which, as far as I know, has never occurred to anyone else. We must have a new mythology, but this mythology must be in the service of the ideas, it translated by recollection, 36, my emphasis. 12 Harris, Night Thoughts, 199. I am using H.S. Harisi translation of the In Toward the Sunday L #T, 51012, 51112, Harris's Interpolations. A German edition. See Das Altes System Programm de Deutschen Idealismus US, Werke, henceforth, SYS. 234-36. Copyrighted material 88. The sorcerer's apprenticeship must be a MYTB 010 UF0 reason. 14. But what does this mean? How can Teculatin be a mythology, if its task is to recover the perennial thought RMS underlying all mythology, religion, poetry, etc.? Doesn't speculation go deeper than myth? The phrase mythology of reason never occurs again in any of Hegel's other writings or lectures, but it provides a key to understanding Hegel's entire philosophy. To understand this unique conception, something further must be said about the relation of philosophy to recollection. Two speculation and recollection accounts of Hegel's view of the history of philosophy tend to overemphasize his claim that all previous philosophy approaches what he ultimately accomplishes in speculative philosophy. What tends not to be emphasized is the necessary presupposition of this account, that thinking man in some sense knew where he was going from the beginning, that the history of philosophy is not the story of the gradual creation of different systems of philosophy, but rather the story of the gradual recollection of the one true system, of wisdom itself. If this is the case, one might ask, Does Hegel insist that his final and adequate recollection of the truth could only have occurred after history, when we finally reach the stage at which we make the absolute our own, when we know that the absolute, which is God, is the consummation of a universal human consciousness, we fully grasp the idea of philosophy and all philosophical thought reaches closure? Hegel believed that this intellectual achievement could only have been accomplished after history itself was consummated, that is, after human beings have recognized themselves as free and not determined by an absolute that stands opposed to humanity as an absolute other. The final form of wisdom is necessarily a self-conscious form. The absolute idea achieves full realization or disclosure through humanity's explicit recognition of itself as the agent of the idea's consummation. Hegelianon is not just another expression of the perennial philosophy, but an expression that understands itself as an expression of the perennial philosophy. Thus, Hegelian speculation is the in itself of human finally made for itself, made explicit. Consciousness. If speculation involves recollection, then it appears to be a fundamentally passive activity. This is indeed the case, for the term speculation comes from speculum, or mirror. What does the speculative philosopher mirror? Speculation holds up a mirror to the idea itself, it allows idea to comprehend itself. Hegel's concept of speculation harks back to System Program, 511, System Program, 236. Friedrich Schlegel that the creation of a rational mythology was the literary aim of the Romantic movement. Though Hegel was not exactly synthetic romanticism, he may have influenced by this idea. F. Schlegel, Pro. Scispiegensschriften, 2 volumes, ed. J. Minor, Vienna, Konigen, 1906, Volume 2, 357-66. For similar ideas see Schelling, System of Transcendental Idealism, trans. Peter Heath, Charlottesville, University Press of Virginia, 1980, copyrighted material The Mythology of Reason 89 Pythagoras. See comparison of the philosophers to spectators at the Olympic Games. The philosopher is a vehicle of the Muses, an oracle through which spirit expresses itself, an automatic writer who passively watches the play of the dialectic as it develops on his page. Why this talk of recollection and of the perennial philosophy does not, however, imply that Hegel's project is to recover a wisdom that was once explicit long ago, and which has since been lost. In fact, in the Berlin Tours on the Philosophy of Nature, 1930, Hegel ridicules the idea that in some bygone age, when man was at one with God, he possessed a consummate science, and that since our fall from this unity some remnants and distant glimmerings of that spiritual light have remained with us in myths, tradition, and other fragments, onto which the further education of the human race in religion has fastened, and from which all scientific cognition has proceeded. If it were no more difficult than this for consciousness to know truth, but one only had to sit on a tripod and utter oracles, the labor of thought would certainly be spared. PNS 246, Z. Petrie. What Hegel rejects here, first of all, is the idea that absolute science or wisdom was ever, at some earlier time, wholly and self-consciously possessed by man. Second, even if man actually had possessed such wisdom, Hegel rejects the idea that it could be recovered through the use of pure imagination or creativity in the Romantic sense. But this does not imply that Hegel rejects the idea of an unconscious wisdom gradually coming to more and more adequate expression through philosophy. But why should we believe in the existence of this unconscious wisdom in the first place? Because all philosophy is implicitly or explicitly dialectical in nature, and the activity of dialectic presupposes that one always already possesses wisdom, but in inchoate form. Dialectic is a recollection and explication of that wisdom. This is true of both Hegelian and Platonic dialectic. The pattern of Platonic dialectic is this. Attempts are made to define some universal, all of which prove inadequate, but each of which builds on the previous attempt. For instance, in the Republic, Cephalou definition of justice as returning what one has borrowed, 331b, is rejected with Socrates' counterexample of the crazed man who demands the return of a weapon. The participants immediately see that this could not be just, that Cephalosi attempt to define justice is a failure. But they could not make such a judgment rejecting Cephalus's definition as wrong simply on the basis of Socrates' counterexample unless they already had some pre-reflective access to the idea of justice. The key to the dialectic, then, is that the participants already know, in some sense, the meaning of the terms they aim at defining. In the same manner, each category of Hegel's logic constitutes a provisional definition of the absolute, but each proves partial and innate. 15. One is reminded of Jacobi dictum that it is the task of the philosopher to disclose existence, by Sir, The Fate of Reason, 67. 16. For a similar passage, see the Philosophy Spirit, PSS 405, z. Petty Copyrighted Material 90. The Sorcerer's Apprentice Quate, forcing us to inquire further, and so the dialectic pushes on. We do not rest content with being, or with being for self, or with the measureless, or with identity, because we experience a disparity between each category and what we somehow already know the idea to be. In the Difference essay of 1801, Hegel writes, what the so-called common sense takes to be the rational consists similarly of single items drawn out of the absolute into consciousness. They are points of light that arise out of the night of totality and aid men to get through in an intelligent way. In fact, however, men only have this confidence in the truth of these points of light because they have a feeling of the absolute attending these points. Hegel's muse is mnemosyne because his dialectic is a recollection of what our finite individual spirit has somehow already glimpsed of absolute spirit. In the Difference essay, Hegel writes of the presuppositions, Voraussetzungen J of philosophy. One such presupposition, he says, is the absolute itself. It is the goal that is being sought, but it is already present, or how otherwise could it be sought? Jean Hippolyte writes, in our opinion, if we are to understand Hegel's dialectic, we must assume that the whole is always immanent in the development of consciousness. Negation is creative because the posited term had been isolated and thus was itself a kind of negation. From this it follows that the negation of that term allows the whole to be recaptured in each of its parts. Were it not for the immanence of the whole in consciousness, we should be unable to understand how negation can truly engender a content. And Hippolyte goes on to say, we have evidence of the immanence of the whole in consciousness in the teleological nature of the latter's development. The goal of knowledge is fixed as necessarily as the series of progressions. Dialectic is the method by which speculation aims to recollect unconscious wisdom and to complete the perennial philosophy. But how can Hegel know that he has brought the perennial philosophy to completion? This seems to involve a further methodological consideration not covered by an account of dialectic alone. In fact, it is precisely Hegeli understanding of speculation as a mythology of understanding of speculation as in some sense an aesthetic act that allows him to demonstrate the completeness of his recollection of the perennial philosophy. 17. Hegel. 98-99, My emphasis, difference. 18. Hegel, DNCE, 93, difference, 16. This may seem to be simply a statement absolute, but my contention is that in Hegel's mature about the philosophy the absolute is still, in a certain sense, a to be sought. Will become more clear in my treatment of the phenomenal of in the next. Plato, of course, has his own doctrine of recollection, intended to exactly the phenomenon described above, how we seem to already know the result WC aim at in dialectic, and why we feel at every step as if we are recollecting something we already knew. Jean Hippolyte. Genesis and Structure Hegel's Phenomenal of Cfsky, Versity Press, 1974, 15, My emphasis. 20 Ibid, 15, SSR. The quotation C. Miller 51, pg, 62. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 91-3. Speculation as mythic. In the System Program Hegel writes of his Mythology of Reason, I am now convinced that the highest act of reason, the one through which it encompasses all ideas, is an aesthetic act, and that truth and goodness only become sisters in beauty. The philosopher must possess just as much aesthetic power as the poet. Men without aesthetic sense is what are literal-minded philosophers, unser Buchstaben Bilosopen Jr. The philosophy of the spirit is an aesthetic philosophy. 21. During his Jena period, Hegel, like Schelling, claimed that art as well as philosophy gives us access to the absolute. In the Difference essay, Hegel, ostensibly speaking for Schelling, writes, "Both art and speculation are in their essence divine service, both are a living intuition of the absolute life and hence a being at one with at first glance." Then, Hegel's system program may seem to be just a repetition of Schelling's ideas about aesthetic consciousness, but it is not. Unlike Schelling, Hegel does not see art as such as our means of experiencing the absolute. Instead, he speaks of the highest act of reason as being an aesthetic act. Somehow, rational or philosophical thought itself must become aesthetic. But how? And how is this related to the conception of a mythology of reason? And how is it related to speculation? The second question, at least, seems easily answered. It is clear that Hegel sees mythic thought as sensuous or poetic in form. Later in the system program he writes, "Until we express the ideas aesthetically, i.e. mythologically, they have no interest for the people, and conversely until mythology is rational the philosopher must be ashamed of system, then, as a mythology of reason, will somehow meld rational thought with what I shall call mythopoetic thought." When Hegel claims that philosophy must become aesthetic or mythological, he is not recommending that philosophers write poetry, or even that they incorporate poetic elements into their work. Instead, Hegel is setting the stage for an entirely new type of thought, one that unites men's of rational and mythopoetic thinking at a higher level. Hegel's project is analogous to Etting Theologia Emblematica, which aimed to uncover the inner spiritual form of the emblem or image as opposed, on the one hand, to a purely imaginative grasp of the divine, and, on the other, to the dead reason, of the abstract concept, which kills the truth the image contains. Like Ettinger, Hegel is advocating a third position. Completely new form of thought in which the truth is laid bare by transcending and synthesizing the inadequate forms of the pure image and the abstract concept. In the system program this new form elevates poetic thought to a higher level, poetry gains thereby a higher dignity, he writes. She becomes at the end once more what she was in the beginning. The teacher of mankind. 21. Hegel, System Program, 511% Systemproem, 235. I have altered Harris's translation Estrance, Difference, 77. 22 Hegel, D. Hegel, System Progrant, 51R, Systempervam, 236. 24 System Program, 511, STEM Program, 235. Copyrighted material 92 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Here an obvious question arises, doesn't Hegel reject picture thinking, and isn't that precisely what mythopoetic thinking is? Hegel does indeed reject picture thinking, but he also rejects its opposite, abstract thinking. When Hegel rejects a pair of opposites, however, one can be sure that they have not been rejected, they have been aufgehoben, they have been cancelled, but also taken up and preserved. Donald Philip Vereen makes the same point, the thought of Vorstellungen must be aufgehoben in absolute knowing. The image of Vorstellung must be there in absolute knowing in a transformed sense. Hegel's speculation will be a sublation of the truth of Bild and the truth of Begriff. So how exactly does Hegel's speculation accomplish this? How does it unite the mythopoetic and the rational? Unlike myth, art, etc., Hegel's speculation involves the use of concepts, ideas, or universals. Here, however, the dissimilarity ends, for although the matter of Hegel's philosophy, its employment of concepts rather than images, is substantially different from mythopoetic thought, its form is strikingly similar. Hegel's system is a complete conceptual speech about the whole, but it is not merely a network of abstract concepts. Instead it takes the form of a concrete totality. In the introduction to the Phenomenology, Hegel defines philosophy as the actual knowledge of what truly is, Miller, 46, pg. 57. In fact, his philosophical aim is the traditional one, to ve an account of substance, the really real? However, it is the totality of Bsys 25. Hegel writes in the preface to the Phenomenology, the habit of picture thinking, when it is interrupted by the fine zerks that have no actuality, Miller, 35, pg. 43. Harris, in his introduction Cohas and Walter Cerf's translation of Verb and Knowledge, writes, speculative philosophy cannot possibly be abstract, because it is a special kind of remembering finite, and reveals itself navally in the perpetual perishing of the finite. Reveals itself posi Ryan of the night as a in GWF Hegel, Faith and Knowledge, ed. And trans. H. Or remembered co-significance. CHS. S. Harris and Walter Cerf, Albany, State University of New York Press, 1977, 39-40. 26 Vereen, Hegel's Recollection, 12. Hegel explains the meaning of Aufbeben in his Science of Logic. Aufbeben constitutes one of the most steps in Aufbeben, has a twofold meaning. In the it means to preserve, to maintain, and eq it also means to cause to cease. To put an end to. It is a delight to thought to find in the language words which have in themselves a speculative meaning. The German languadolery has a number of such, Miller 1067, WL 27 also. Philosophical element and content is not the abstract or non-actual, but the actual, Miller, 47, pg. 34-35. 28 Though, of course, Hegel's substance reveals itself to be subject. In the Sieg der Individualität, Miller, 233, pg. 256. Elsewhere Hegel writes, spirit is thus self-supporting, absolute, real being, Miller 264, pg. 289. These observations correspond exactly to Aristotle's conception of substance, ousia. In Hegel's 1830 lecture manuscript for the lectures on the Philosophie of World, his copyrighted material The Mythology of Reason 93 tem that itself gives us this reality. Every provisional definition of the absolute within the system, that is, every category, must fall short because no one category can express all of what the absolute is. Thus, the system does not describe the absolute, it gives form to the absolute itself. Hegel's philosophy does not sell us what substance or the absolute is, in the manner, for instance, of Aristotle's philosophy. It brings the absolute into being. Why? Because it is through speculation that the idea becomes for itself, that God achieves self-awareness and thus completion. This completed or actualized divine is the absolute. Recall the previously quoted fragment preserved by Rosenkranz. Every individual is a blind link in the chain of absolute necessity, along which the world develops. Every individual can raise himself to domination over a great length of this chain only if he realizes the goal of this great necessity and, by virtue of this knowledge, learns to speak the magic words which evoke its shape. The knowledge of how to simultaneously absorb and elevate oneself beyond the total energy of suffering and antithesis that has dominated the world and all forms of its development for thousands of years. This knowledge can be gathered from philosophy alone. 1. The magic words are the categories of Hegelian philosophy. The magic power is dialectic guided by recollection. And, as we shall shortly find, our access to this power is through a form of imagination. I'll discuss the nature of Hegelian imagination in section 5. It is important to see the radical difference between Hegelian thought and all other forms of philosophy. Non-Hegelian philosophy answers such questions as what is God? Or is being? By equating its subject matter with some property or universal, God is water or God is the unmoved mover or God is nature. We can call this mode of thought propositional or predicative. It takes some object as given, and proceeds to describe it by attaching one or more predicates to it, usually after lengthy argumentation. The problem with this form of thought, as Hegel points out in the preface to the Phenomenology, is that it draws a rigid distinction between subject and predicate, Miller, 38, pg. 47. One may laboriously demontere, he retes that it is detailed discussion of its relationship to God is substance and infinite power. It is substance, i.e. that through which and in which all reality has its being and subsistence. Reason is self-sufficient and contains its end within itself, it brings itself into existence and carries itself in row effect, Nisbet, 2728, VTR, 2021. I shall discuss this topic more fully in Chapter 5. 29. Hegel writes in the System of Ethical Life, what is truly universal is intuition, while what is truly particular is the absolute concept, stem of ethical life, T00. German edition, System der Sittlichkeit, 2nd ed., ed. Lassen, Hamburg, Felix Meiner Verlag, 1923, 415. 30. God is only God in so far as he knows himself. This self-knowledge of God becomes a self-knowledge in man, and knowledge of God. PSS 564, Wallace, 298. 31. Rosenkranz, Hurlsleben, 141. Copyrighted material 94. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship straight that God is good, but we know that the two terms are connotatively different. The predicate does not exhaustively present the subject's nature to us. We may decide to add other predicates, God is good, and just, and all-knowing, etc. But unless we can demonstrate that we have completely captured the essence of God, our knowledge is not absolute. CLPR 3271, 277-78, VPR, 196, 203. Thus the predicative or propositional approach is inherently incapable of giving us what we want. The predicate of a proposition always places the subject in a higher, wider, or more inclusive genus, for instance, man is mortal, dogs mammals, etc. But Hegel conceives the absolute as the whole itself, as the ultimate category beyond which there is no higher category. Hegel does not tell us what the absolute is. Hegel's thought gives form to the absolute itself. Yet the dialectic is driven precisely by the supersession of definitions of the purport to say what the absolute is, but only say part. Hegel can say that his system is complete because it achieves closure as a circle of thought. His encyclopedia is exactly what it sounds like, an encirclement. His philosophical method, if it can be described as such, is qualitatively different from the propositional method of philosophy that I have described. To borrow a term from the Jungian Erich Neumann, Hegel's speculation is circumscription. In his book The Origins and History of Consciousness, Neumann discusses mythopoetic thought and its origins in the unconscious. Contrasting mythopoetic thought with propositional thought, he writes, "The way of the unconscious is different. Symbols gather around the thing to be explained, understood, interpreted. The act of becoming conscious consists in the concentric grouping of symbols around the object, all circumscribing and describing the unknown from many sides. Each symbol lays bare another essential side of the object to be grasped, points to another facet of meaning. Only the canon of these symbols congregating about the center in question, the coherent symbol group, can lead to an understanding of what the symbols point to and of what they are trying to express. Myth, in other words, does not attempt to pin down its subject matter by definitively predicating one or more qualities of it. It does not say God is just X or nature is just Y. Instead, it talks around its object, describing it in many, sometimes conflicting ways, each of which indicates something true about it. As Neumann says, only the canon of these symbols congregating about the center in question, only the whole, is true. The Egyptians, for instance, devised a number of different and mutually contradictory cosmologies, all of which they seem to regard as equally true. As Henry and H. A. Frankfurt write, the mythopoetic mind, tending toward the concrete, expressed the irrational, not in our manner, but by admitting the validity of Sev 32. Y. Reagan discusses this issue in Heterodox Hegel, 76. 33. Erich Neumann, T.B. Origins and History of Consciousness, trans. REC. Hull, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1954, 7, emphasis added. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 95 Aral avenues of approach at one and the same time. We should not doubt that mythopoetic thought fully recognizes the unity of each phenomenon which it conceives under so many different guises. The many-sidedness of its images serves to do justice to the complexity of the phenomena. The form of Hegel's speculation is identical with mythopoetic circumscription. Hegel rejects propositional thought, which would define the absolute, and instead talks around or thinks around the absolute, revealing at each point some aspect or part of it. The totality of Hegel and philosophical speech is the truth, the absolute itself. The difference between Hegel's speculation and mythopoetic thought is that the points through which his circle of truth is described are not primarily images, metaphors, or symbols, but concepts. Unlike conventional philosophical thought, however, he employs these concepts in a radically different way. The form of this thought is identical with mythopoetic circumscription. We can see, then, that Hegel has accomplished exactly what I described earlier, the creation of a new form of thought, which takes up and thus in a sense unites elements of both abstract, philosophical thought, and mythopoetic thought. His is truly a mythology of reason, a new myth form made of ideas, a mythopoetic creation that is not concrete in its elements but only in its totality, as the concrete universal, as the absolute. To employ a term that was important in Hegeli early philosophy of nature, and to which I shall return in later chapters, the absolute is literally embodied in the pure ether of thought. Hegel's philosophical speech is not an account of the absolute, it is the concrete realization of the absolute itself. Oedinger's progressive corporealization of the spirit body has become Hegeli concrete universal. As in Oedinger, God, or the idea is becoming progressively better embodied. First it exists in inchoate form, in nature, then in human institutions, in art, and in religion, and then finally it reaches perfection in the ideal medium. The pure ether of thought realized in speculative philosophy. Hegeli's system is the ether body of the absolute, Oedinger's Gesetzlichkeit. This does not mean that Hegel believed that everything is idea. The logic has as its result that the idea is consummated, and becomes absolute, through its self-reflection. Each category of the logic is a provisional definition of the absolute, or of the idea. This science constitutes an independent and self-contained totality of thought, forming a circle. But, as have said, this science is only ethereal, in some sense unreal. The philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit are accounts of the forms in which the idea embodies itself, seeking the self-reflection conceived in the logic. In absolute spirit, the absolute idea, which is 34. Henry and H.A. Frankfurt. Introduction, Myth and Reality, Twil Adventure of Ancient Man, Chicago, University of Ch. Co. Press, 1977, 20. Writes that the universal object is infinitely concrete, all-comprehended omnipresent, for the spirit is eternally present to itself, it has no past, remains griever the same in all its vigor and strength. Nisbet, Y. Vig 33. Copyrighted material 96. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Merely the concept of self-reflection achieves actual self-reflection. Philosophy, the highest form of spirit, is a complete account of idea in itself, logic, become for itself, nature and spirit. This does not imply that nature and spirit are really just logical categories. Instead, the categories do not become fully real until they become nature and spirit. It might be objected that my comparison of Hegel's speculation with mythopoetic thought leaves out the element of the transcendent, whether chthonic or numinous, that is always present in mythopoetic thought. Mythic circumscription, unlike propositional thought, does not seek to make its object fully transparent. There is always an element of mystery and the warning that any attempt to penetrate this mystery is hubris. What could be more unlike Hegel? Hegel rejects a transcendent absolute and claims to have achieved absolute knowing. By Greek standards, Hegel is undeniably guilty of hubris. His absolute is spirit or idea come to consciousness of itself through the activity of speculation. The divine, the absolute, cannot be without humanity. It is man who actualizes God, and thus man becomes, if not God, then certainly a demigod. Hegel can, however, legitimately claim that he has completed or perfected mythopoetic thought, and that this achievement is true and verifiable, not empty hubris. The aim of mythopoetic circumscription is to reveal all aspects of a primordial phenomenon through a cluster of images and stories. But there is never any guarantee that the circle is complete, hence there always remains an element of mystery. Hegel, however, believes he can demonstrate that his system closes the circle. Thus, he can claim with some plausibility that he has removed all mystery from the absolute. He employs mythic circumscription, and uses concepts in a quasi-aesthetic manner, but by closing the circle he turns mythopoetic circumscription into an absolute science. For further parallels between speculation and myth in his Myth and Philosophy, Lawrence J. Haitab contrasts mythic thought with conceptual reason on a number of points, allowing us to establish even more clearly the similarity of Hegelian speculation to mythopoetic thought. First, Haitab claims that myths express what is unique while concepts express what is common. This means that myth does not subsume particular occurrences under general laws or abstract classifications. Recall that Hegel conceives the absolute as the whole, and there is nothing higher or more inclusive than the 1vh01e. Thus in Haidt terms, Hegel rejects conceptual reason precisely because his subject matter is unique, the hilly concrete, the true individual. Second, Haitab claims that in myth, there is no separation of form and content, thought, and this means that there is no rift in the mythopoetic consciousness between the form of experience and the meaning content it imparts. Thunder is immediately experienced as the 36. See Lawrence J. Haitab, Myth and Philosophy, A Contest of Truths, LaSalle. Open Court, 1990. 37 Ibid, 3031. 38 Ibid 3031. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 97 Anger of the Gods. Henry and H. A. Frankfurt write that modern science creates an increasingly wide gulf between our perception of the phenomena and the conceptions by which we make them comprehensible. We see the sun rise and set, but we think of the earth as moving around the sun. We see colors, but we describe them as wave. Hegel saw the natural sciences as increasingly devaluing or nullifying ordinary experience and alienating the great bulk of humanity. Part of the aim of Hegel's system is to restore something of the undivided consciousness of the ancients. Like Rousseau, however, he does not seek to go back to the Golden Age, but to realize something of it in the modern age. Hegel does not reject modern scientific procedure and its method of explanation, but he does seek to heal the divide between intellectual scientists, philosophers, and laymen, the Platonic wise and vulgar. This is the explicit goal of the Mythology of Reason, as stated in the System program. In his system, Hegel incorporates the data of the natural sciences of his time in a philosophy of nature. By showing humanity a God who expresses himself, in part, in nature, he hoped to reconnect science with the experience of the divine, and specifically with the concrete presence of the divine. In the System program, Hegel writes that we are told so often that the great mob must have a religion of the senses. But not only does the great mob need it, the philosopher needs it too. Harris, 511, pg. 235. What Hegel's system promises is a transformed experience of the world, in which we see familiar things in a new light. Science, poetry, art, religion, the state, are all seen to be expressions or embodiments of the absolute. Ordinary things suddenly take on new meaning. That which had been thought to be a human contrivance, carried out only for finite human ends, devoid of any higher meaning, mystery, or religious significance, that is to say, what had been thought so quintessentially mod*m is now suddenly imbued with spiritual significance, the full systematic scope of which can only be experienced by the typical consciousness as sublime. Thus, Hegel attempts to heal the rift in the modern consciousness between thought and sensation, or thought and experience, by giving us a new form of experience. The very modern scientific and philosophical ideas that formerly seemed to cut us off from experience and from our intuitions of the divine are now seen to be moments of a system of experience that constitutes the divine itself. Hegel's system is an attempt to re-enchant the world, to reinvest nature with the experience of the numinous lost with the death of the mythical consciousness. Third, Hegel claims that myth is passive and receptive while concept 39. Frankfurt, Introduction, Myth and Reality, 11. 41. Hegel also characterizes the modern rift in terms of the form-content distinction. As is well known, Hegel explicitly claims in his logic that he has transcended the form-content distinction. Copyrighted material 98. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship to Reason is active 42. Hegel characterizes the activity of conceptual reason as involving abstraction, analysis, synthesis, and judgment, which essentially take an object apart in order to get to its real nature. Hegel, of course, calls these procedures of conceptual reason the understanding, Verstand, and holds that if we are to know truth, we must rise above this level. Speculative philosophy, by contrast, is not creative, it is recollective. Speculative philosophy is not active, it is essentially receptive, uncritical. The speculative philosopher is not in control of his thoughts. He is enthralled by what he is thinking about. Fourth, Hegel writes that in myth, language and the world are coextensive. Words are not taken as mere signs for things, but are thought of as wedded to the things themselves, even as expressing the nature of things. Knowing an object's name was even thought to give the knower magical powers over it. This understanding of language is characteristic of the Hermetic tradition. For Hegel, words do not carry a literal magic power, though, as we have seen, he does speak of the magic words that evoke the shape of the Absolute. Completed speech of the Absolute is identical to its object. Hegel's system does not describe the Absolute, it embodies the Absolute. To give it voice is to give it being. Thus it is no stretch of the imagination to call words that call their object into being magic words. Fifth, Hegel claims that in myth there is no conceptual distinction between illusion and for the mythic mentality anything that is experienced may be meaningful, thus dreams, which to the modern mind are illusory, are deeply significant to the mythopoetic mind. There is an awe to this way of thinking in Hegel. The dialectic does at each step with truth. In fact, it moves by cancelling not concern false, partial, or illusory positions. Speculation embraces the partial and the fake. All ideas are standpoints of consciousness on the way to absolute knowing. This is most obvious in the phenomenology of spirit, where numerous false and self-deluding standpoints, sense certainty, stoicism, skepticism, the unhappy consciousness, the beautiful soul, etc. are transcended, but simultaneously incorporated as necessary components in the development of spirit. 5. Imagination and the symbolic forms. Hegel's dialectic functions through recollection of the whole, which it aims to fully articulate. Individual categories, provisional definitions of the absolute, prove inadequate, because of their failure to fully express our recollected intuition of what the whole is. They only say part. But 42. Hegel, and Philosophy, 33. 43. Ibid, 33. 44. Ibid 34. 45. Hegel writes in his Philosophy of Nature of 1834 that the speaking of the ether with itself is its reality. What it utters is itself, what speaks is itself, and that to which it speaks is again itself, quoted in Harris, Night 243. 46. Hegel, Myth and Philosophy, 35. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 99. What is the mechanism by which a new, further category is selected? In other words, how are the transitions made in the dialectic? To answer this question, we must examine the role of imagination in Hegel's SYS. The connection between recollection, imagination, and wisdom is found in the Hermetic tradition and its art of memory. I want to suggest that Hegel's speculative activity be considered along the lines of what has been called active imagination. Antoine Favre characterizes active essential component of a form of imagination inclined to reveal and use mediations of all kinds, such as rituals, symbolic images, mandalas, intermediary spirits. Imagination suggests, of course, the image. It seems straightforwardly to be the faculty that produces images. But this is not its primary significance. Imagination consists fundamentally in a kind of ingenuity for giving form to something, sometimes to the truth. Verine describes the role of imagination in dialectical transitions as follows: spirit requires an ingenious act, in which through an immediate act of its own wit it a new standpoint. It requires the power of ingenium. Spirit must suddenly project a new reality for itself out of a reality in which it finds itself becoming exhausted and dismembered. Ingenium is equivalent to Favre's active imagination. But Verine argues that Hegel's imagination is fundamentally uncreative, for it depends on recollection. Verine writes that the Hegelian Erinnerung or Erinnerung, as Hegel also writes it, strongly implies an inwardizing of the subject. Favre, in a commentary on the Rosicrucian chemical wedding, makes the same observation: erinnern means both to remember and to go deeply into oneself. S1. W'at the philosopher remembers when he goes deeply into himself, or arspe, to use Verine term. *RK are drawn forth from consciousness suddenly and without method, that is, without some set procedure. Consciousness turns to itself and suddenly has in its hands something of itself that it did not know was there in any explicit sense. This drawing forth of RK is recollecting in its primordial sense. The subtext to the transitions in Hegel's dialectic is his use of recollected patterns of thought from the philosophical, religious, and mystical traditions. These include what might be called symbolic forms, many of which are hermetic in their origins or associations. Some of these show up as illustrative metaphors or images in writing. 47. Favre writes that it is partly under the inspiration of the corpus hermeticum that memory and imagination are associated to the point of becoming identical, part of the teaching of Hermes Trismegistus consisting in interiorizing the world in RC Favre, T.E.S.op. Imagination, tradition, XXIII. 48. Favre, access to Western esotericism, 12. 49. Verine, Hegel's recollection, 22. It should be noted that there is no concept of method in the modern sense implied here. 50. Verine, Hegel's recollection, 3. 51. Favre, access to Western esotericism, 169. 52. Verine, Hegel's recollection, 24. Copyrighted material 100. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Others are explicitly referred to only from time to time, but always seem to be at work beneath the surface, giving form to the system itself. These include the hermetic mystical symbolic forms of the triangle, the triad, or trinity, the square, the ennead, and the circle, the alchemical Ouroboros, which, incidentally, personifies Mercury or Hermes. Hegel frankly admits that he is drawing on this perennial resource. In fact, he seems to revel in it. In his early philosophy of nature, Hegel refers reverently to the elders, which H. S. Harris has argued refers to both Paracelsus and Bohm. As Harris notes, even where Hegel is drawing from more recent sources, he insists on finding an earlier pedigree, Paracelsus and Bohm. In the preface to the Phenomenology he writes that the triadic form must not be regarded as scientific when it is reduced to a lifeless schema, a mere shadow. Kant rediscovered this triadic form by instinct, but in his work it was still lifeless and uncomprehended. Since then it has, however, been raised to its absolute significance, and with it the true form in its true content has been presented, so that the concept of science has emerged. Miller, 29, pg. 37. The reference to Kant having rediscovered, wiedergefunden, the triadic form indicates that Hegel regards it as a perennial idea. It also indicates that he regards himself as truly reviving and doing justice to the triadic form, as well as raising it to the level of science, Wissenschaft. In the Science of Logic, 1812, a similar passage appears. Kant did not apply the infinitely important form of triplicity with him. It manifested itself at first only as a formal spark of light to the genera of his categories, quantity, quality, etc., but only to their species which, too, alone he called categories. Consequently he was unable to hit on the third to quantity and quality. Miller, 327, WL. Consider also one of the Zusätze to the Encyclopaedia Logic, in which Hegel remarks that any division is to be considered genuine when it is determined by the concept. So genuine division is, first of all, tripartite, and then, because particularity presents itself as doubled, the division moves on to fourfoldness as well. In the sphere of spirit trichotomy predominates, and it is one of Kant's merits to have drawn attention to this. LS 230, Z, Geritz, 298. 53 Harris. Night Thoughts, 274 FN. 54 Ibid 278. 55 This passage from the Phenomenalu is often distorted by Weltnianingkom entat 0rs who chs apparent obsession with triadic form as an embarrassing superstition. Instance. Gustav Müller treats the passage as follows: according to the Hegel legend one would expect Hegel to recommend this triplicity. But, after saying that it was derived from Kant, he calls it a lifeless schema. See Müller, The Hegel Legend of Thesis Antithesis, in the Hegel Myths and Legends, ed. John Stewart, Evanston, Ill. Western University Press, 1996, 302. Müller, however, contorts what Hegel has said. As I have pointed out, Hegel says that covered triadic form, not that it derives from Kant. Further, Hegel says, in Mill translation, that triadic form is unscientific when it is reduced to a lifeless schema, emphasis added. He does not say that it is always a lifeless schema. A cursory glance at the structure of system shows that there was some life in this old schema yet. 56. Third Hegel refers to his measure. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason. In the next section, I will discuss Hegel's use of triadicity, by way of a discussion of the triangle fragment and the triangle diagram. As to the square, the third of the 12 theses composed and defended by Hegel as part of his doctoral exam in Jena in 1801 reads as follows: the square is the law of nature, the triangle of spirit. In his early philosophy of nature, Hegel conceives nature as containing within itself resting motion, which involves 4 dimensions, 3 spatial, and 1 temporal. He refers to this as the squareness of nature. Spirit, by contrast, is a triangle composed of the dimensions of time itself, past, present, and future. As Harris sums up Hegel's early views, the eternal reality for theoretical contemplation by the mind is a 4-dimensional spatio-temporal equilibrium. Squareness is the simplest schema for this that we can construct in pure intuition. Heinz Kim Orel has that Hegel attempted to map the parts of his early, quadripartite tem onto the 4 moments of resting. In the next section we will see how the square works into Hegel discussion of the divine triangle. I will have more to say about Hegel's endorsement of the doctrine of the 4 elements later. As to the Ennead, Hegel's system as a whole is a triad, each element of which is a separate science, divided according to 3 chief moments, which are analyzed in turn into 3 constitutive moments, which are themselves analyzed into their 3 constitutive moments. This means that each major subdivision of each science is a triad of enneads, nines, meaning that each science is an ennead of enneads. The doctrine of being in the logic is subdivided into quality, quantity, and measure. Quality is subdivided into being, determinate being, and being for self. Being is subdivided into being, nothing, and becoming. And so on. The system is a triad of triads of triads of triads of triads. Hegel describes his system in the Encyclopaedia Logic, however, as a circle of circles, the whole presents itself as a circle of circles, each of which is a necessary moment, so that the system of its peculiar elements 57. G.W.F. Hegel, Philosophical Dissertation on the Orbits of B Planets, 1801, proved by the 12 Theses defended on August 27, 1801, trans. Pierre Adler, Grad. Gate Faculty Philosophy Journal, 1987 269 309, 276. Adler is employee Lasso Niedi Ryan of the dissertation. WHH has his German Transfati on Anet, K original Latin on facing pages. See Hegel, Samt Werke, Volume 1, Erste Druckskriften, Leipzig. Felix Meiner. Hegel does not waver from this proposition in later years. In the On the Philosophy of Nature given in the Berlin period, in the years 1819-30, Hegel states that in spirit the fundamental form of necessity is the triad, PNS 248, Z, peri the triangle and square represent, of course, threeness and fourness. 7, the sum of 3 and 4, is a number in the Hermetic tradition. Julius Evola writes. M. High 6-7 the 3 added to the 4. 7 Estatka Manal station the creative principles, triad, in relation ro the world made up of the 4 elements, the full expression of nature creating nature, natura naturans, in action, Evola, the Hermetic tradition, 52. 58 Harris, Night Bots, 86-87, 90-91. 59 Ibid 90. 60 Heinz Zio Hegel's Jenny dozen Tontätigkeit Hegel study and for copyrighted material 102 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship constitutes the whole idea which equally appears in each single one of them, LS 15, Geritz, 39. Circularity is a perennial image associated with Hermetic and mystical thought. Interestingly, the phrase hen kai pan or ben to pan is associated with the alchemical symbol of the Ouroboros. The Greek phrase is often written inside or around the serpent. 61 Eric Newman, in The Origins and History of Consciousness, suggests that the Ouroboros is not just an alchemical symbol but an archetype of the collective unconscious symbolizing the original unity of all things and the return to that unity. Notice, however, that the arche that Hegel adopts as imaginative guides to speculation, I.e., at the level of metaspeculation, are all mathematical or geometrical. To be sure, other sorts of images occur in Hegel, but only as illustrations of his concepts. In an aphorism from the Wast-e-Buch, written between 1803 and 1806, Hegel states, "In philosophizing there is nothing to be represented. Now and then there is an image." Men cling to this. The tabula rasa of Aristotle is accidental and used as a makeshift. Everyone is familiar with this. However, it does not express the essence of Aristotle's concept of the soul. In short, metaphors or images are a bonus, an aid to understanding only. In order to be understood, from time to time, Hegel must write, as Jacob Boehme would put it, according to a creaturely way and manner, otherwise you could not understand. Many of Hegel's images or archetypes are drawn from the Hermetic alchemical and mystical traditions, as I will show in later chapters. These include Caput Mortuuton, ether, and the 4 elements. But in terms of Hegel's metaphilosophy his guiding images are mathematical geometrical alone. In the next section I will explore the image of the triangle. What are we to make, then, of the following remark from Hegel's 1805 lectures on the history of philosophy? There is a method of representing the universal content by means of numbers, lines, and geometric figures. These are figurative, but not concretely so, as in the case of myths. Thus it may be said that eternity is a circle, the snake that bites its own tail, i.e., the Ouroboros, see above. This is only an image, but spirit does not require such a symbol. There are people who value such methods. Kabbalah, 95. 62 C. Newman, Origins and History, 538. Evola in any Hermetic tradition traces the phrase hen to pen and its connection to the Ouroboros to the alchemical Chrysopoeia of Clear R.A., Marciano Codex, Venice, MS 2325 Fol. 188b, and MS 2327 FOL 196. Writes, pages 2021, the alchemical ideogram of one the all, is 0, the circle a line or movement that encloses within itself and contains in itself both its end and beginning. In Hermetism this symbol expresses the universe and, at the same time, the great work, i.e. the preparation of the philosophers 63. G.W.F. Hegel. Aphorisms from the Wast ebook. Trans. Suzanne Klein, David Ruchnick. And George Eliot Tucker, Independent Journal of 3, 1979 16, 5. Werke 1:562. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 103. Of representation, but these forms do not go far. LHP 1:88, Werke. This sounds as if Hegel is rejecting the use of symbolic forms altogether, but that is not the case. He is simply saying that the use of geometrical images, like all images, is limited and not fully adequate for the presentation of philosophical wisdom. Images cannot replace the conceptual language of philosophy. But my claim about Hegel's symbolic forms is not that they are forms which occur in the text, but that they are forms that lie beneath the text, structuring it, although to be sure, we do find Hegel sometimes explicitly reflecting on these forms as in the famous Circle of Circles passage. Hegel's speculation, as I have characterized it, is a sophisticated, post-Kantian reappropriation of the memory magic and active imagination of Hermetic thinkers such as Bruno and Bohm. The doctrine of a perennial philosophy or of a collective unconscious was an Hermetic commonplace. It now becomes clear why and how Hegel could take alchemy and the Kabbalah, and the thought of such men as Bohm, seriously. He saw them as expressions of the unconscious wisdom of spirit in itself, of the perennial philosophy. In this respect, Hegel was very much in tune with the spirit of his time, in which, there persisted a strong sense of the possibility that embedded in the accretions of alchemical literature lay important truths expressed in symbolic form. Hegel's attitude toward the Hermetic tradition was cautious, but cautiously approving. Hegel saw the Hermetic tradition as a manifestation of unconscious wisdom, of the perennial philosophy, struggling to transcend its purely sensuous form. This explains his strongly positive attitude to Bohm, even though Bohm grossly violates Hegel's prohibition on picture thinking. Hegel's claim is that Bohm comes close to the truth, even though he is caught in the hard, knotty oak of the senses. What accounts are Bohm's inspiration? My contention is that Hegel would have to admit that eternal truth simply happens to well up in certain special individuals, in the form of certain archetypal forms of expression. Hegel refers to religions as sprouting up fortuitously, like the rowers and creations of nature, as foreshadowings, images, representarians, without, knowing where they come from or where they 64. Hegel makes similar remarks in the science of logic, to take numbers and geometrical figures, as the circle, triangle, etc. have often been taken, as symbols, the circle. For example, as a symbol for eternity, the Trinity, is so far harmless enough, but, on the other hand, it is that in this way more is expressed than can be grasped and expressed by t. Whatever profound wisdom may be supposed to lie in such maya or in those richer products of fantasy in the mythi of Poe properly for thought alone to that lies in them, and not in mind. In symbols the is dimmed and by the sensuous element, in the form of thought is it fully revealed to consciousness, the meaning only the thought itself. Miller, 215, WL 65. Charles Webster, From Paracelsus to Newton, Magic and the Making of Modern Science, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1982, 10. Copyrighted material 104. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Are Going to, LPR 1:196, VFR 12106. Hegel states that religion is a thing of the divine spirit, not an invention of human beings but an of the divine at work, of the divine productive process within humanity, LPR 1:130, VPR 146. Recall the Zusatz to the Encyclopedia Logic quoted earlier. It should be mentioned here that the meaning of the speculative is to be understood as being the same as what used in earlier times to be called the mystical. €6. The divine triangle and the triangle diagram. I turn now to what can be regarded as an early, fascinating, but abortive attempt on Hegel's part to realize the mythology of reason, the so-called divine triangle fragment. The divine triangle shows Hegel's conscious reappropriation of hermetic thought, as well as his return to Christianity. In Hegeli's early musings on the new religion there was something vaguely anti-Christian about the whole project, a charge that Christianity is somehow unnatural. Certainly there is nothing Christian about the system program fragment, no suggestion that its mythology of reason is to involve a revivification of Christian myth. With the divine triangle, however, Hegel seems to make his peace with Christianity. Part of the project of the mythology of reason now seems to be a reconciliation between philosophical reason and a specifically Christian revelation. The divine triangle fragment no longer survives. A description of it, as well as some quotations, were preserved by Rosenkranz. Scholars disagree about when it was written. Rosenkranz says in the winter of 1804-05. More recently, Heinz Kim Orell has argued for the spring of 66. The passage reads more fully as follows: it should be mentioned here that the meaning of RHE speculative is to be understood as being the same as what used in earlier times to be called mystical. When we speak of the mystical nowadays, it is taken to be synonymous with what is mysterious and incomprehensible, and, depending on the ways their culture and meant alto, the domain of superstition and deception. About this we must remark that the mystical is something mysterious, but only for the understanding, and then only because identity is the principle of the understanding. But when it is regarded as synonymous with the speculative, RHE mystical is the concrete unity of those determinations that count as true for the understanding only in separation and opposition. So if those who recognize the mystical as what is utterly terrious, and just leave it at that, are declaring that for two, thinking has only the significance of an abstract positing of identity, and that in order to attain the truth we must renounce thinking, or, as they frequently put it, that we must rake reason as we have seen, however, the so far from being something firm abstract thinking of RHE and ultimate that it proves itself, on the contrary, to be a constant subblazing of itself and an overturning into its opposite, whereas the rational as such is rational precisely because it contains both of the opposites as ideal moments within itself. Thus, everything rational can equally be called mystical, but this only amounts to saying that it transcends the understanding. It does not at all imply that what is so oaken of must be considered inaccessible to thinking and incomprehensibility. LS 82, Z, Geritz, 133, emphasis added. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 105-1804. The manuscript may have been accompanied by diagrams, of which survive. Hegel's triangle diagram, to be discussed shortly, does not correspond to the remarks in the divine triangle fragment. In his discussion of the fragment, Rosenkranz asserts that it belongs to a theosophical phase in Hegel's development. In fact, Rosenkranz claims that the theosophical phase begins in the Frankfurt period. This is interesting, for one thing, because, as noted in the last chapter, Hegel's time in Frankfurt was marked by an association with Freemasonry. Rosenkranz claims that Hegel abandoned the approach of the triangle fragment because the lack of correspondence between the image form and the form of pure thinking became too great. This view is wrong-headed. As we shall see, the triangle fragment is heavily laden with mythopoetic language and preoccupied with what Rosenkranz calls geometrizing, but this is all to be found in the later writings, especially the Phenomenology of Spirit, the Logic, and the Philosophy of Nature. Rosenkranz that Hegel may have been inspired in part by the works of Franz von Baader. As was discussed in Chapter 1, Hegel tried for many years to curry Bader's favor. This must be regarded as quite peculiar, as Bader was the leading occultist of his era, dismissed by many as a crank. In particular, Rosenkranz suggests that it was Bader's 98 essay, on the Pythagorean square in nature or the four regions of the world, that served as Hegel's source for the triangle fragment. H. S. Harris, drawing on the research of Helmut Schneider, summarizes this essay as follows. In Bader's essay The Three Domains of Natural History, animal, vegetable, mineral, and the three types of matter, combustible, salty, earthy, are subordinated under three basic forces or principles, fire, water, earth. These elements would remain inert, however, were it not for the fourth principle, air, which enlivens them. The relation of the four elements is symbolically portrayed as a triangle with a point in the middle, representing air. This symbol, triangle with a point, Bader calls quaternarius or Pythagorean square. The alchemical, and specifically Paracelsian, influence on Bader triads and his symbolism is clear. As Harris points out, RHE triangle with central point was also used by Barn. LL Rosenkranz suggests a Böhmen influence on the Hegelian triangle fragment. As we shall see, it is 67. See Heinz Chronologie von Hegel's Genier Hegel Study N4, 125-76, 144.160-162. Walter Gischke is convinced that this refutes Rosenkranz's thesis of a argue on my claims. In Never Ended. See Gischke, REA. 126. 68 Karl Ans, Hegel.s Ursprungliches System 1798-1806, Literarbhistorisches Space Taspen Busib 2, 1844-157-64, Transaction in Harris, Knight ITO *TS, 184. 69 Ibid, 159, Harris, 184. 70 Ibid, 159, Harris, 184. 71 Harris, Knight Nugds, 185, n. Copyrighted material 106 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Influence, and perhaps also that of Ettinger, that is indeed decisive. N. Rosenkranz's summary of the triangle fragment is as follows. To express the life of the idea, Hegel constructed a triangle of triangles, which he suffered to move through one another in such a way that each one was not only at one time extreme and at another time middle generally, but also it had to go through this process internally with each of its sides. And then, in order to maintain the ideal plasticity of unity amid this rigidity and crudity of intuition, to maintain the fluidity of the distinctions represented as triangle and sides, he went on consistently to the further barbarity of expressing the totality as al square resting over the triangles and their process. But he seems to have got tired in the following out of his labor. At any rate he broke off at the construction of the animal, T%. H. S. Harris has offered an ingenious reconstruction of the geometrical theosophy of the triangle fragment, but as we cannot be sure that it expresses what Hegel actually had in mind, I will not go through the details of Harris's reconstruction here. As Rosenkranz points out, Hegel's preoccupation with triadicity does not simply reflect an infatuation with Böhmen's symbolism, but also a conscious attempt to embrace the Christian Trinity, to bring it into philosophical speculation. Rosenkranz writes, he wanted now to grasp the Trinity in the triangle of triangles. He wanted at this date, not to banish this image from himself as irrational, in which RHE faith had for centuries reverenced its highest possession. Rosenkranz goes on to point Hegeli interest, starting, it seems, in his Bern period, in Christian mystics such as Eckhart and Tauler. 72 Harris writes W. Hegeli attitude to Bohm in 1804-1806 is critically appreciative, but he consistently attacks the direct acceptance of Bohme metaphors and symbols as the simple truth. See especially the Waste Book, items 45 and 48, Rosenkranz, Hegel's Labanel pages 546, 547, and 199, So if we project this attitude back to an earlier period, take the triangle fragment as an attempt to develop what Hegel took to be Bohm's meaning in Bohm's own mode, Night Thoughts, 185, n. My one quarrel with Harris here is that Hegel never becomes fully dissatisfied with the sort of pictorial modes of expression discussed in the section, the metadialectical Balic forms of the triangle, etc. 73 Ursprungliches System, 160, in Harris, Knight's treatment of the it is worth noting the circle of circles in the Encyclopedia Istof 1817. Of parts of Philosophy is a philosophical whole, a circle closes upon itself, but in of them the philosophical idea is in a particular determinacy or element. Every single circle also breaks through the restriction of its element as well, moment, so that the system of its peculiar elements constitutes the whole idea which equally appears in each single one of them, ls 15, Geritz, 39. 74 See also Helmut SC attempted reconstruction in his Der Systementwickel Hegels in Jena, Hegel Study N10, 1975 133-71. 75 Ursprungliches System, 161, in Harris, Night Thoughts, 185. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 107. The influence of the doctrine of the Trinity shows itself in Hegelic claim in the triangle fragment that a more intelligible expression for the notion of God as the universal life, a Lebensloh, is the term love, but a deeper one is insofar as it is possible to penetrate the obscurity of the lines Rosenkranz quotes from the triangle fragment. It appears that the triangles represent the process of God's coming to consciousness of himself. This is what is meant by spirit, what Hegel will later call absolute spirit. There appear to be 3 triangles in all, with the triangle of triangles being the figure made up by the set of the 3. The first triangle is described by Hegel as follows in this first, which is at the same time only one side of the absolutely unique triangle. There is only the Godhead in reciprocal intuition and cognition with himself. This cannot help but remind us of Bohm's description of God in himself. Recall that Bohm's first 3 spirits, sour, sweet, and bitter, form a primordial trinity of conflict within the Godhead, preceding its manifestation. They are a triad of the unmanifest God or God in himself. David Walsh writes, Hegel suggested, as Bohm also did, that the first trinity of God in himself is not sufficient for the divine self-revelation. In fact, Hegel's account of the Trinity here is quite similar to his account of Trinity in the lectures on the history of Philosophy by LHP 3197-14, where Hegel continues, the idea of the Godhead is that, in which the pure light of unity is the middle, and whose sides are likewise the pure raying outwards, and the pure refraction of the ray back into itself. Light, for Bohm, is the pure principle of openness, of manifestation without any hiddenness. Fire, for Bohm, is the kindling of light within the darkness that is God in himself. This seems to be something like what Hegel is aiming at comes to be within the idea that is the triangle of God in H. It rays outwards. This is God the Father. The second triangle is God the Son. Hegel writes, in the Son, God is cognizant of himself as God. He says to himself, I am God. The within itself ceases to be a negatives. The triangle of the Son is the consummation of the light that is kindled in the triangle of the Father, or the idea. The within itself ceases to be negative means something. 76. Harris writes that spirit is deeper as a name of God because it names a self-cognitive experience. Harris, Anthropogds, 163. Rosenkranz parrot, appears as a rect quotation from the Frati in Aria en Unsehenheit, 185, reprint, Hildesheim, George 1962. Ettinger also gave love a sen because in I see the beloved, Jalit J is entirely contained within the soul, because you, do, and I become identical, Geistisebenen, 84. 77 C. Walsh, and Hegel. 32 T. 78 Ursprungliches System, 163, Harris, Thoughts, 187. 79 Obviously with the logos in mind. Harris writes of this passage. Absolute being, the Father, utters himself as the Son. He says what he is in order that he may himself know what he is. The universe as a totality is the saying, Nitbo *s, 164. It is interesting in this context to recall what B6 Hearn says about, see chapter Copyrighted Material 108 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship analogous to Boehm's transformation of the in himself of God, sour sweet bitter, into God become for himself through heat, love, tone, and body. Hegel continues. The distinction and the wealth of God's self-consciousness is reconciled, in the triangle of the Son, with his simplicity, and the realm of the Son of God is also the realm of the Father. The self-consciousness of God is not a withdrawal back within himself and an otherness of the Son, just as it is not an otherness of his withdrawal back within himself as simple God, but his intuition in the Son is the intuiting of the simple God as his own self, but in such a way that the Son remains Son, or as not distinguished and at the same time distinguished, or the fat spread realm of the universe, which has no longer any being for self over against itself, but rather its being for self. Is a returning back within God, or is God's returning back within himself, a joy over the majesty of the Son whom he intuits as himself. Here Hegel is expressing the identity indifference of the Father and Son. The Son is a distinct moment from the Father, yet the Son is God, insofar as it is only in the Son that the Father actually becomes God. Hegel writes further of this triangle of the Son, in the second angle J. God's intuiting has stepped over to one side. He has come into connection with evil and the middle is the bad-ness, of the mixing of both. But this triangle becomes a square, in that the pure Godhead floats above it. I have little to say about how the square figures in here. Harris has his own conjectures. The geometrical aspects to this fragment are difficult to understand completely. What is more important here is the role played by evil. Walsh writes of this section of the fragment that creation separated from God is the evil reality. With the Son, difference is introduced into the Godhead. It provides for God's actualization as God, but it is difference, division, opposition nonetheless. Taken on its own, this opposition is evil. Evil is the part attempting to stand on its own, to stand in for the whole. In Boehm, as I noted in chapter I, Lucifer represents the will to isolation, cutting off, a selfishness that all things exhibit. L. will discuss the role of evil in Hegel philosophy much more extensively in the following chapter. The separated moment that stands opposed to the Godhead must be transfigured and brought into unity within God. Hegel writes that the Son must go right through the earth, must overcome evil, and in that he steps over to one side as the victor, must awaken the other, the self-cognition of God, as a new cognition that is one with God, or as the Spirit of God, whereby the middle becomes a beautiful, free, divine middle. The universe of this heralds the arrival of a new deity. Ursprungsches System, 162, Harris, Nitbugs, 186-87, 81. Walsh, Hegel, 320. 82 Rosenkrantz. Hegel's Ursprüngliches System, 163, in Harris, Nitbugs, 187-88. Copyrighted Material. The Mythology of Reason 109 Triangle, presumably of the Holy Spirit, though Hegel is not clear about this. That the Son must pass over into a third stage of the Spirit is, ever, obvious. Consider the following, which occurs earlier in what Rosenkrantz has preserved for us. VV Hat stands over against the Son in his majesty as he intuits the earth, is the majesty of God himself, the looking back and returning home to him. And for the consecrated earth the self-consciousness of God is the Spirit, which proceeds from God, and in which the earth is one with him and with the Sony. Hegel writes further of Spirit in the following. This Spirit is here the eternal mediator between the Son returned unto the Father, who is now holy and only one, and between the being of the Son within himself, or of the majesty of the universe. The simplicity of the all-embracing Spirit has now stepped into the middle and there is now no distinction any more. For the earth as the self-consciousness of God is now the Spirit, yet it is also the eternal Son whom God intuits as himself. Thus has the holy triangle of triangles closed itself. The first, triangle, is the idea of God which is carried out in the other triangles, and returns into itself by passing through them. If what Rosenkranz has preserved of the triangle fragment is examined carefully, it becomes clear that it is the blueprint of Hegel's entire system. The nature of his logic is expressed here very clearly. The first triad of the system, in the later logic, being essence concept, is the idea of God. In the Science of Logic, in a well-known passage, Hegel declares that his aim is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and a finite spirit, Miller, so, WL 133-34. This idea is expressed, made real, in the triads of the Son, that is, the philosophy of nature, analechanics, physics, organics, and the philosophy of spirit, subjective, objective, and absolute spirit. Toward the end of what Rosenkranz quotes of the triangle manuscript, Hegel even employs emanation imagery to describe the relation of the first triad of the idea of God to the others. Through the second triangle of the Son, the third has immediately formed itself, the return of all into God himself, or the having been poured out, das Agstgasensenel of the idea overall. In the transition to nature at the end of the Science of Logic, Hegel writes that the idea freely releases itself in its absolute self-sufficiency and stasis, die Idee sich selbst frei entlass, Ibreher absolut sich beruhend in sichre Bend, Miller, 843, WL 3:305. The idea of God becomes the universe of God. See above. The idea becomes concrete, embodied. Here again we see the influence of Bohm and Ettinger. 83 Ibid, 162, Harris, 187, italics in original. 84 Ibid, 162-63, Harris 187. 85 in a Zusatz to the Philosophy of Nature, Berlin period, 1819-30, Hegel remarks that nature is the Son of God, PNS 247, Z, Petrie L, 206. 86 Rosenkranz, Hegel's Ursprüngliches System 164, Harris, Night Thoughts, 188. Copyrighted material 110 Sorcerer S Apprenticeship. It might be claimed that a major difference between the doctrine of the triangle fragment and Hegel's mature philosophy is that the former describes the earth as the self-consciousness of God. On closer examination, however, there is no disparity. As we have seen, Hegel claims that the earth as the self-consciousness of God is now the spirit. Nature itself, excluding man, is one form in which the idea of God finds concrete expression. But self-consciousness is achieved only through a natural, terrestrial, being that simultaneously rises above nature to the ideal, mankind or spirit. Writing of the transfigured earth as the universe of God, Hegel says, this second triangle is, qua being in the separation, here with itself a twofold triangle, or its two sides are each a triangle, the one the converse of the other, and the middle is in this movement of history the all-affecting force of the absolute unity that floats above the first, and takes this up into itself and changes it into another within itself. But what is visible, that is the two triangles, but the middle is only the invisible might at work in the inward, soul. This passage is exceedingly obscure, but we can immediately glean from it that even in this early manuscript Hegel is speaking of God's achievement of self-consciousness as an historical process. Could the invisible might at work in the inward, soul, be equivalent to the cunning of reason? This manuscript was obviously not intended by Hegel for publication. It constitutes notes to himself. Its baffling, frenzied style indicates that Hegel was rushing to get his inspirations onto paper, to give himself a rough outline of his system, a roadmap for where he was going. This is the earliest such fragment to indicate the entirety of the system in its outlines. What is so striking is how indebted Hegel obviously is to Hermeticism. The chief debt is clearly to Bohm. but there is also evidence of the influence of Bader, Ettinger, and Eckhart. Even more striking is the way in which the entire text is ruled by a concern for an exact fit between speculative truth and geometric form. As noted above, the triangle diagram does not appear to be an illustration of the ideas of the triangle fragment. H. S. Harris concurs in this judgment, stating, rather enigmatically, that the diagram belongs in the context of magical speculation. We do not know when Hegel made this diagram. We do not even know with certainty that he made it. Nevertheless, it was found in Hegel's papers and has always been attributed 87. Ibid 163-64, in Harris, S. Harris inters 88. Harris, Night Thought S. 157. Harris writes the philosophical background to the symbolism is Neo-Pythagorean, rather than Christian. I do not see what would incline one to this judgment, as opposed, for instance, to the judgment that the symbolism is Ian or Neo-Pian or Neo-Bowman. Helmut Schneider also holds that the diagram not illustrate the fragment. For obvious reasons, the text describes a triangle trianges, whereas the drawing shows a triangle with see Helmut He Hegel 8, 1973 55-77, 57, my translation. This is one of the very discussions of this drawing copyrighted material, The Mythology of Reason by Pernution of To Him. It was first published in 1937 in G. Stulfathes Das Dreieck and has since been very seldom reprinted. I have reproduced the diagram as figure. It is drawn partly in pen, partly in a ruddy pencil, on cheap, gray-brown paper. The drawing Euro's major components are 4 triangles, 1 large central triangle and 3 others at each of its points. They are all pointing in the same direction, but it is uncertain whether the drawing is to be positioned so that the triangles point up or down, or to one side or the other. Helmut Schneider prints it with the triangles pointed down, as does Hausermann. Around the sides of the large triangle is a collection of bizarre symbols. The word spiritus appears 3 times, each time at the left end of one of the sides. The S at the beginning of the word is also written in pencil, whereas the rest of the word is in pen. A few of the symbols are easily identified, see the key I have provided in figure 2. They include the traditional symbols for the Sun, the Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Sat 89. C. G. Stulfath, Das Dreieck die Geschichtsinnes Religiosen, Stuttgart 1937, Abbildung 16. In 1939 it was reprinted by Hausermann in his Das Gottliche Dreieck und die seine Bedeutung für die Philosophie Hegels, Zentralblatt für Psychotherapie Hausser. Mann's article is, in fact, a Jungian discussion of the triangle fragment. Copyrighted material. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship 2. Key to Triangle Diagram, Agrippa, Sagittarius Sulfur Jupiter Virgo Caput, Agrippa, 5-6 triangle urn. There is a certain symmetry to the symbols, as Schneider points out, insofar as a planetary symbol over each occurrence of spiritus. W. Others are harder to identify. One appears to be an alternate, older symbol for Mercury. Another might be Pisces. Some of the other symbols could possibly be chemical or alchemical. One appears to be a symbol for sulfur, another alum or potash, still another caput mortuum. See chapter 5 for my discussion of Hegeli use of this alchemical term. The other symbols, which include 7 stars, some with 5 points, others with 6, and 2 smaller triangles, are of very uncertain origin. 90 Helmut Schneider, Zur Dreieckssymbolik bei Hegel, 58. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 113. Hegel regularly employed astrological, chemical, and alchemical symbols in his manuscripts, as abbreviations. These include the symbols for Sun, Moon, Earth, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, water, fire, acid, salt, salpeter, and sulfur. If this drawing is a copy, no one has yet succeeded in locating the original. It does bear a striking resemblance to many alchemical and magical drawings in books that Hegel could have perused. For instance, as Helmut Schneider points out, Many alchemical or magical diagrams printed in more than one color of ink, typically black and red, and it could be that Hegel substituted pencil for the parts printed in red. In truth, although Hegel's diagram looks superficially like many hermetic illustrations, it is unusual in a number of respects, as I shall discuss shortly. I have printed two examples of genuine magical diagrams that contain elements similar to Hegel's as figures 3 and 4. In 1810, Hegel began a correspondence with Carl Joseph Hieronymus Windischmann, 1775–1839. In 1809, Windischmann had published a review of the phenomenology of spirit in the Genus Allgemeine Literaturzettung.9. Windischmann review, which was positive, was one of the most significant to be published in early career. Windischmann had studied philosophy and medicine at the universities of Mainz, Würzburg, and Vienna. In 1797 he began practicing medicine, but in 1803 he was made a professor of natural philosophy at Aschaffenburg. Windischmann was a Freemason, a fact of some significance, to which I will return in the following chapter, and during the period of his correspondence with Hegel he was engaged in a study of magic. In 1813 he would publish Untersuchungen über Astrologie, Alchemy und Magie. Windischmann considered magic to be a special kind of control. Ling influence exerted by one individual on another. Hegel accepts this account completely, see chapter 6. However, he also attributed this power to natural forces, thus committing himself to a panpsychist. Phi 91. See editorial matter in Hegel, Gesammeltwerke, ed. Klaus Duzang and Heinz Kim Orel, Volume 6, Hamburg, Felix Meiner Verlag, 1975, 339. That this indicates that the Dsam, b, as Schneider's substituting pencil are read. As I have said, however, no one has found original, and there are enough idiosyncrasies in the drawing, for instance the triple spiritus rather than the usual, indicate that it represents appropriation of some occult symbols for his own. Windischmann, Rezension, Phänomenologie des Geistes KB Allgemeine Literatur.Zeitung, 3134, 1809, columns 241–72. 94. In 1818 Windischmann was made professor of the history of philosophy at Bonn. Windischmann was a Roman Catholic and became increasingly orthodox as the years went on. This to have been partly the cause of a parting of the ways between W and Hegel, whose sentiments were decidedly anti-Catholic. The real break came in the 1820s when Hegel, lecturing on philosophy of world history, publicly accused Windischmann of having stolen his interpretation of Chinese philosophy. C. Petrie, Philosophische Spirit, Volume 2, 573–75. Copyrighted material. The Apprenticeship 3. From an 18th century manuscript known to Goethe. In J. Skelbel, Dr. Johannes Faust's Magia Naturalis et Initerlistria Hollandswang. Letztes Testament and Psychelkunst, Stuttgart 1849. Permission of the Robert W. Woodruff Library, Special, and Archives, Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia. Philosophy of Nature. Windischmann wrote the following lines to Hegel concerning his research into magic. Everything rests on the fundamental thought that what is temporal, finite, in a state of becoming, is the eternal itself comprehended in its evolution, development, and self-knowledge, and that the impenetrable spirit must of necessity individualize itself and take form in the infinity and infinite diversity of moments, which in themselves can nonetheless be most sharply grasped. In this way numerous forms of one-sidedness and of incantation are 95. C. Butler, 559. The Mythology of Reason 115–4. Illustration from Samuel Norton, Mercurius Redivivus, 1630. Reprinted by permission of the estate of C. G. Jung. Copyrighted earnage possible and effective, each along the path of spirit's development. All such forms must find their explication in this investigation, beginning with the first and full magical power of the impenetrable and of nature surging forth everywhere over man, proceeding through the isolation and interlocking of moments, and ending with the penetration, illumination, and complete magical power of spirit itself, which dissipates all magical incantation and constitutes the clarity and freedom of life itself at 96. Quoted in Ibid 559. Copyrighted material 116. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Dishman goes on to complain of the terrible mental state induced by his magical investigations. In his response to Dishman, May 27, 1810, Hegel offers his sympathy. I am very curious to have your work on magic in hand. I confess I would not dare tackle this dark side and mode of spiritual nature or natural spirit, and am all the happier that you will both illuminate it for us and take up many a neglected and scorned subject, restoring it to the honor it deserves. It seems that Hegel is saying here that he has never deliberately delved into the area of the occult or of esoteric philosophy. But Hegel goes on to a passage I shall quote at length. He has at some point in the past undergone windish many torments himself. Consider yourself convinced that the frame of mind you depict to me is partly due to this present work of yours, to this descent into dark regions where nothing is revealed as fixed, definite, and certain. From my own experience know this mood of the soul, or rather of reason, which arises when it has finally made its way with interest and hunches into a chaos of phenomena but, though inwardly certain of the goal, has not yet worked its way through them to clarity and to a detailed account of the whole. For a few years I suffered from this hypochondria to the point of exhaustion. Everybody probably has such a turning point in his life, the nocturnal point of the contraction of his essence in which he is forced through a narrow passage by which his confidence in himself and why life grows in strength and assurance. Continue onward with confidence. It is science, Wissenschaft which has led you into this labyrinth of the soul, and science alone is capable of leading you out again and healing you. It seems likely, as others have suggested, that Hegel is drawing here from his own experience in the Bern-Frankfurt period. * Recall that Rosenkranz places the beginning of Hegel's theosophical phase in Frankfurt. It is likely that Rosenkranz uses theosophical to refer to occult or hermetic philosophy, rather than mere mysticism, for Rosenkranz knew that in Bern Hegel became interested in Eckhart and Toller. In other words, by characterizing the Frankfurt period alone, and not the Bern-Frankfurt periods together, as Hegel's theosophical stage, Rosenkranz implies that the theosophy in question was not the mysticism of Eckhart and Toller. Helmut Schneider writes, Hegel had connections, Beziehungen to alchemy, Gnosticism, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, and astrology. The drawing is perfectly locatable within this horizon. My hypothesis is that the triangle diagram represents, to use Hegel's own words, a turning point, a nocturne point of the contraction of his essence. It represents Hegelian initial synthesis of theosophy such as he was exposed to in his Swabian Heimat, as well as whatever else he encountered in Frankfurt with the 97. Ibid 561, Hofmeister 158, my italics. 98 Butler. 561, Hofmeister 58. 99 C. Butler, 560. 100 Ibid 73. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 117 Idealism of Kant and Fichte, which, as we have seen, he studied in earnest during the same period. The word spiritus occurs 3 times in the midst of astrological and, possibly, alchemical symbols, on each of the sides of the central triangle. This could represent Hegel's philosophical realization that all realissa, whether celestial, the planets, or terrestrial, be understood in terms of the development of spirit. Va. Around the probable time of the triangle fragment, Hegel begins using the term Geist to speak of the divine, a more intelligible expression for the notion of God as the universal life. A Lebensj is the term love, but a deeper one is spirit. Nature is to be seen as an expression of the divine idea, and mankind, spirit, as the highest expression of nature, and the consummation or completion of the divine. Spiritus is the magic word that evokes the shape of the Absolute, which allows us to comprehend the Absolute in its totality. Hegel's early presentation of his system, ca. 18023, consisted of 4 parts: logic and metaphysics, philosophy of nature, system of ethical life, and theory of the absolute idea, art, religion, and philosophy. 104 The later Hegel, of course, collapsed the third and fourth parts into philosophy of spirit, turning the system of ethical life into objective spirit. The triangle and the square thus seem to vie with one another in the Jena period for the honor of being Hegel's central symbolic form. If the diagram is from this period, the large triangle might possibly represent absolute spirit, and the smaller triangles the other parts of the it is also possible that the four triangles represent the four elements. In his mature philosophy of nature, 1819-1830, Hegel identifies the mineral kingdom with earth, the plant kingdom with water and the animal kingdom with fire. Hegel that fire gives way to ethereality, das Erdprinzip, but never explicitly identifies man with air, the fourth element. This is, of course, the obvious move to make, for Todd. Helmut Schneider, Dreieckssymbolic bei Hegel, 76, states it is probably impossible to date the drawing with any certainty. Only Spiritus and writes it 3 times, taking the place of anima and corpus, could indicate that RIT is being absolute vis a vis, materiality, the form mens, and, this is a possible reading of the Losopbi of Spirit, in which soul, Seelel at the lowest level before Spirit. Sean notes that soul is #dieting, common term between Kelly, Irit and nature. C. Kelly, Individuation and the Absolute, New York, Paulist Press, 1993, 38. In his lectures 08 The Histories of Philosophy, in the exposition of Bohm's thought, Hegel refers to Barneuro's 3 kinds of powers or spiritus in different centuries, but in one corpore, EHP 3214, Werke 2006. However, the description which follows does not appear to shed any light on the diagram. 103, as noted above, Rosenkranz paraphrases this line in his account. The line, as I have given it, appears as a direct quotation from the fragment in Hemi Hegel und Seinzeit, 101. 104 Harris, Nights-Licks, see also Harris's Introduction to the System of Life, 6. Copyrighted material 118 The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship Er Numa Spiritus. Thus, in our diagram, the central triangle could represent man/air, and the other triangles non-living matter/earth, plant/water, animals/fire. But why is the Spiritus triangle surrounded by astronomical and other symbols? This can be explained if we remember the connection Aristotle draws between pneuma and ether. In The Generation of Animals he writes, now it is true that the faculty of all kinds of soul seems to have a connection with a matter different from and more divine than the so-called elements. All have in their semen that which causes it to be productive. I mean what is called thermon. This is not the fire or any such, sublunary, force, but it is the pneuma included in the semen and the foam-like, and the natural principle in the pneuma, is so like the element in the stars, 736b29 73701. The element in the stars is, of course, ether. Insofar as we humans are knowers, i.e., receivers of form, we contain something of this astral substance. Plotinus takes the doctrine a step further, claiming that we possess an astral or ethereal body, which was to become a major tenet of the later Hermetic philosophy and of the contemporary New Age. Thus, to follow out this chain of equivalences and connections, if man spiritus pneuma, and the pneuma or life force of man contains tether, and ether is the substance of the heavenly bodies, then there is an identity between man and the heavenly bodies. Thus, Hegel blends spiritus with the planets and stars. If Hegel is drawing on all of this, it is a way for him to state what are said earlier, that all reality whether celestial or terrestrial is to be understood in terms of spirit as its telos. As I have already mentioned and will discuss much more fully in Chapter 6, the ether is an important concept for Hegel. But this is by no means the only possible interpretation of the diagram. If we take the central triangle as representing the Trinity, each point stands for a person of the Trinity, Father, Divine Logos, Son, created nature, and Holy Spirit. Spiritus is written on each side, perhaps, because the first two moments of the Trinity are comprehended by the third. The Father and the Son are aufgehoben in the Spirit. As this is not a temporal sequence but a logical one, Father and Son are always already within che whole that is Spirit. The sides of the triangle unite and, in fact, create the points, the moments of the divine whole. Father and Son are what they are through Spirit. Thus, the sides of the triangle are identified with Spiritus, which is both an individual point of the triangle and that which permeates and bonds together the whole. Here we see the fundamental inadequacy of pictorial expressions of speculative philosophy. What can only be understood through reason is expressed in a mode suited to the understanding, which is quite literally two-dimensional thinking. It is also, of course, possible that the central triangle represents Spirit alone, and the three smaller triangles, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. If this is the case, a similar analysis applies. Hegel draws a large, central triangle of Spirit, pointing to the other three, to indicate how Spirit is not simply a moment of the Trinity, but the final moment that compare copyrighted material the mythology of reason 119 hence and binds together the Trinity itself. If, however, we take the central triangle to represent the Trinity, then perhaps the three smaller triangles represent the individual sciences of the Trinity, logic, philosophy of nature, and philosophy of spirit. I have suggested that the diagram represents a synthesis of theosophy with the Fichte and Kantian idealism because the diagram, amidst much arcane hermetic symbolism, seems to represent the absolutization of human spirit or ego. Recall Schelling's 1795 letter to Hegel, quoted in the last chapter. For Spinoza the world, the object by itself in opposition to the subject, was everything. For me it is the self. My suggestion is that Hegel's diagram represents a stage, or a step, in Hegel's thought parallel to Schelling's, the modification of a Spinozistic Kabbalistic pantheistic nature mysticism with an absolutization of spirit or ego as zeal and kell of nature itself. It is also possible, of course, that Hegel realized that the synthesis was in fact similar to the Bohmenettingerite brand of theosophy. Earlier in this chapter I spoke of the historicity of Hegel's speculation and stated that it could only have been accomplished after history itself was consummated, after human beings have recognized themselves as free and self-determining, not determined by an absolute which stands opposed to humanity as an absolute other. If the composition of the triangle diagram represents Hegel's realization of the centrality of spirit or ego, then the diagram constitutes, in effect, a kind of marker point at the end of history. It certainly seems plausible to suggest, then, that the diagram represents the inspiration that led Hegel to convert to a form of Schellingian idealism. What is significant here is that the conversion, contrary to what is usually maintained, appears not to have been the result of Hegel's moving in a straight line from Kant to Fichte and finally to Schelling, as the latest and most adequate exponent of idealism. Rather, the conversion was more likely effected through Hegel's realization that Schelling's identity philosophy represented a revision of the Kantian Fichtean philosophy in accord with the deep truth revealed through Proclus, Eckhart, Bohm, Ettinger, and the alchemists. 7. Summary of the argument. Thus far the present chapter has been largely programmatic, laying out an account of how Hegel's overall project can be understood as a reappropriation of hermetic ideals, themes, and symbols. In the next 4 chapters, I will develop an interpretation of Hegel's mature philosophical writings and lectures in terms of my understanding of their debts to an affinity with the Hermetic tradition. I will continue to introduce sources that may have influenced Hegel and continue to spell out in what way I regard his work as itself belonging to the Hermetic tradition. Before moving on to that account, a brief summary of the argument thus far seems in order. 105 quoted in Butler, 32. Copyrighted material 120. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Hegel's thought is not a part of the history of philosophy. It represents an altogether different standpoint, one that represents completed wisdom, not the search for wisdom. Hegel is a wise man offering not philosophy but Wissenschaft, Scientia, Episteme. He this science of wisdom speculation and opposes it to reflection, Resection. Recall that speculation comes from speculum, mirror. Reflection is not the mirroring Hegel advocates, because it is a mere duplication-observation or phenomenological description, such as we find in Kant's transcendental aesthetic and analytic or later in phenomenology. Hegel in the Encyclopaedia Logic states that the term reflection is primarily used of light, when, propagated rectilinearly, it strikes a mirrored surface and is thrown back by it, LS 112, Z, Geritz, 176. Reflection or understanding thinks within a straitjacket of false dichotomies, thus it receives back from its contemplation only what it has put into it, its asterisk rays of thought are merely reflected back to it. By contrast, dialectical thinking does not involve projections from the thinker, instead, it allows the medium within which the thinker thinks to itself shine forth truth, see figure 5. Speculation's speculum does not merely reflect the surface appearance of the individual. It is, instead, a magic mirror, reflecting the deepest essence of spirit. According to Kabbalistic tradition, Moses alone among prophets or wise men gazed through a speculum that Hegel is the modern Moses receiving the new word and covenant of God, not on Sinai but on the Golgotha of Absolute Spirit, not at the beginning of history but at its end. Like Moses, according to legend, Hegel is the recipient of Kabbalistic wisdom, only it is a Christian Kabbalah, and it is received not directly from God but from Bohm, Ettinger, and the tradition of speculative Pietism. Hegel's Kabbalah is a revelation of eternal truth through the self-unfolding of absolute no asterisk e, rhe self-grounding display of an organic thought form that is world. This revelation of God is at the same time the complete speech of the whole. It is a reconciliation of faith and scientific knowledge, without following the Kantian route of limiting knowledge to make room for faith. Hegel's system, furthermore, represents the overcoming of the distinction between the wise and the vulgar, and the achievement of the classical philosophical ideal of self-knowledge AE 106. C. Eliot R. Wolfson, A Speculum That Shines, Vision and Imagination in Medieval Jewish Mysticism, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1994, 147. 107 remarks that the wise man entrusts himself without reserve to being and opens himself entirely to the real without resisting it. His role is that of a perfectly wrought and indefinitely extended mirror. He does not reflect on the real, it is the real that reflects on him, is reflected in his consciousness, and is revealed in its own dialectical structure by the discourse of the wise man who describes it without deforming it. See Alexander Kojève, Introduction to Reading of Hegel, trans. James H. Nichols, Jr. Ithaca, N.Y., Cornell University Press, 1969, 176. 108 The wise-vulgar distinction is overcome in Hegel, but certainly not in the sense that his philosophy is fully intelligible to everyone. In the lectures on copyrighted material The Mythology of Reason 5. Speculation graphically depicted. Frontispiece to Johann Joachim Beecher, Psych Bosophia oder Sedenweisheit, Lauenburg, 1707. Reprinted by permission of the J. R. Rittmann Library, Bibliotheca Philosophica Hermetica, Amsterdam. Copyrighted image. 121. Hegel's science further distinguishes itself from philosophy by containing nothing that could conventionally be called proof or argumentation. It is a self-grounding speech. It is, furthermore, a realization of distinction primarily by showing that the content of philosophy is identical to that of religion, which is accessible to the common man. Also, Hegel's philosophy provides an intellectual framework which can be taught to everyone to a certain degree, as Hegel thought he had proved at the gymnasium in copyrighted material 122. The Sorcerer's Apprenticeship. Ettinger's quest for a third form of thought, cutting a middle course between a purely figurative or imaginative approach to the divine and a purely abstract one. Hegel's new form of thought resolves the quarrel between philosophy and mythopoetic thought. Hegel adopts the hermetic ideal of a perennial philosophy, treating his dialectic, the method of speculation, as a recollection of the inchoate wisdom of mankind that has been expressed in art, religion, mythology, and philosophy in imperfect form. The real power behind dialectic, the power that makes recollection possible, is imagination. Hegel recognizes perennial symbolic forms, recall the phenomenology, Miller, 29, and draws them, in effect, from what Ettinger called sensus communis. His use of them in the architectonic of his system is strikingly similar to the hermetic memory magic of Bruno and others, in particular, as we shall see in Chapter 5, that of Ramon Lull. Hegel also engages in a form of analogical reasoning suspiciously like the hermetic science of correspondences. Recall his attempt to map the forms of the terrestrial world onto the four elements, as well as, most strikingly, the ubiquitous Trinitarian structure. Recall that Ettinger opposed his science of emblematics, another variation on the ars memoria, to the modern geometrical, quantitative method. In Hegel we find the two, as might be expected, Aufgaben, the symbolic forms, the emblems that animate speculation are themselves quantitative, or quantifiable, forms. A numerology pervades Hegel's system, in particular a fascination with proclean triads. Conceives the whole articulated through dialectic exactly along the lines of Ettinger's intensum. Recall that an intensum is an organic whole that cannot be divided into pieces, but only articulated into inseparable, noetic moments. Principal among the moments articulated in Hegel's science is a triad equivalent to the Christian Trinity. Exactly as Bohm and some versions of Kabbalism do, Hegel conceives the first moment, the Christian Father, as God in himself, in potentia. God is the eternal logos, hence, logic. Exactly as do Eckhart, Cusa, Bohm, and Goethe, Hegel conceives the second moment, the Son, as nature. Through the third moment, spirit, God achieves full actuality as objective and absolute spirit, the Hegelian analogues to Ettingere Geistlieblichkeit. Spirit is the most adequate embodiment of God. As we have seen, Hegel employs the language of magic to describe his system. Recall the fragment quoted by Rosenkranz in which Hegel bids us to learn to speak the magic words which evoke the shape of the absolute. Further, in a passage also quoted earlier, Hegel writes in the Phenomenology, spirit is this power only by looking the negative in the face and tarrying with it. This tarrying with the negative is the 109. The truth which speculation finds within poetry, or myth, and rational nomoi give birth to the philosopher. Rosenkranz, Hegel's Leben, 141. Copyrighted material. The Mythology of Reason 123 Magical power that converts it into being, Miller, 32. And Hegel's remarks about real magic often express a respectful, if cautious, curiosity. I have already quoted Hegel's letter to Windishman, in which he writes, I am very curious to have your work on magic in hand, and expresses his hope that Windishman will restore his subject to the honor it deserves. I will discuss interest in magic and the paranormal in Chapter 6. Hegel's attitude toward alchemy is similar. Also in Chapter 6, I will deal in detail with Hegel's indebtedness to alchemy. For now, I will simply mention that in Hegel's Naturphilosophie lectures of 1803, He connects the division metals combustibles neutrals earths with Paracelsus distinction mercury sulfur salt Il. Earlier I noted how in his early philosophy of nature, Hegel reverently refers to Paracelsus and Bohm as the elders. And, to repeat, even where Hegel draws on more recent sources he insists, as Harris puts it, on finding an earlier pedigree in Paracelsus, and Harris speaks of Hegel's evident desire to show that the older alchemical tradition of Paracelsus, and probably Bohm himself, contains symbolic expressions of important speculative truths. In the introduction, I briefly mentioned one aspect of Hermeticism that, so far, I have not discussed extensively, initiation. If Hegel believed that the reception of the system of science could be accomplished simply by reading about it in a book, he would not have first written the Phenomenalo of Spirit. As I said of Hermetic initiation in the introduction, one must be led up to illumination carefully, one must actually explore the blind alleys that promise illumination but do not deliver, and one must be purified of false presuppositions. Only in this way will the true doctrine mean anything, only in this way will the initiate's life actually change. As I have said, Hegel's system is not simply a theory about the world, it is meant to transfigure our experience and effect a new way of being in the world. The phenomenology of spirit is Hegel's initiatory experience. It is Hegeli Eleusis, it is his bacchanalian revel. See Harris, TBO*TS, 274, GWF Hegel, Gesammeltwerke 112. Harris, Night Thoughts, 278. 3. Ibid 399. Copyrighted material. Copyrighted material. Part 2. Magnum Opus. 4. Copyrighted material. Copyrighted material. Chapter 4 127. Hegel's Initiation Rite. The Phenomenology of Spirit T. Initiation. Phenomenology of spirit was conceived by Hegel in 1806 as an introduction or propedeutic to the tripartite system of logic nature-spirit. It is therefore quite reasonable to ask if the phenomenology is really a necessary part of the system, or merely something tacked on. Hegel's absolute, unlike Schelling's, cannot be expressed in a simple formula, like the indifference point, or the coincidence of opposites. According to Hegel, to grasp the absolute we must go through the science, go through every moment of the absolute, and remake it for ourselves. Furthermore, a preparatory exercise is necessary before we can reach this point. A few lines down from the passage just quoted, Hegel writes that truth is not a minted coin that can be given and pocketed ready-made. Miller, 22, pg. 29. Hegel believed that the consummation of the love of wisdom in absolute knowing was not equally possible in every historical epoch. Instead, he held that his achievement was possible only at a particular point in history, the end of history, when the philosophical, cultural, and religious achievements of the ages were spread out before his gaze, when the accumulated substance of history was converted to an account on which he could draw. Furthermore, he could not have acquired wisdom without the consciousness of this ground. Thus, it is not enough to stand with Hegel at the end of history and read his books, one must work through the system in full consciousness of what has made it possible, and one must overcome all false partial standpoints that would make assimilation of the system impossible. If the phenomenology is intended in part to acquaint readers with the intellectual and cultural strata on which the system stands, then is it a work of history in a way? Yes. In the final paragraph of the Phenomenal 00, Hegel writes that the totality of the forms of spirit regarded from the side of their free existence appearing in the form of contingency, is history, but regarded from the side of their, intellectually, comprehended organization, it is the science of knowing in the sphere of appearance. Miller, 493, pg. 531. The phenomenology of spirit displays the forms in which spirit has appeared in time. We may think of each as this is an allusion to Lesson Nathan the Wise, 4:6. Copyrighted material 128 Magnum Opus A Mode of Consciousness or Mind. Hegel shows how each mode is an approximation of what he calls at the end of the book absolute knowing too. The phenomenology stands in the same relation to history as the philosophy of nature stands to nature. The philosophy of nature is an account of the rondamental moments, the eidetic divisions, which nature exhibits to scientific consciousness. It is not a history of nature, in the sense that Hegel thought that natural beings appeared in the order of his chapter headings and divisions. Hegel rejected biological evolution. Similarly, the object of the phenomenal of is not to present a history of mind, but a natural history of its fundamental forms in their logical relationship. As is often pointed out by confused readers, however, Hegel covers much the same ground again in the philosophy of spirit, which even includes a section titled Phenomenology. This is true, but the context and purpose of the philosophy of spirit are completely different from those of the phenomenal of. The phenomenology of spirit shows that all forms of consciousness or mind aim at absolute knowing. This includes cultural or social forms in which mind embodies itself, such as natural science, art, and religion. However, none of these forms actually achieves absolute knowing. Purpose in the phenomenology is to give his readers a total theory: psychology, science, society, culture, and history in terms of their telos, absolute knowing. The phenomenon is an Aristotelian science, understanding all of its objects in terms zero there strive after the knowledge of God. The phenomenology merely describes absolute knowing, it does not achieve absolute knowing itself. This is the task primarily of the logic, for in working out the categories of the logic the self-reflection of idea is realized. The categories of the logic are never explicitly discussed in the phenomenology, but they are there beneath the surface. The logic is the recollection of the categorial structures under spirit, the logic is the unconscious in itself of spirit become for yourself. In the philosophy of nature we understand nature as an other to idea, striving to express idea. The philosophy of spirit repeats much of the ground of the phenomenology, this time in the full context of an understanding of idea and its perfect embodiment in nature. Spirit must be covered again, for once we have glimpsed idea, and understood the antecedents of spirit in nature, our understanding of spirit will of necessity be transformed. The phenomenology shows why every standpoint other than absolute knowing is partial or false and must be abandoned. The phenomenology is the tool by which Hegel puts his readers in the frame of mind necessary to work through the pure determinations of the idea in itself. This is not the purpose of the philosophy of spirit. But why work through the phenomenology and the rest of the system? For why achieve absolute knowing? In effect, I answered this question in the preceding chapter when I too. Hegel writes in the Reface, is this coming to be of science as such or of knowledge that is in the phenomenology of spirit? Miller 15, pg. 21. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 129 said that Hegelian philosophy will constitute a perfected form of living in the world, in the words of H. S. Harris, an actual experience of living in the light of the eternal day. This is the attraction. All philosophy, including Hegel, presupposes that at least some men yearn to know themselves and the world fully. Just as RHE magicians of old, men such as Agrippa and Bruno, believed that knowledge of the right incantations could give one tremendous power, so Hegel believes that knowledge of the magic words that evoke the absolute can empower the individual by reconciling him with the world. Kojève defines the Hegelian wise man as the man of both perfect self-consciousness and perfect self-satisfaction. Wisdom and self-satisfaction do not consist, however, in ego-aggrandizement, but in the transcendence of ego and identification with spirit as such. Kojève writes, for self-consciousness to exist, for philosophy to exist, there must be transcendence of self with respect to self as given. H. S. Harris notes that in Hegeli view we have to annihilate our own selfhood in order to enter the sphere where philosophy herself speaks. Here again we see a clear affinity with mysticism. If it is the task of the phenomenology to achieve this transcendence of the self, then the phenomenology begins to look like a mystical initiation. It is a work that purifies the reader for the reception of divine wisdom. Traditionally, Hermes, the guide of souls, presided over the initiation rites of the mystery religions. Garth Fowden writes of the Hermetic initiation that it is not envisaged as a form or symbol, or something that one just reads about, but as a real experience, stretching all the capacities of those who embark upon it, it is an extremely tortuous way, to abandon what one is used to and possesses now, and to retrace own steps towards the old primordial things. Anyone who has ever attempted to read the phenomenology knows how it can stretch all of one's capacities and be a tortuous way, indeed, a highway of despair. Fowden writes in the same context that the hermetic initiation falls into two phases, the former emphasizing self-knowledge, the latter knowledge of God. Again, there is an interesting parallel to Hegelian philosophy. The phenomenology can be thought of as a voyage of self-discovery, whereas the rest of the system, also a tortuous way, is a dis 3. H. S. Harris, Night Thoughts, 199. For Hegelian wisdom is a necessary ideal only for a definite type of human being, namely, for the man who puts the supreme value in self-consciousness, and only this man can realize this ideal. In other words, the Platonic Hegelian ideal of is valid only for the philosopher. Introduction to the reading of 584. 5 Ibid, 76-77. Koji's third definition is that the wise man is the morally perfect man, Kojiv, Introduction to the reading of Hegel, 78. 6 Ibid, 39. 7 Harris, Night. 8 Joseph Campbell, Hero with the Nose and Faces, Princeton, and Prince Press, 1968, 73. Tunyu 9. Fowden, Hermes, A Historical Approach to the Late Pagan Mind, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1993, 106. Fowden is quoting Treatise 4, S9. Copyrighted material 130 Magnum Opus Covery of the Absolute or God. Of course, as I have already indicated, the entire Hegelian philosophy is both a knowledge of the whole and of the self. In a discussion of Oriental mysteries that is applicable to the Hermetic tradition, Joseph Campbell writes, in the sacred books of the Orient, the ultimate mystery of being is said to be transcendent, in the sense that it transcends human knowledge, thought, sight, and speech. However, since it is explicitly identified with the mystery of RWN being, and of all being whatsoever, it is declared to be immanent as well. In fact, that is the main point of most Oriental, as well as of most pagan, primitive, and mystical initiations. Jacques D'Hondt and others have claimed that the initiation was inspired by the Masons. John Burbage writes that the phenomenology, with its lengthy and arduous process of initiation, came at a time when Hegel was frequenting the company of known Masons, some of them graduates of the band Illuminati U. K.J.H. Windishman, a Mason discussed in the last chapter, took the phenomenal of spirit as a Masonic manifesto in the tradition of Lessing. He refers to this elliptically in an 1810 letter to Hegel, the study of your system of science has convinced me that this work will someday, when the time of understanding arrives, become the primer, elementer Buchje of the liberation of mankind, as foretold by Lessing. You understand, of course, what I am trying to say, and you also recognize what this work is to me, not merely as writing, sprift, but as work. It is significant that a Mason on the basis of a few cues could so easily rake the phenomenology as a Masonic document. In Chapter 2, I discussed the Masonic character of Hegel's 1796 poem Eleusis. Significantly, the Love makes several references to the Eleusinian initiation mysteries. The most famous occurs in the preface. Appearance is the arising and passing away which itself does not arise or pass away, but is in itself tan sic bleu, and constitutes the actuality and movement of the life of truth. The true is thus the bacchanalian revel, bacchantus spe tumulge, in which no member is not drunk, yet because each member collapses as soon as he drops out, the revel is just as much transparent and simple repose. Miller, 27, pg. 35. The Eleusinian mysteries and the cult of Dionysus, Bacchus, were associated with each other starting around the late 5th century and early 4th century SS. Later in the phenomenology, Hegel refers to the Eleusinian mysteries of Ceres and Bacchus. Miller, 65, pg. 77. The poem Eleusis also refers to Ceres, or Demeter. Another allusion to Bacchus/Dionysus appears in the preface in Hegel's discussion of the essential moment of negativity in the Path to 11. Joseph Campbell, T.B. Masks of God, Volume 3, Occidental Mythology, New York. Penian Books, 1964, 109. 12 Burbage's Introduction to D'Hondt's Hegel in Bis 11. 13 April 27, 1810, Hofer.Eister 14. D. H. Und, Hegel Secret, 299 300. 15 Martin P. Nilsson, Greek Folk Religion, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 1978, 48. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 131. Absolute knowing, but the life of spirit is not the life that shrinks from death and keeps itself untouched by devastation, but rather the life that endures it and maintains itself in it. It wins its truth only when, in utter dismemberment, it finds itself. Miller, 19, pg. 26. Like the Egyptian Osiris, Dionysus was, of course, torn to pieces and then resurrected. To a Mason, these lines would have been highly significant. The central legend in Masonry is that of Hiram, the master builder, who was murdered, buried, resurrected, dismembered, put together again, and then reburied. Each master mason is supposed to identify himself in his initiation with Hiram. As Alexander Piatigorsky writes, all master masons are raised from a figurative death. What dies in them is ignorance. They are torn apart and then led to enlightenment. The candidate moves from total ignorance to the knowledge of the word, or from the total darkness to the light which would enable him to leaven the death. In Bruno, Schelling has Anselm remarked that in the Eleusinian rites, men first learn that there is something unchanging, uniform, and indivisible beyond the things that ceaselessly change and slide from shape to shape. Anselm then invites Bruno to describe the kind of philosophy imparted by the mysteries. Hegel accepts Schelling's description of the mysteries completely. In the Phenomenology, he writes that we can tell those who assert the truth and certainty of the reality of sense objects that they should go back to the most elementary school of wisdom, viz. the ancient Eleusinian mysteries of Ceres and Bacchus, and that they have still to learn the secret meaning of the eating of bread and the drinking of wine. For he who is initiated into these mysteries not only comes to doubt the being of sensuous things, but to despair of it. In part he brings about the nothingness of such things himself in his dealings with them, and in part he sees them reduce themselves to nothingness. Miller, 65, pg. 77, Schelling remarks that the purpose of all the mystery rites is none other than to show men the archetypes of all that they are accustomed to seeing in images. Hegeli phenomenology is an initiation into the knowledge of those archetypes, the categories of the logic, via a transcendence of the understanding, with its penchant for the particular and for the image. Martin P. Nilsson writes that the Eleusinian rites consisted the seeing by the mysty of something which was shown to them. X. the 16. Alexander P. Angorsky, of Freemasons. Phenomenon of Freemasonry, London, The Press, 1997, 376. 17 Ibid 273. Italics in original. Is. F. W. J. Schelling, Bruno, or On the Natural and Divine Principle Werke, 3233, pagination corresponds to Samt Likeby Werke. English Michael G. Vatter, Albany, Stare University of New York Press, 1984, 134. 19 Ibid. 233, 134. 20 Nilsson, Greek Folk Religion, 43. Copyrighted material 132 Magnum opus just such a showing. It is a gallery of images. Miller, Degger writes, Phenomenon, in Greek, means that which shows itself, the manifest. 2. Hermetic influences. Jena. The Phenomenology of Spirit was conceived and written in Jena, where Hegel lived for about 6 years. We know that during this period Hegel was actively interested in theosophy, a holdover from his time in Frankfurt, see chapter 3. It is likely that both the triangle fragment and diagram date from the Jena period, though the diagram may have been drawn just prior. Lectures on the philosophy of nature during this time reflect an ongoing interest in alchemy. In the lectures of 1803, the division metals combustibles neutrals earths is connected with Paracelsus' distinction to repeat H.S. Harry observation. This reflects Hegel and peculiar insistence on finding an earlier pedigree for his observations. In Paracelsus, and Hegel also speaks of the virgin earth, an old alchemical conception, possibly originating with Bohm, which we first encountered in Chapter 2 in connection with the alchemical experiments. The 1803 lectures also contain discussions of noble and base metals, as well as a hierarchical structure of metals, though Hegel is somewhat skeptical of the latter. As noted in the preceding chapter, Hegel sometimes referred ideas to the elders whom Harris takes to be the alchemists. It was in Jena as well that Hegel became deeply immersed in Bohm. H.S. Harris is inclined to believe in Bohm's influence upon Hegel from 1801 onwards. Harris contends that Hegel initially viewed Bohm with uncritical enthusiasm. In 1804-05, however, Hegel gained some critical distance, while remaining sympathetic. Recall that Hegel's account of Bohm in his 1805 lectures on the history of philosophy is strikingly detailed and positive. Hegel's interest in, and sympathy for, Bohm must have been widely known. In 1811, one of former Jena students, Peter Gabriel van 21. In the lectures on the philosophy of religion, Hegel declares that the idea that the mysteries imparted a special wisdom is stupid and absurd. Lprvpreliosis was significant Hegel as a symbol, but he did not believe that the true and final philosophy was taught there. 22 Martin Heidegger, Being and Time, trans. John Macquarie and Edward Robinson, New York, Harper and Row, 1962, 51. 274, Dizzy, 114, 417. Harris also notes that in 23. Harris, Night links use of earth with Bohm. 24 Harris, Night, 278. 25 Ibid, 274. 26 Ibid, 274, n. 27 Ibid, 85. As Harris notes, there are indications of Bohm's influence in the manuscripts of 18013, 161. 28 Lap 3:288, not present in Werke, see Samtliche Werke, Volume 19, ed. Hermann Glockner, Stuttgart, Frohman, 1928, 377. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 133. Gerd, 1782-1852, a Dutchman, sent him Bohm's collected works as a gift. Van Gert would not have done this unless it was plain to those who knew Hegel in Jena how important Bohm was to him. Hegel thanked Van Gert in a letter of July 29, 1811, "Now I can study Jacob Bohm much more closely than before, since I was not myself in possession of his writings. His Theosophy will always be one of the most remarkable attempts of a penetrating yet uncultivated man to comprehend the innermost essential nature of the absolute being. For Germany, he has the special interest of being really the first German philosopher." This shows not only that Hegel intended to continue his study of Bohm, but also that he regarded Bohm as a genuine philosopher. Hegel writes further in the same letter that Bohm's endeavor constitutes the most arduous struggle both to bring the deep speculative content, which he holds in his intuition, into representation, and so to master the element of representational thinking, in order that the tive content might be expressed in it. 0. Certainly, Bohm's thought is paradigmatic picture thinking, but given the limits of his medium his thought comes amazingly close, in this inadequate form, to capturing the concept. Furthermore, Hegel thinks that Bohm realized this inadequacy and struggled against it. Hegel continues, "There remains so little that is constant and fixed in his work, because he feels everywhere the inadequacy of representation to what he is trying to achieve, and feels representation again overturned." Hegel's social contacts in Jena must have encouraged his enthusiasm for Bohm and Theosophy in general. David Walsh writes that Jena in Hegel's day had become the focal point of the German Romantic movement, and many of its greatest figures were assembled there, including Tieck, Novalis, Schelling, F. Schlegel, and A. W. Schlegel. Within that company an intense center of interest was formed by their rediscovery of the German mystical tradition. For the first time the works of the great medieval and Reformation mystics were becoming widely available within their native land. The appearance of Eckhart and Bohm in particular was heralded as a liberating release from the deadness of Enlightenment rationalism. They read, too, the major 18th-century commentators of Bohm and the Swabian pietist theologian Friedrich Christoph Ettinger, in whom they found a more contemporary application of the great mystical insights of the past. Novellus immersed himself in the study of Bohm during the winter of 1799-1800. He came to espouse the Paracelsian view that man is 29. Butler, 573, Hofmeister 92. The fact that Hegel did not own Bohm's works in Jena should not suggest half-hearted interest in them. It was difficult in those days for a young associate with an annual salary of only 100 thalers, to afford a well library. 30 Butler, 573-74. 31 Ibid 574. 32 David Walsh, The Historical Dialectic of Spirit, 22-23. Copyrighted material 134 Magnum Opus. Charged with the task of redeeming nature and spoke of a magic idealism. Friedrich Schlegel called Bohm's work the greatest, most profound, most individual, most admirable work of idealism. He believed he saw a correspondence between Bohm's thought and Fichte. Paulo Meyer conjectures that Bohm was probably read aloud at meetings of the Jena Circle in 1799-1800. Schelling was, of course, an enthusiastic reader of Bohm and Ettinger and likely encouraged Hegel's interest in theosophy. In speaking about his time in Jena, Ludwig Tieck, 1773-1853, reported that he found Schelling very receptive to Bohm's theosophy. Neck had left Jena by the time Hegel arrived there, but Hegel was unquestionably familiar with his work. The Force and the Understanding section of the Phenomenology includes a discussion of what Hegel calls the topsy-turvy world, Die Verkehrtwelt, the title of a play Tieck published. In the first reference to Bohm by a member of the Jena Circle occurs in a letter from Schlegel to Novellus, dated December 2, 1798, in which Schlegel mentions that Tieck has been studying Bohm. One of Tieck's biographers states, none of his works written between 1799 and is free of Bohm. It was Tieck who introduced Novellus to Bohm. In commemoration of this, Novellus later wrote his poem in Tieck, in which he called Tieck der Verkündiger der Morgenrot, Herald of Morning. In Munich in 1804, Tieck established a close relationship with Franz von Bader. B. The hermetic subtext to Hegel's preface. What we know about the intellectual milieu of Jena can shed a great deal of light on some of the mysteries surrounding the composition of the phenomenology. It is often difficult for interpreters to understand who Hegel is attacking in the phenomenology, especially in the preface, and why he describes his own project in the peculiar way that he does. I have already suggested initiation as one possible framework for understanding the project of the phenomenology. I wish now to suggest something even more radical. The background against which we must understand Hegel's programmatic remarks in the preface is his own critical appreciation of Hermetic theosophy. Attitude toward the Hermeticism of Bohm and others is Sim 33. Quoted in Paulo Meyer. Jena Romanticism and its appropriation of Jacob Bohm, Montreal, McGill-Queet University Press, 1999, 140. 34 Ibid, 182. 35 Edwin H. Ziedel, Ludwig, The German Romanticist, A Critical Study, Princeton, N.J., Princeton Versity Press, 1935, 130. 36 Donald Philip Vier-Enne was the first commentator to int out the connection between Hegel's Verkehrtwelt * and Tieck's Verine, Lection, 3958. 37 Roger Paulin, Ludwig Neck, A Literary Bywap by, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1985, 100. Paulo Meyer has recently challenged this assessment of Bohm's influence on Tieck and the other Romantics. See Meyer Jena Romanticism. 38 Ziedel, Ludwig 127. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 135 Euler. To his attitude toward mainstream religion, he believes that it approaches the truth very closely, but is hindered by its sensuous mode of expression. Hegel opposes the school of romantic intuitionism, often inspired by hermeticism, which believes that truth is to be felt or intuized. Hegel makes his feeling about the romantics very plain early on in the preface. Such minds, when they give themselves up to the uncontrolled ferment of the divine substance, imagine that, by drawing a veil over self-consciousness and surrendering understanding, they become the beloved of God to whom he gives his wisdom in sleep, and hence what they in fact receive, and bring forth to birth in their sleep, is nothing but dreams. Miller, 6, pg. 9. Just a few passages later occurs the famous paragraph in which Hegel attacks a certain conception of the absolute as the night in which all cows are black. Miller, 9, pg. 13. Commentators usually take this as a reference to Schelling. Indeed, in a letter to Schelling of May 1, 1807, Hegel seems to try to soften the blow of the preface, which was about to be printed. He writes that in the preface you will not find that I have been too hard on the shallowness that makes so much mischief with your forms in particular and degrades your science into mere formalism. But there is more than one passage in the preface that can be taken as addressing itself to Schelling or his followers. Let us look more closely, then, at the passage in question. A few lines up from the cow's simile we read the following, dealing with something from the perspective of the absolute, according to Hegel's opponents, consists merely in declaring chat, although one has been speaking of it just now as something definite, yet in the absolute, the AA, there is nothing of the kind, for therein all is one. Miller, 9, pg. 13. To be sure, this sounds like a criticism of Schelling's view of the absolute as the indifference point. The language of AA was used by Schelling, who appropriated it from Fichte. However, it sounds even more like the mystical doctrine of the coincidence of opposites, found in CUSA and others. Further, Hegel uses the phrase therein all is one, darin sei all signs. Writing this, how could Hegel not have recalled the youthful motto he shared with Schelling and Hölderlin, Ben Kai Pan? In his preface to the second edition, 1827, of the Encyclopaedia Logic, Hegel equates the philosophy of all signs, all is one with the identity system, Gerrit 7, Werke 818. Furthermore, in the Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion of 1827, Hegel entertains that the identity philosophy of Schelling is equivalent to pantheism, LDRVPR 1:27z. The passage from the Phenomenology continues, to pit this single 39. Butler, 80, Hofmeister $95. 40. Klaus argues that this doctrine was transmitted to Schelling via Jacobi's Über die de Spinoza. Jacobi printed extracts from Bruno's de la Causa as an append to and is erster absoluter Metaphin, Köln Turgen Dinter, 1988, 4, copyrighted material 136 magnum opus Insight, that in the absolute everything is the same, against the full body of articulated cognition, which at least seeks and demands such fulfillment, to palm off its absolute as the night in which, as the saying goes, all cows are black. This is cognition naively reduced to vacuity. 4. Hegel attacking Schelling here, but he is attacking Schelling as the latest exponent of a type of mysticism which he believes is inadequate, a mysticism that stops short in the face of contradiction and declares that God is inconceivable. Hegel, of course, was well aware of Schellinger's ties to mysticism and theosophy, and Schelling's willingness to publicly ally himself with these currents. In effect, Hegel rejects this kind of mysticism in favor of the theosophy of Bohm. Consider Hegel's remarks about Spinoza's pantheism in his Lectures of 1805, his Spinozae philosophy is only fixed substance, not yet spirit, in it we do not confront ourselves. God is not spirit here because he is not the triune. Substance remains rigid and petrified, without sources, quellinel. The particular determinations in the form of thought determinations are not Bohm's source spirits which work and unfold in one. Hegel accepts the Schellingian doctrine of the absolute as the whole that transcends the distinction between subject and object. He merely contends that without a developmental account of how this absolute becomes actual, which constitutes, at the same time, a description of its internal moments, absolute is merely an empty phrase. As far as Hegel and his contemporaries knew, this developmental approach was Bohm's innovation, and it is, of course, precisely the respect in which Bohm's brand of mysticism is different from that of Cusa, Eckhart, and others. A couple of paragraphs later in the preface, Hegel speaks of substance becoming subject, claiming that the absolute is the process of its own becoming, the circle that presupposes its end as its goal, having its end also as its beginning, and only by being worked out to its end, is it actual. Miller, 10, pg. 14. Hegel, in the next passage, then immediately makes the quasi-mystical observation that the life of God and divine cognition may well be spoken of as a disp ording of love with itself, but this idea sinks into mere edification, and even insipidity, if it lacks the seriousness, the suffering, the patience, and the labor of the negative. Miller, 10, pg. 415. Hegel is saying that thinking which draws inspiration from such mystical metaphors is fine, and much can be learned from it, but it is empty unless supplemented by the careful, painstaking working out of the moments of the life of God. Hegel ends this passage with the admonition that the absolute must be conceived in the whole. 42. Genet 7, Werke 818. 42. In Che Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion of 1827, Hegel states that a mystery is called inconceivable, but what appears inconceivable is itself, the speculative element, or the fact that the is t. Now when the understanding comes to this point, it this is a contradiction, and stands still at this point. Thus the nature is inconceivable, for it, CPRYT 280-283, VPR 43 LHP 3:288, not present in Werke, see Samt Leichbe Werke, Volume 19, ed. Hermann Glockner, Stuttgart, 1928, 377. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 137. Wealth of the developed form. Only then is it conceived and expressed as an actuality. Miller, 11, pg. 15. The next paragraph provides the key that explains all. It begins, the true is the whole, das Wahr ist das Ganz. Recall that Ettinger, developing the ideas of Bohm, held that the truth is a whole, die Wahrheit ist ein Ganzes. When one finally receives this total, synoptic vision of the truth, it matters not whether one begins by considering this part or that Ettinger also sometimes spoke of his Geist as equivalent to Geist and treated it as an intensum, a thing that cannot be divided into literal pieces, only into noetic moments. In an intensum such as Geist, the whole is immanent in every part. It is this immanence that enables us to progress from one moment to another in the gradual articulation of the whole. As noted in Chapter 2, the theme of the truth as a whole, or the whole, is a perennial theme of Swabian speculative Pietism. 6. Considering the context of Hegel's True is the Whole passage, his response to Schelling and to the mystics of the Coincidentia Oppositorum school, it seems that Hegel is rebuking his fellow Swabian by deliberately invoking the authority of Ettinger and Wertheimer's Theosophy. He is exhorting Spelling to become more Bob-mean. Coupling this with Hegeli approving attitude toward Bohm, we can see that there is a hidden subtext to the preface. Although nothing in it is completely transparent, the surface of the preface involves Hegel opposing himself to all previous philosophy, as, for instance, in his odd critique of philosophical prefaces. The subtext, however, involves a response to all previous mysticism as well. The reasons why such material would be consigned to the esoteric dimension of the text should be clear. We have seen that intolerance against admirers of Ettinger existed in Hegel's time. Also, it must be kept in mind that the phenomena love belongs, in truth, to an older tradition of literary work in which reference to one's predecessors was largely indirect. Just as Hegel wants philosophers to lay aside the title love of knowing, Wissen, and achieve actual knowing, so he wants to raise mysticism to the level of theosophy, to knowing the wisdom of God. Mysticism is inadequate because it lets mystery remain. Like Aristotle, Hegel wants to remove wonder, he wants to penetrate into the absolute and let the light of truth shine where before there was darkness, absence, hiddenness. None of this is inconsistent with Hegel's critique of Böhmen-style theosophy. Hegel sees religion in all its forms, and particularly Christianity, as a sort of halfway house to absolute knowing, and 44. F. C. Oehringer, Samt Leichbe Volume 5, ed. Carl Chr. Eberh. Amen, Stu 1858-64, 45. 45 Nieder, Geistesebenen, 4. 46 Ibid 56. 47 Böhme und Grund, itself indeterminate, is supposed to contain all of course, rather Teichstellen Euro's indifference which could be the reason why Hegel Ness mentions apparently considering it a dispensable part of Böhme philosophy. Copyrighted material 138 Magnum opus. His own philosophy is animated by religious categories and symbolic forms. In effect, Hegel is saying that mysticism, including Schellingian philosophical mysticism, is a clue to the nature of the absolute. In its highest form, Böhmenedingerite theosophy, mysticism comes strikingly close to the philosophical grasp of the absolute. In a gesture of philosophical syncretism, Hegel opens the doors of his temple of absolute spirit to the Böhmen theosophists, saying, "Your God is my God, but if you wish to go a further step and truly know God, you must submit yourselves to the seriousness, the suffering, the patience, and the labor of my initiation." We shall shortly see this demonstrated even more clearly in the phenomenologist's account of revealed religion Christianity, which is strikingly Böhmen. If it seems implausible that Hegel would so closely identify his own philosophical approach with any sort of mysticism at all, consider again the following lines from one of the Zusätze to the Encyclopaedia Logic. Alt should be mentioned here that the meaning of the speculative is to be understood as being the same as what used in earlier times to be called mystical. LS 82, Z, Geritz, 133. C. Böhmen Elements in the Phenomenal of David Walsh has argued that Hegel's use in the phenomenology of such terms as element, ether, light, expansion, and contraction has its roots in his acquaintance with the Böhmeno-Edingerite tradition, as well as with Paracelsus. L. will discuss Hegel's concept of ether much more extensively in Chapter 6. It is in Hegel's section on self-consciousness, however, that the influence of Bohm becomes evident in its most substantive form. In the spirit of the Hermetica, Bohm recognized that selfhood develops in opposition to the not-self. Fichte and Hegel are merely Bohm's followers in this regard, as are Sartre, Piaget, and others. But Bohm even had the audacity to claim that this must apply to God as well. In his remarks in the lectures of 1805, Hegel includes the following quote from Bohm: "Nothing can be revealed to itself without opposition to Widerwärtigkeit, for if there is nothing that opposes it, then it always goes out of itself and never returns to itself again. If it does not return into itself, as into that from which it originated, then it knows nothing of its origin." Hegel's account of selfhood involves the claim that at some level the self relates to its other by willing its cancellation. At the root of all the forms of spirit that unfold in the phenomenon 010 is a primal, demonic 48. Walsh, The Historical Dialectic of Spirit, 28. 49. David Walsh writes that at the core of his construction was Bohm's discovery that conflict and opposition were necessary to the self-revelation of God. It was an extrapolation from what is required for the self-realization of man to what is required SSR the self-realization of God, a mythology of reason, 153. 50. C. Jacob Bohm, Der Weg zu Christo, 6th book, von Gottlicher Bischolichkeit, in Samtliche Volume 4, Chapter I. S.S. Hegel quotes this passage in his lectures 0 The History of Philosophy by 3:203, Werke 20:106. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 139 Drive for complete possession or mastery of the object, 4, in effect, the annihilation of otherness. By implication, this drive is simultaneously a will to remove the divide between subject and object, for by cancelling otherness it seeks to exalt the self. This implication is crucial for understanding the section on self-consciousness. This drive, this complete and utter negativity that ultimately issues in a complete and exalted positivity, also has its equivalent in Bohm, but in order to fully explain this I must elaborate further on the nature of this negativity and how it operates in the phenomenology. In discussing this primal drive to annul otherness which is exhibited at all levels of spirit, Hegel speaks again of the Eleusinian mysteries, in a passage I have quoted earlier. He writes of how the mysteries cause one to doubt the being of sensuous things, Miller, 65, pg. 77. By this, he does not mean what modern philosophers mean when they speak of doubting the external world. A world of sensible objects really is out there, but metaphysically speaking, it is made insubstantial by the activity of the subject. The aggrandizement of the subject, the withdrawal of substance from the world and into the subject. The subject becomes substance, that which persists, the unmoving pivot around which the world of objects is set awhirl as it is conquered and transformed according to the plans and desires of the subject. V. Hegel says that the initiate brings about the annihilation of sensible things himself. He is stating the principle of his idealism. It is the vocation of mankind, or spirit, to transform the given world, to make it conform to idea, to remove the distinction between real and ideal, subject and object. Transformation can mean two things. It can be a literal, noticeable change, whether of trees into dwellings or of children into educated men, or it can be a transformation of the unknown into the known, the grasped. In both cases what is involved is the annihilation of the resistant of things, an annihilation of their otherness, their hiddenness. The first sense of transformation is only an approximation to the true unity of subject and object, ideal and real, which is achieved only through the full development of the second kind of transformation, the total, thoughtful grasp of the whole through a system of science. For Hegel, it is not enough for spirit to change the world, it must interpret it. It is ultimately through this urge to cancel or master otherness that the true individual, true substance, true self, and true God are simultaneously actualized. In the Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion of 1827, Hegel states, ideality means that this being, that is external, i.e., its spatiality, temporality, materiality, and mutual externality, is sublated. Inasmuch as I know this being, its contents are not represented things, being outside one another, rather they are within me in a simple manner. Though a tree has many parts, it nevertheless is merely simple in my representation. Spirit is knowledge. For it to be knowledge, the content of what it knows must have attained this ideal form, it must have been negated in this manner, LPR 1:184, VPR 1:92. In the Encyclopedia Logic, Hegel copyrighted material 140 magnum opus states that in cognition what has to be done is all a matter of stripping away the alien character of the objective world that confronts us, LS 194 ZI, Geritz, 273. In the Philosophy of Spirit Hegel writes, all the activities of spirit are nothing but the various modes in which that which is external is led back into the internality, to what is spirit itself, and it is only by means of this leading back, this idealizing or assimilation of that which is external, that spirit becomes and is spirit. PSS 381, Z, Perry 137. All the activities of spirit, all modes of consciousness, Hegel says, are forms in which we strive to overcome otherness. Furthermore, freedom is only possible through overcoming otherness. Freedom, Hegel states, is only present where there is no other for me that is not myself, LS 24Z2, Genitz, 58. Elsewhere, he writes that a freedom for which something is genuinely external and alien is no freedom at all. Freedom's essence and its formal definition is that nothing is absolutely external. As I have said, spirit's triumph over the other is only fully actualized in science. Hegel states that the purpose of all true science is just this, that spirit shall recognize itself in everything in heaven and on earth. PSS 377, Z, Perry 13. At the very end of the philosophy of nature, Hegel remarks that spirit wants to liberate itself by fashioning nature M within itself. This action of spirit is called philosophy. The aim of these lectures is to convey an image of nature, in order to subdue this proteus, to find in this externality only the mirror of ourselves, to see in nature a free reflection of spirit. PNS 376Z, Petty 3:213. Spirit, when contemplating nature, has the certainty which Adam had when he beheld Eve: this is flesh of my flesh, this is bone of my bone. PNS 247Z, Petty R204. The will to overcome otherness is seen in all of nature. Faced with the opposition of the external world, the animal gobbles it up. The difference between man and animal, however, is that man can master nature and absorb the external without literally annihilating it. In his early Philosophie of Nature of 1805-6, Hegel writes, "Eating and drinking make inorganic things into what they are in themselves. In truth, it is the unconscious comprehending of them they become thus sublated thereby, because they are in themselves, this fire essence." Eating and drinking annihilate sensible things and reduce them to their elements, to what they are in themselves. Thus, eating and drinking prefigure science. 51 and out ochre simply does not exist for spirit. PSS 377Z, Perry 1:5. 52 Hegel. Natgericht, in Gesammeltwerke, Volume 4, ed. Harmet Buchner and Otto, Hamburg, Felix Meiner Verlag, 1968, 446. 53 For a treatment similar to that of the phenomenal of, see the spirit, 381Z, Petrie 133, also see Philosophy of Vacher, 357Z, Petrie Nature, 359Z, Petrie 3:144. Animal appetite is the idealism of objectivity, whereby this objectivity loses its alien character. 448. Harris writes that animal nutri 54. Quoted in Harris, Night DTTStion is the self-intro-reflection, the inorganic. Copyrighted material. Hegel's Initiation Rite 141. The true reduction of things to their essence, which is their relationship to the absolute. Initial division of the phenomenal is the most basic, primitive form in which the urge to cancel or master the other manifests itself in consciousness. Spirit in sense certainty believes particularity can be added tacitly, that the object in its real, concrete quality grasped through bare sensory experience alone. In short, sense certainty believes that intuition can make the object fully present, fully transparent in its concreteness, and thus no longer other. Sense certainty thinks it can grasp the singularity of the object as a this, in its pure immediacy. But, Hegel writes, an actual sense certainty is not merely this pure immediacy, but an instance of